to my panel in the afternoon. So I challenge you, please, to get those questions ready and direct them to the panel moderator and the panelists. Let's have an engaging session. This is the second day of the ICT Week conference put together by the Communications Authority of Kenya under the theme Digital Inclusion, Enhancing ICT Access and Usage for All. And yes, I'm told the first day went really well in terms of how it wrapped up. In fact, the session, cocktail session, extended beyond the time that was apportioned. And I believe we have some prayers to make after that. And so let's sanitize and sanctify by a word of prayer from the choices and decisions we made last evening. Through the help of Martin Ikumilu, the Acting Director, Compliance and Enforcement. Tunahitaji kutakaswa, ndugu wangu, tafadhali njoo utusaidie.
Good morning. I feel like asking us to kneel and we'll do this, yeah? Okay, let us stand up and pray. Tusimame tuombe. Thank you. Why we stand up to pray is because we recognize that God is bigger than us, yeah? Just like when the president walks in, we have to stand, right? So that's why we stand. And we normally bow our heads because it's a sign of humility, yeah? So we don't bow our heads just because somebody has asked us to, but we bow our heads just to show our humility before God. So let us bow our heads, close our eyes, let us pray. Our Father and God, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for the gift of life today. We thank you for bringing us together. We thank you for yesterday. We thank you for every thought you gave us. We thank you for every friendship we made. We thank you for every progress we made yesterday. And God, in Jesus' name, we surrender ourselves to you. Recognize that you are the Lord God who is in charge of everything. In you we live, in you we move, in you we have our bread. And God, you're the one who gives us power even to make world. You're the Lord who gives us wisdom and knowledge and understanding. And we just submit to you, asking you to lead us and guide us. Help us to understand each other. Help us to do the right thing for the sector. But when we serve Kenyans, we serve you, Lord. We worship you and we bless you in Jesus' name. God bless you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Martin. Now that we're on a clean slate, let's build up from where we left yesterday in terms of the conversations on ICT sector. And we'll have 4 panel sessions today. To kick us off is Barak Otieno, the moderator extraordinaire. And we'll also have Laura Okal, and we'll also have Joy Doreen Bira. I think I've seen her here, and myself later on. There you are, in purple. Is that royal purple? Royal purple she's in today. You should have told me. I would have probably, complied with that. But yes, you're all looking lovely. And I'd just like to remind you, please, just contribute. We are live as well on our YouTube page. That is the CA Kenya YouTube page. You can share that. You can take photos, you can take a short video of maybe the contributions that are being made here as it continues, and let's keep the conversation as well online for those who are not with us, but just to archive it, to say that you were at the ICT Week 2-day conference put together by the Communications Authority of Kenya. You'll be seeing some gentlemen taking photos. One is bald-headed as me and has a beard. Don't be intimidated, he's just capturing, and as you can see, I'm posturing just to give him my good side. He'll be taking photos of you. You can talk to him later. He could probably exchange numbers. Preferably the gentlemen, you can give him the number. The ladies, please don't. You can take the pictures from me, but this is a team from Real Pictures. Even Collins here with the beard. He's also here for that, and we have the gentleman at the back to make sure that this is captured. We'd like to appreciate them as well. I know the work that they do to make sure that this is appreciated for media and for consumption later is put together well. So Starting us off in the sign language interpretation is Yulan Zale. I'd like to acknowledge her as well as we continue, and she'll be supported by Maria Kirika. So, ladies and gentlemen, Barack Otieno will be handling Charles Kimari, the Director of Mobile Experience, Samsung Electronics East Africa, in conversation. Mwendwa Kivuva, Kenya ICT Action Network, KICTANET, Ms. Alice Kemunto, Consumer Grassroots Association, Joseph Onaya, Standards and Type Approval Officer, Communications Authority of Kenya, and Leonard Mabele, Researcher, Shared Spectrum and IoT Devices. But he'll say it better, he's the expert in matters ICT. So Barack Otieno, uliamka vizuri?
Kabisa.
Uliendelea pia kwa cocktail?
Hapana, nilikunywa chai.
Sawa.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir, and have a good session. We're following.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Naona network iko 5G. Now the problem of extending the session that we had in the evening yesterday is that we lose signal. And we are here on Matter Spectrum. So I'd like to invite the panelists to join me up on stage. If you could please come and take up your seats, and then we can start the conversation. Mr. Kivuva, if you can join me on the stage. Leonard, if you can join me on the stage as well. All the panelists, please. We'll have Francis. Yep, please. All right. As we did yesterday, Alice is joining us shortly, so you'll see her as the action progresses. As we did yesterday, there are many experts in the room, service providers, and the conversation is not just limited to this able panel. After the intervention from the panel, we are also going to give you an opportunity to weigh in on the matters that are at hand, and we look forward to input from you. Like we did yesterday, mapema ndio best. When it's time for you to speak, raise your hand. We are not going to waste time asking ukipitwa sindwele, sindio? We move back to the panel and we'll finish the session. So if you have things to say, as I have had the moderator mention, please be prepared when the time for the audience comes. So without further ado, I will give each of my panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves and the role that they play in their respective institutions, insofar as the subject at hand is concerned. This morning, we are discussing making ICT devices accessible and affordable as a pathway to digital inclusion. And if I may remind us on some of the conversations we had yesterday, for those who are in the room, in the morning, the maths was not mapping. We were talking about 98% coverage according to the statistics that are out there. CA gives a lot of statistics on their website. Never mind, I hear 98% coverage means where people are living. May not necessarily mean the landmass. But of this 98% coverage, our colleague from GSMA pointed out to us that there is only about 21% uptake in terms of meaningful usage of the connectivity or the infrastructure that is being provided. Of course, our colleague from Huawei talked of 30%, and GSMA said that it is one man, one device, even if you have 10 devices, according to them, whereas the others look at it in a different way. But the parting shot from most of the panelists was that the issue of devices is what is making the usage to be really low. So, of course, when we talk of devices, there are cocktails of devices. I know we are all Kenyans. Watu wa China Square, nothing twice. Hizo zingine tunaita aje? Tumedunga lakini tumedunga ex-Japan, isn't it? That's who we are. So we are going to look at how this is also impacting the kind of market that we have. I mean, we are in the ICT week, so let's have the conversation in Kiswahili on the issues as they are really affecting us. So for this and many more issues, and to give us an expert opinion and advice, we do have this eminent panel before us. We have Charles, the Director for Mobile Experience from Samsung Electronics. I'm going to give him an opportunity to introduce himself, but he'll be the first speaker, and is going to tell us how the market looks like. We also have Leonard, who is a researcher. He'll speak to innovative policy interventions later on. We have Mr. Joseph Onaya from the Standards Department at CA. He'll talk about what he does. Not any phone just comes into the market. Sijui sa games ilienda wapi. He'll tell us where they went. And then we have Mr. Kivuva from Kenya ICT Action Network. He'll also talk about some of the policy interventions that are necessary in addressing the challenges that we are facing insofar as the issue of devices is concerned. So I'll give Charles the floor to introduce himself in a way that is befitting, and I'll also give the other speakers the same opportunity. Then we'll delve into the subject matter of the day. Over to you, Charles.
Thank you very much. First of all, good morning, all protocols observed. Quite exciting to be here for the ICT week, a very important function that Samsung or mobile device operators or ICT platforms require to be in to actually define the shape of the market. My name is Charles Kimari. I'm the Director for Mobile Experience at Samsung Electronics, East Africa. From our zone, we manage Kenya plus 12 other countries within the region. So we have quite a fair visibility within the whole region about the trends and how much more we need to penetrate on the same. So thank you very much on that.
Thank you. Leonard?
Thank you very much, Barak. I hope everyone can hear me. Good morning. I think it's a great time to have this discussion. Without ICT, our livelihoods won't be the same as it is now. Just let's switch off our phones and then see how we're going to be. So that's what it means. So at this point in time, I think I've gotten a new hat from Afralty to try build up that on another scale. Thanks, Barak.
Thank you, Mr. Onaya.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Joseph Onaya. I work with Communications Authority of Kenya as a Standards and Type Approval Officer. The authority is tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that the devices that come into the country do not cause interference and operate according to the frequency allocation plan. I think that is a key thing. You know that we manage spectrum, so the devices that come must operate within the spectrum plan. And then we're also keen on your safety, and the devices that come into the country must be safe for you, especially on specific absorption rate, so that you're not exposed to a lot of emissions. The devices that also come must be capable when they emit electromagnetic fields neighboring so that it can cause damage to existing telecommunication networks. So this is what is tasked with Communication Authority of Kenya that we're here to make you aware of. I believe those vendors are pretty much aware of it, but it's also an opportunity for you to gather some knowledge on it. In as much as you get your devices, and there's some procedures that are followed for it to be allowed in the market. Thank you.
Mr. Kivuva?
Yes, good morning. My name is Mwendwa Kivuva from Kiktanet, which is a public good think tank within Kenya and East African region. We deal with research, advocacy on policy issues, capacity building, that is mostly training, and also stakeholder engagement. And at Kiktanet, we are famous for having a mailing list which we call it a CEO mailing list, where people have discussions on policy issues that affect the region. And we are very big in public participation. That means responding to public policy issues or documents, bills in parliament, or regulations that have been developed by government bodies. So we help in collecting feedback from the public and submitting the feedback back to government. And also we've worked with, for example, CA in developing some licenses, like for example, the community internet network licensing framework, and also the license that was developed from that process. Kiktanet was at the forefront in developing that policy. So, and we also have the stakeholder engagement and the public participation documents that we have done in responding to policy interventions within Kenya. We have so many of them in our website.
Thank you very much. Alice, karibu, and introduce yourself kindly.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, participants. My name is Alice Kemto, the team leader, Consumer Grassroots Association. This is an organization that was formed because of the need that was there at the grassroots level. And we came to bridge the gap because consumers at the grassroots were really not represented so well. Since the formation or the founding of this organization, we have worked very closely with CA and also other stakeholders, government agencies, and also other organizations to promote the welfare of consumers. But above all, ours is advocacy to ensure that consumers know their rights and be able to defend themselves and also defend their rights. I'm sorry I came a bit late. You know, adults don't come late, they'll run late. So I ran late to this meeting, but here we are.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. The people at the back, can you hear us? There's good network coverage this morning. With that, I quickly turn to Charles. Charles, what is the status of ICT devices in Kenya? If you can drop some numbers.
Right. Looking at the landscape within Kenya in itself, well, yesterday there was the debate for 98% and 27% usability. Devices, I tend to agree 98% is the coverage if you're looking at it from a one device, one person perspective. 99%, possibly even 100% on the same. But the most important thing is to see what is the access of this in the industry. And because this really relates a lot to how many devices are in the hands of people. As an industry, one of the key things that has been there is that mobile devices have ceased being devices that you walk into the store and just pick any other device. They have become an integral part of somebody's living, income, a daily activity. It's become almost part of a heartbeat. He just said it, you have switched off your phone. Right now, immediately this meeting is over, it's back on again for a reason on that matter. Now, what are we doing as an industry in terms of placing devices to the hands or access to people? We sat back and looked at it as a brand, and as one critical factor that we saw is that there are different categories of products in the market. If you look at the market dynamics, right now we are looking at almost, based on IDC data, based on imports into the country, 70% of devices that are, 72% of devices in the market are already smartphones. 27, 28 are feature phones. Again, heavily influenced by network coverage and ability to afford a device. So it stopped being whether the consumer needs the device and gone to how will they get the device. Each device has different category price bands. So we tend to get that, you'll tend to get that refurbished or second-hand devices tend to be a bit within reach because of cost. So what did the industry do on the same? Samsung has been at the forefront of actually placing devices at the hands of consumers. For the last 3 years, we can authoritatively say we have put close to 2 million units of device handset financing into the hands of consumers. And that is not a small number. This has been facilitated by a lot of technology and innovation, because you just don't give devices to individuals for financing. You have to take care of the cost of payment. How will they be repaid? How will you track the device if it's get lost, if there's a default ratio? So we are very robust in pushing
Authority of Kenya, CA, manages Kenya's cyberspace to keep you and your family safe online so you can learn, interact, and thrive online.
Na mimi, can I be a cyber soldier too?
The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
the device. So what does financing mean? It's an aspiration. If you wanted a device for 100 shillings and you can get one financed for 150, you will go to the upscale model. So aspiration is one of the key drivers. And as opposed to the traditional method. So it's on the go. So what does that mean? It means, again, these devices are not going to be, they're varied again in terms of grades. So consumers will be very willing to actually pick devices they can actually utilize to draw their living, be in touch, and speed will be essential for the same. Operators are moving to 5G. We are still trying to cover up 4G in terms of reach. So everything is by design, it's not by default. There's a design through which the processes are moving. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much. I have more questions for you around smartphones and feature phones, and I guess the audience as well. But just moving to the extreme end, Alice, what are the key industry and consumer concerns around access and affordability of ICT devices, picking up from what Charles has just pointed out?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Charles, for that elaborate presentation. But we must all admit that there's an aspect he has left out. And that aspect is the one that brings on board the affordability bit of it. How you look at affordability to devices might be different from what consumers look at. You're saying that you put a lot of devices in the hands of consumers, actually millions of them. But how affordable are those devices to the consumers? Making a consumer pay a device for a device, especially, let me just use a phone, because ICT devices are not only phones. So making a consumer pay close to 1.5, by there I'm using a Samsung, and I think you should give me a new one. So,
thank you very much.
So, and I promoted you for free. So, making a device that a consumer is supposed to pay for 20,000 shillings, so to say, to pay 30,000 plus at the end of the period, and by the time they finish paying that, maybe they still need a new one. I don't think it's really pocket-friendly to the consumer. So what are the challenges that consumers are facing as per your question? One is the affordability of the devices in the market. They are quite expensive, very expensive. And this way we come in to call on service providers to be in the center stage, even to provide for free devices. So if they want us to consume internet, let us also provide free devices to use, okay? Or quite affordable, minimal price in the market. That's one of the challenges that we are getting. Number two, the concerns from consumers also are the durability of these devices. I don't know, but I think you must tell the Samsung users, why is it that after 2 years, a phone from Samsung kind of dies, or was that not functioning well? Because this has happened not only here, but also there's a case that was there in the US, and a consumer won that case, because every 2 years, these devices are made in a way that by the time I finish paying for one, it will start demanding for another one, because the lifespan is already gone. So we want also the service providers, those who are selling the devices, to tell us why is it that the technology they are using doesn't last for long, because that's also not pocket-friendly for the consumer. And number three, how safe are these devices for the consumers? Because when we look at Article 46 of the Constitution of Kenya, it's well outlined. The consumer rights are outlined there. Safety is one of the rights. Safety in all aspects is one of the rights. So how safe are these devices? You need also to give us a manual that is consumer friendly, not a manual that is in very fine print that a consumer cannot be able to translate for their own consumption or use. So these are the areas that consumers are raising. Yes, you are giving us phones on loan. Yes, you have apparently, let me speak for some of the concerns consumers have raised to us. When you buy a phone on loan, they can't be able to track it, and when you don't pay, they can deactivate it, okay? But when you have your phone and it gets lost, and you're trying to track it, they don't have a way to track it for you. That's also another concern. Why is it that the service providers, those who are selling devices, are so much concerned about the profit they are making? They're so much concerned about their business, leaving out the welfare of the consumers. Summing it up, number one concern from consumers is that we are not included in the conversation. When you are bringing the devices to the market, you only come because of your own needs and what you feel is right for the organization or the establishment, but you don't include consumers to ask them, how do you want us to serve you better? What sort of devices would you want us to have in the market? This is the concern that needs to be taken up very seriously, and especially now that we are celebrating the ICT week, please take them very seriously, because these consumers would also want to contribute to what should be in the market. Remember, we are now moving to a level where consumers are supposed to dictate what should be in the market. Not only by way of purchasing, sometimes we purchase because we don't have option, but not by the way of purchasing only, but also asking them for the opinions. How best could you want us to serve you? What sort of devices that would you want us to have in the market? I hope Baraka will get another time to address other issues.
Very interesting comments, and I'm just thinking, Alice amesema tupewe simu bure. Nakubaliana na yeye. You know, I heard sometimes, Samsung, I heard sometimes that when you give Kenyans free things, they'll go to the place where they can buy. They don't trust free things. It's not based on research. Ini gumzo mtaani. Moving to Mr. Onaya, now that a few issues have been raised about quality I once bought a phone in my hood, mulika mwizi, and ikaingia SMS 10 ikazima. The memory was full. And also it had a lot of spelling errors. Something exciting about it is that I felt it had been made somewhere around River Road. You know, for those who started earlier, as computing was being introduced, you had to go to downtown and assemble. You buy the tower, you buy the motherboard, you buy the power, and it could switch off unannounced. So saving was crucial in those days. At least nowadays, devices just save automatically. So how can we ensure better quality functionality and suitability of low-cost devices, Mr. Onai? With all this conversation that we have had, starting with Charles and the issues that Alice has brought to the table.
Thank you, Barack. I think your challenge, at least you didn't report it, but where I sit in office, I get such reports on a weekly basis. Quite a number of Kenyans go buy phones, and then you come to my office with it, and this phone has failed. When you go back to the person who sold it to you, he's already moved shop. And sometimes they don't take ownership. I think this is a challenge that you're experiencing. But most of the time we refer them to police because they become police cases, criminal cases. But where I sit, it's important for Kenyans generally to take initiatives and ensure that you buy genuine devices. The authority certifies particularly mobile phones, but we do wide spectrum of devices, routers, switches, transmitters, etc. But the ones that concerns us in this particular room is affordable devices. So ensure that you buy devices that have been certified by the authority. This we usually, it's a process that vendors like my friend Charles here, his company, they bring the device, we certify it, and then we issue them with a letter, and then we later publish these devices on our website. So take advantage of the website so that you can always confirm which devices are approved for sale in Kenya, because that will really guide you. We used to have another service. Unfortunately, the contract came to an end of 1555, where you would send your IMEI. When you're buying a mobile phone, the IMEI is usually on the box. So the IMEI would, you would get an SMS back confirming whether that particular IMEI really belongs to that particular brand. That would also give you confidence when you're buying a phone. Most of the phones that you find having issues, the way you said, you'll find that the IMEI is cloned from another manufacturer, because most of the time these phones are counterfeit. This is something we've really tried to fight. The authority came up with a system sometime, but we were taken to court because of some other issues. But I think the court case has come to an end, so we'll have to think about how to revamp the process of fighting counterfeit and some certain devices in the market. But where I also sit, I have to really say I'm happy, like what Charles said on device financing. I've seen, in as much as she says people pay expensively at the end, but I say device financing has really helped people to buy smartphones, although by paying in bits. I've seen a lot of, MCOP has done a good job on it. I think you and other mobile network operators have also come up with that mechanism that has enabled more and more people to acquire phones and pay for them gradually. But what I would add to that particular point is that I think since most people buy phones on credit, they don't have the cash in bulk. The MNOs and the manufacturers should consider having a graduated way of somebody can pay not really monthly, but whenever they get money, because sometimes people don't get income in a structured way. So it can give people a chance to own these smartphones. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Onaya. I think as I come to Mr. Kivuva, there were these phones that were being given for 20 bob a day, and I attempted to buy one. I was told I don't qualify. Do you mean Monsieur Hustler? Let me say quietly. Maybe Charles or Alice could speak to some of the issues that determine who will be able to access these devices, because I think access should be on a need-to basis. I don't know whether there is profiling on who. Ama nani alipata hiyo 20 bob in the audience here? Yeah, you would go and they tell you you don't qualify. So, and Alice has talked about the issue of public participation in such processes and all that. But also you've mentioned that the citizens took CA to court for trying to deal with counterfeit devices. So as Kivuva responds, maybe I would want, from a civil society organization perspective, to also speak to whether sometimes we are shooting ourselves in the foot. But more specifically, can you speak to how can government policy and regulation enhance the affordability and availability of ICT devices?
Okay, thank you, Barack. And you had made Alice start playing with the mic. She thought she's next. So before I respond to this, Joseph is raising this issue of installing what the civil society has been calling spyware on people's devices. Maybe you will need also to assure the public that it's actually not spyware, what that thing is doing, because people are taking the wrong narrative and they are running with it, and that's why they even went to court. So back to you, Barack, on policies to lower the cost of devices. So yesterday I was talking to Dennis Sonoya, and he was telling me that usikuwe na story mingi, just go to the point on how we can lower the cost of these devices. And I don't think there is a really clear line or answer. If it was that clear, the devices could be cheap at this moment. But of course, there are many policy interventions that can be done, including, of course, number one is usually lowering taxes and duties, import duties on these devices. When one government came in power in 2002 in Kenya, I think one of their interventions was to lower the cost of ICT devices, and that included mobile phones and laptops. And after that, after the prices came down, we saw that there was actually increased uptake of the devices. And what we tell government is that you can see that there is revenue in these devices and you want to use that revenue for your recurrent expenditure. But if you make these devices accessible to the people, what are they doing with the devices? They are doing the service industry, manufacturing, and all that. So you can still be able to recoup those funds through in another way, because the devices are being used to run the economy, to grow the economy, to increase your productivity in whatever industry you are working on. So taxes is at the top of my radar. And of course, talking of taxes, we have the USF, for example, that CA has. Is there a way that can be explored how the price of devices can be subsidized, especially at a certain point? Let's say devices that cost around 5,000 Kenya shillings, can they be subsidized using USF and have a target audience that those devices are targeted? The way we have the Hustler Fund, which is not targeted at the audience here. This audience here is not the audience for the Hustler Fund. But now, we can have an audience for affordable devices. And can we subsidize then those devices? Talk to manufacturers, talk to Huawei, talk to Samsung, and subsidize that cost, maybe using the USF. And then because these devices are still going to the boda guy, they are going to the mamamboga, and they are using those devices for their socio-economic good, or even for schools and students and things like that. So that's also a way of lowering the cost. And that's why we are saying more productivity. When the society is more productive, we will have more revenue, more cash, more money flowing through the system. And then, of course, we can also promote local manufacturing. I know we have tried local manufacturing of devices, and sometimes we stumble, but we need to continue reiterating and continue trying. There was the Taifa laptop that was tried. I think it was being manufactured by one of the universities. And before then, if there is the OGs here, they can remember an organization called GTI. So it was Gilgil Telecommunication Industries. And it was there in the 80s, and it was manufacturing telephone booths and telephone handsets. And those were before the days of the devices, the more modern devices that we are using today. So we were actually doing manufacturing even in the 70s and 80s. And where did we stop? And we started using China as our manufacturing hub. And yet we have so many idle youth within our country. So with that, it means we can create our own fab labs, our own industries around it. And that, of course, goes with capacity building, meaning that the academia, the institutions, the TVETs, we can retrain our youth so that they can be able to be ready to go to the industry and support the manufacturing. And if you manufacture your own devices, what does it mean? There's no import duty, for example, on the device. And so the cost will still go down. And manufacturing goes with innovation. So as we manufacture, we will still innovate. If you remember the first Chinese phone you saw in the market, they were terrible, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Those phones were terrible, but those phones now, those same companies, if you see the phones they are producing now, they are very good. They are competing with Samsung. They are competing even with Apple because they imitated, but then after imitation, they innovated around it. Now they are very good. We can do it. And we even have the human capacity because we say in Kenya, 60% of the population is youthful. But they are getting old because they are just in the streets, sitting in shopping centers, doing nothing. And of course, other policies we can employ, I know maybe Samsung are the experts in this, is to reduce the value chain. You know, if you reduce the value chain, that is the marketing, distribution, and retail. Each person in that value chain gets something. If you reduce the value chain and you have policies that can be able to reduce that, it means that the cost can be passed down to the consumer, the end user. And of course, there is also one issue that has been talked about in probably giving loans on these devices or issuing the devices, and the telecom companies, for example, recouping the cost from maybe airtime or bundles, those packages. Those packages can also be used to ensure that the cost of devices go down. But one more that I think we can explore is the second-hand market. For example, within the government, there is usually the depreciation process of equipments. Because even laptops are devices, or even desktops, computers, for example. After 4 years, the depreciation in the asset register is 0. But that device to a school or to a village polytechnic or a community center, those devices are very good. It's just like if a rich person squeezes a lemon, he might not want to squeeze it so much. So after 4 years, they are saying, these computers are not good enough. Then what do these organizations do? They put those equipment in the store because maybe they don't have a proper disposal policy. When you try to dispose, you are told, oh, you are corruption, you are selling to your people and all that. So the devices just are put in a store and they get old there. Is there a process that we can pick all these devices, or have a process after every 4 years, 5 years? Take these devices to the community. Let the community use these devices to learn, to grow themselves. And of course, there are many other interventions that we can discuss, but 10 minutes.
Thank you.
They just...
Yeah, thank you very much for those thought-provoking sentiments, Mr. Kivuva. And I think even as use of the Universal Service Fund evolves, probably some of the issues that you raise about disposal of assets. When we talk of disposal, sometimes we think of the ones that are destroyed, but in some cases they are just probably unusable to the institution because of the level of the institution that it is. Maybe we could have clear policies or mechanisms that can be used to pass these to the unserved and to the underserved areas. But I think we'll park that for another conversation. So I'll shortly be coming to the audience. I see the hands are already going up, but just allow Leonard to make his intervention, and then I'll come to you so that you can also bring in your perspective into this conversation. So Leonard, what innovative policy interventions could help reduce the cost of devices based on some of the issues that have been raised by all the other speakers?
Yeah, thank you very much, Barak. I've just been listening to all the panelists, and I think the entire space of devices is a research question. It need to be translated into a research question. And let's get quantitative right now so I can help Charles, because I saw Alice coming so hard on you. So let's try to do this. How many people have feature phones in this audience right now? Feature phones, keypads, how many?
Acclamation. It's a question. You raise your hand if you, or maybe
don't
they don't know feature phones.
Okay, so don't raise that if that's not your primary phone. How many people have feature phones? So feature phones, you know,
Can you
Mulika
define
Mwizi,
a
so
feature
let's
phone?
use just the definition you had earlier.
Okay.
The Mulika Mwizi, something with a keypad, can't take a picture. How many have that? As a primary phone. Like that's a phone, number one, you know, you'd rather never forget. You don't forget anywhere. How many people have smartphones here?
None of us.
How many people have Samsung phones? Now I'm helping you.
You might be given another one.
How many people have iPhones? Okay, so the rest of obviously are smartphones, but
These
from
are
the other
these are
manufacturers.
hustlers.
So that's clear. Now, why I'm raising that is because devices, the idea of the whole concept of devices is really a higher order polynomial equation. I mean, there are many, very many speaking to it. The panelists here earlier on in the first session in the morning, they said they had talked about 5G, talked about 6G coming up and Wi-Fi 6E and all these things. And then the student, a very innocent question, that all these good technologies you are talking about, how do we get to learn about them? Where are the materials to read this? To be honest, you can never do that on a feature phone, okay? Clearly, you cannot start reading 5G stuff on a feature phone. Now, I'll tell you why it's becoming a polynomial equation, because there are many variables. So last year we did a study together funded by the ITU, and we worked on that together with Communications Authority, University of Glasgow, and the Technical University of Kenya. And one thing that became clear is the cities of this country only make up 30% of the country. We might brush each other in the streets, you know, we have all this traffic on Thika Road or Mombasa Road, whatever. We make up 30% of the population. So that means there's 70% of us out there in the rural areas. So if we're talking about devices, we actually have to come from the 70 coming to 30. Why am I saying 30%? Because we fall in that part 30%, so we already have smartphones, right? So clearly we can access anything. You know, we can use all the Uber we want to use, we can use all the apps to read 5G content or whatever it is from Facebook or LinkedIn. But the 70% are somewhere in a rural area that probably have smartphones. We need to investigate that, which is now why I'm saying it's a research question. And probably most of them do not have the smartphones. So in that case, what it means is the questions of affordability then needs to be raised there. Probably they're missing this kind of devices to be able to access these services. But in general, what I'm trying to derive at is, I would probably recommend this to the Communications Authority and part of what you're talking about, innovative policies. So we need to set up a policy that sounds Kenyan, okay? Every country needs to have its policy. We can't go on winning marathons and we don't have a baseline definition of what's Kenyan. Well, it's a pity. Probably I was part of the PR team, I would say put this at the airport. The definition of this should be, what will be the phone with the lowest features that each Kenyan needs to have? And in this context, smartphone. I don't think, and I don't support, and I will never support any conversation somewhere that's pushing for feature phones for people. When we do that, we pull back our economic growth. Now, who's building IoT? We want to build IoT services with smart sensors. We need to have that on an app. Why are we pushing to have people have feature phones? The government keeps coming up with new policies. Where do we make people read this? People want to apply for passports. These days, everything runs on e-citizen. Who wants to have a discussion on feature phones? That should be dead. I think we need to find a way we put a policy that feature phones is not a Kenyan discussion, push it to one of the developing countries and another place, but not for this country, perhaps. So I'm just saying that as a recommendation of the Communications Authority and all the stakeholders who will be able to support this. Now, secondly, I also think why I'm saying the definition of a feature phone, of a baseline smartphone will come to this level. Maybe the regulator and some of the stakeholders will need to sit together and say, this is the lowest end, or this is the baseline of a phone you need to have. It needs to have a 2 GB RAM. It needs to have a camera with these specs. It needs to have maybe a storage of this capacity. We need to come to that definition. When we get to that definition, then we can talk about affordability. Because I think the question then will be, what should be the cost of that device? Because we do not want to leave the rural areas behind. They won't, the president means well, but you can't tax 30% people make money. There's 70% out there you need to get more money from. So if you use an approach where you have a baseline phone that defines all these specs, and then you put a price to it as an affordable, price. Say it's 4,000 Kenya shillings, so 3,000. Because these days, smartphones go to as cheap as 3,000, right? I'm not sure about Samsung. Maybe Samsung definitely might have, those are a bit expensive. But if we were to define that is the cheapest smartphone, then we can work from that one, from that end backwards. Now, another variable that comes into it is the usage gap. So yesterday, we had the coverage going to 98%. But then, it also makes sense to Safaricom, or it will hurt Safaricom. You are asking for 5G in Marsabit, and you do not even have a 4G phone. You're asking for 5G in Mombasa, and probably you don't have a phone that gets to 5G specs. So that's a challenge on their end. So if we're able to define the specs of a baseline phone, then we can start advancing features from there. Add 4G, put a chipset of 5G, and then adding to what I think it's Mwenda who's just said. Those are my thoughts, but I want us to think together. So Finland is a country of 10 million people. And for quite a while, they've served the world with Nokia. We all enjoyed Nokia. How many never used Nokia? You all, at some point, saw Nokia somewhere, right? Do you know the population of Finland? 10 million people. What's our population? We are coming to 60 million people. You cannot depend on 10 million people out there building devices for you all the time. It's not right. I think what we need to do now is what he's saying. We need to build more maker spaces, more fab labs. It's a conversation I was having with Joseph, just sitting down, that we need to have more technical people developing things. We need to have these chipsets being built to a standard devised by Communications Authority. Saying this is the chipset that needs to go in, these are the standards of power, these are the standards of performance of the antennas, etc. And we need to give the youth the job then. But I think we have to change our mindset on that. So that allows us to have more of these devices being manufactured locally. Otherwise, we will always have this discussion around the devices being more expensive, because with that we don't have tax, so that means the device will be affordable for us. Now the last variable to which actually is true. The second last is also in terms of taxes. I'm not an expert in economics and these discussions of taxation. My background is engineering. But I also think it doesn't make sense to tax something you don't really make. Like, for example, we cannot continue. I saw in the news 2 days ago that we've just put 10% on importing devices. If you try to come with a device from abroad in this country, you are locked at the airport, unless you open it up, right? You are locked at the airport. But the country does not manufacture that. You cannot, that means we delay having border-borders use smartphones to generate money, because these days border-borders enjoy the fact that we can use Uber and get to them. We can use Bolt and get to them. And that's one part of the equation. What about we put smartphones for farmers in the rural areas? How about smartphones for healthcare in the rural areas? How about smartphones for schools in the rural areas in terms of content? And speaking of more devices, having all these devices of laptops, etc., going to these rural schools. So if we can make that tax-free, it will allow us to build more services or expand the way we do our business, and that tax can come in there. Yeah. But on the devices, we have to rethink it. Now, the last point I have is, so devices do not only end at phones, because phones is just for us. But devices would also be needed in schools. Rural schools need devices. Rural hospitals need devices. And I think I agree with what Baraka said. Some of these laptops, assuming we use Core i5 laptops, and now we feel like some of the developments we are doing as a company need to Core i7, then we need to donate Core i5. So part of the innovative policies would actually have an app, probably added to the e-citizen. And this app allows company X, Samsung saying, okay, going forward, we are done with Core i3 computers. We are flooding on this app, so government needs to come and collect it to put to take to the schools that are needing the devices. We have a lot of these that are being thrown, so which turns into e-waste, another conversation probably for another day. But if we had an app driven by the government, managed by the Communications Authority of Kenya, that even you as an individual, when you feel you are done with the iPhone X, if you're going to sell it as a second hand, which works for you, that's fine. But if you feel you want to let it as a device to be used in another institution, you just post in that app. So it means now the government can collect that device and take it to places that devices are missing. If an institution like here, this is Safari Park says we are done with this set of computers, we can donate them to Busia, because maybe those people there are just doing the basics and then they don't need so many superior specs. But with such an innovative policy that is built within a platform, a digital platform, would enhance that to work. Thank you very much, Barak.
Thank you very much, Leonard, for that thought-provoking boardmass. You've really brought it to the fore. I'm sure there are many questions from the audience, and there's a gentleman at the back there. I see a lady there. We'll take them real quick. Actually, let me start here. Introduce yourself. Make it a tweet in the interest of time.
Thank you very much. My name is Caroline Kakemu from Communications Authority of Kenya. Yeah. And I wish to, of course, thank the panelists for a very insightful discussion this morning. Mine is on the issue of computers, and I'm glad Leonard has been able to touch on that a bit, because I feel like there's a lot of discussion around mobile phones and ownership of mobile phones. And I appreciate the fact that 99% of Kenyans, they're accessing the internet through the mobile phones. But in my view, if you're really going to have meaningful connectivity and reap the full benefits of the internet, then laptops and computers are very critical. Because I'm seated here and I'm thinking, there are actually things I need to do from work, but I'm not able to do them on my mobile phone. So I'm imagining for someone who has to run a business, if you're going to improve service delivery, and especially in the government sector and also the education sector, I'm not sure whether you'll be able to teach using a mobile device. So for me, I think going forward, I really want to hear discussions around the ownership of computers, devices that can actually be able to support certain softwares and be able actually to drive the industry and support other industries. But of course, I appreciate the importance of mobile phones in what it's doing in terms of providing accessibility to the internet. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There was another lady there. I'm coming to you, sir. I've seen you. Please, you have the floor. Is the mic working? If it's not working, we can have the gentleman as you sort the mic. There's a mic. There's no Kenya Power here. Okay, can we have a roving mic? Okay, go ahead, that mic that is on. Let's have a roving mic at the back there. There's a challenge.
Hello.
Yes.
My name is Joseph Kiptui from JTL. My question will be to the Samsung person. Your devices, they are very popular in Kenya, but apparently there is a feature that has been disabled. That is faulty. I don't know, is it something that is going to be enabled as more providers are doing faulty currently? Maybe you can answer that.
Thank you. Are you ready now, the lady? Okay, go ahead. You have the mic, and then the mic will be brought back.
Okay, thank you, Barak. I'm Abel, Operations Manager, Kinde Engineering Works Limited. We've been talking about the intake and affordability of these devices, but nobody is addressing the challenges when it comes to accessing the spares of these devices in case of a breakdown. Like, for example, replacing a screen of a Samsung device is more like you rather go and buy a new one. So that is the question that have been evaded for long, and I felt I need to put it across. Yes, there has been strategies of loaning of the devices, but the guy who has acquired this device through a loan, and now when it breaks down, that is the end of it, because accessing the spare parts becomes a bigger challenge to the common man. That is an issue which I thought I would put it across to the stakeholders.
All right. Please, let's have, yes, please.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please be brief.
Okay. I want to raise my question to the panel, and this is in regards to the environment. Sorry. I'm one person who knows about, the world moving towards green technology. So I want to find out, what actions are you taking to minimize the negative effects that the ICT devices have on the environment? Thank you.
All right. There are two more questions at the back. Please be very brief, because it seems like I hope the panelists will be able to do justice to all of them. Be very quick and pass the mic.
Good morning.
Morning.
My names are John Torres from Kenya Daily Monitor, and I would like to direct my question to Mr. Kifuva. On the issue of manufacturing the devices locally, I would like to ask whether there are any actions that or plans that the government is putting in place to ensure that the young people, or rather, because you find that we spent, for example, like 20 years in school, and then after that, what we expect after that is working, going there outside to the industries to work and to earn. So is there any way that the government is trying to ensure that the technical part or the technical skills are being put in the system, in the education system, so that after school, immediately after school, there is no need of you going back to school to be taught something, yet you spent like 20 years in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next there, I'm coming to this side. We'll take all the questions so that the panel addresses them as they give their parting shot. Be very brief. This side is getting impatient.
Okay, my name is Dr. Festus, member from Geospatial Communications. I would like to know, because you said that you bought a phone which had been manufactured at River Road. I want to know about those people who flash devices without even asking where where the people have gotten them from. Because in those, like in town, some people just snatch a phone from you and they go somewhere. Within a second, they have flashed it and they have sold it. And the government is doing nothing about it. Even laptops are being flashed and being sold at a throwaway price. You buy a phone at 20,000 and somebody sells it at 1,000. I mean, where are we going as a country? I want to know if there is action that is being done to kind of control such kind of situations. Thank you very much.
Tuko Imara, you'll get the answer shortly. Moving this side, yes sir, be very brief. I'm coming to you sir.
Okay.
Behind you. Yes.
My name is Eric Munyere from Elimu TV and Sozo TV. My question is, when we are having device financing, we see that there is a lot of software that is put in the phones to be able to control. So what is the assurance of the privacy? Because we see the people who control that software, they're the ones who control the phone. And then to CA, Mr. Joseph, what is being done about these online platforms that you can be able to buy a phone from the online platform? They usually go themselves to ship these phones from wherever, maybe China. There's one phone I bought, I don't know, it's called a Qbot, and it switched off. It didn't fall, it didn't get into water, it just switched off. I looked for Qbot everywhere. I've never seen any Qbot anywhere, even an office. So CA, what is the procedure to file complaints from these online services that bring very poor quality phones that fail, and then you're left with just a gadget that cannot even be repaired. Thank you.
Where will Joshua? Yes,
yeah, I can go ahead. Thank you. My name is Fleming Wasonga from Extend Limited. My question is to Mr. Onaya, the man in charge of standards. Does CA collaborate with other agencies like KEBS? You know, KEBS is the agency which is in charge of certification, to ensure that we don't get the situation like what my brother has shared, not finding Qbot anywhere, and to ensure that devices are properly certified as they enter into the market. Second question is, does CA also check or investigate the issue of spyware, especially in new devices? One of the devices was, I don't know if I can mention the name, Redmi came into the market, and one time there was a concern that the new phones are coming with spyware. So maybe you can address those issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving that side, yes, please. I'll take the last one here. So I have two there behind you, and then we close the Q&A session. We'll have to continue during the tea break. If the mic is not working, let's have this one. Please be fast.
Hello, I'm Felix Jeff from Truth Wireless Limited. My question majorly goes on a point they have raised there about e-waste management. So some years back, I was working with Kenya Power, and I did raise the same point because I was in their ICT department. We had a lot of old laptops and computers that had a small issue but was not being fixed. So on CAK, I think this should be a mandate to you that since almost 80% of our e-waste is communication equipment, how do you support R&D? And as you talk about manufacturing, companies like Huawei started by repairing routers before they started manufacturing when they got the experience. So do these discussions in such forums hold water when we make recommendations, or they just end here? I made the same recommendation in a platform like that in 2019, and I've never heard anything like that being discussed. We manage e-waste by R&D and recycling so that we can be able to maybe establish our manufacturing ability as a country.
Thank you. I have 5 minutes to close the session. Please, we still have a full day, and we've not been told what's coming in the evening to engage on some of the remaining issues. So please allow me to come back to my panel. They will address the questions as per the way they have been pointed out to them, and also give their closing remarks. So I'll start with Charles, and then proceed with the rest of the panelists in the order in which they are seated. Charles, if you can take the floor.
All right. I'll try to be brief for interest of time. There was a question regarding accessing spares and screens, replacement costs involved on that. I would like, I kind of feel that I need to do a bit more of investment on our team in terms of reaching out and communicating to the market, because as a brand from our side, we are offering a product for which has 24-month warranty. None of our devices has less than 24-month warranty. So when you go to the stores and you're buying and you're trying to avoid all these illegal imports or second-hand products that are coming in, first of all, ask for your 24-month warranty. Number two, from a model we call A24 and above, all the way up to the Fold, we are giving you one free screen replacement for any accidental damage. This is our responsibility. We are not bringing products to transform them for the sake of selling. It's not just a business. It's an engagement we have done with consumers in the market. Some 5 years ago, we had a very strong team that was in Kenya that did a lot of research and collected views from consumers. And batteries were some of the main issues that were raised. And we have sorted that one out by making our batteries much more robust and much more long-lasting. We don't have any battery that's less than 4,000 milliamperes or 3.5 milliamperes on it. We have brought down the cost of the screens. We have even gone to an extent of giving one free screen repair for any accidental damage. We are a responsible corporate, and we take seriously consumers' views. And I love what Alice has brought forward. She's actually advocating for the consumer and what should be done by all other brands including us, to step up and reach the consumer requests as they give on the same. On the other part, with regards to, a nice lady here asked about where are computers going, and where how can we work moving ahead. Mobiles cannot be used in classrooms. Very interesting question, but I can tell you today for a fact that we are already having tablets being used in schools. Multiple schools, hundreds in East Africa. Rwanda is one very clear concept of how tablets are used in classrooms and even workplaces. Kenya has moved very fast in certain schools to be able to do that. Samsung has done a couple of charity activities in schools, especially in the Western region, to actually place tablets in classrooms to enable agility of the learning. You see, not everybody may be able to reach that classroom, but maybe the phone that the mother has in the village can deliver the homework to that child who is 300 kilometers away, or some form of learning. It's baby steps that will get us there to actually include everybody into the platform of the same. So yes, mobiles can be used in classrooms, and learning can reach deeper into this country by engaging in what is more agile and what is more flexible in terms of reaching the market. Maybe the last part on that part would be more on, a gentleman raised a question regarding about the device financing. I would like to state that what Samsung does, Samsung partners with our respective platforms in the market, from MNOs, that is mobile network operators like Safaricom, Airtel, or Telcom Kenya, and other partners in the market like M-Copper, Watu, PayPal, all these other partners in the market. And all these are financial institutions apart from the operators who are offering devices to the market. So we provide a platform that allows them to secure their investment when they're selling to the consumer. This is important for device affordability. If the financier cannot secure their money, they will not give you a loan or a product. So the discussion should be more on, is the interest rate high? Then that's a different platform to address bringing the cost down. But we have created facilitation of the same, because Samsung currently is the largest device financed product within Kenya and Eastern Africa. We are all over the region in terms of providing enabling environment that will make affordability possible. So the financial part of that is a different discussion that can be repaired through different policies to be carried through, and also our operators, that is our big operators, the Safaricom, the Airtel, to come up, because they're much more able and agile to offer customer real value when it comes to also post-pay. Create a bigger platform that allows the consumer to choose what is the best platform for them on the same. Thank you.
The comment on Volti?
Right. Volti, for those who don't understand it, is voice over LTE. I think Samsung was the first one to launch Volti here in Kenya in collaboration with Safaricom some 2.5, 3 years ago on the same. With regards to the tests that Samsung has done for Volti in this market, our tests have passed with both operators on the same. Kenya is able to carry out Volti, and it has been running with most of the operators through and through on the same. So yes, we have it running in the market. So it's about activation of the same, and it's about a bit more improvement that's required from the operator side in order to penetrate and reach more into the market.
Thank you. So our friend from JTL, you can see Charles behind the tent afterwards.
So,
Leonard?
so for that part, on the JTL part, Samsung does not allow any of its software to be used without testing, because we are aware of complaints on quality. Even 5G, even 4G, before we allow the usage of that, we have to test, unlike most vendors, because the experience of this device is very important for the consumer on 5G. I don't want you to say that 5G on Samsung is poor, Volti on Samsung is poor. We need to test the network and then authorize for its usage. then that will be assured there's no consumer conflict on the same. And that's why by now, Samsung has already delivered all our devices currently from A24 upwards are 5G ready and ready for use. We're just stepping up ahead of the plan on the same.
Thank you
so
very
thank you.
much.
JTL will talk after this.
Thank you very much. Leonard?
Yep, thank you, Barak. Thank you for the great questions. I think I'll just respond to two. The one on skills, which someone raised over here, and then another one for the ICT devices and environment. So as an ongoing PhD student, this probably, I'll speak to the universities. I think we need to revise the way we teach our students, particularly at the university level, but as regards to having the skills to manufacture anything, not taking longer studying and not having a skill to build something really. I think that's a gap that the universities need to address. Maybe it's a separate forum, but that is something to be followed from that point of view. But on the other hand, as an independent or a student or any other developer or engineer trying something, I think there are already networks within the country, particularly, I've been part of setting up different maker spaces across the country. So they're definitely looking at building or just bringing the engineering of some of these devices out, including IoT devices. So I think you should also reach out to such networks. You should also reach out to such networks. And again, there are so many institutions, like Afralti is offering so many courses that will skill you up to be able to develop some of these engineering aspects or deep engineering concepts that you need to have. So you need to be checking them as well. You need to check the Afralti's website as well and just get to equip yourself with what courses will make sense to you. And then there's also Strathmore University. There's also other universities in the country. So for you to have a skill, really, largely it comes from you and you reaching out to networks. But at the same time, I also agree that this needs to be addressed from an institutional point of view. In terms of ICT devices and environment, I think it would have been great to have NEMA in this discussion, because largely, again, we need to have what is the disposal policy around ICT devices. That's key, where all of us are putting in inputs to make sure that works very well. But also, last year I was involved in a GSMA project that was looking at climate financing. And I think we need to also have a discussion like that being led internally from the country. So climate financing, looking at disposal of ICT devices. And just following up to the first question I've responded on skills. For those makers who are building IoT systems, you really don't have to buy new resistors and new capacitors and some of this stuff. You could actually take a beat up machine, which has some of these things that are going to be destroyed. You just desolder out a resistor and you use on your new device. So those are some of the things that makers also need to think about. And while you're doing that, you're actually saving the environment, because some of this will just go to waste. But in general, I think it's key, and Communication Authority would lead this in collaboration with NEMA, just get how do we handle the ICT devices disposal policy. And speaking to what the gentleman here was saying in terms of, I think a point he raised in 2018 around e-waste and what they're doing. I think that's a thing we need to build around it. So the policy need to extend to the level of climate financing, particularly on such initiatives. So you need to have a fund that supports what you do, and at the same time you now network with entrepreneurs that will take some of the e-waste to translate that into other new products. So that's all I can give for now.
Thank you, Leonard. We are running over time for the rest of the panelists. Chai Napoa. Mr. Onai.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'll go quickly over the questions raised. I'll talk about collaboration. CA collaborates with KEBS and other organizations. We have MOUs with those organizations. We also attend the technical committees that they usually invite us in where they develop standards. Another question is on online platform, where this gentleman bought a phone. We are currently reviewing the Act. I think this was alluded to yesterday by the panelists. We're reviewing the Act and the regulations. And under postal and courier, online platform is a key concern that is coming. So I think the challenges that we experience will be addressed properly once the new bill goes through with the changes to the Act. And then I want to talk about question from geospatial communication. It's illegal to reprogram or tamper with devices. And this is one of the challenges that the system that Communication Authority was to implement, which was then called Device Management System, was going to sort out such issues. Because when you reprogram, definitely you're going to put an invalid or cloned IMEI. So the system that we were to develop, which we were taken to court the way I explained earlier, was supposed to address this and other issues on phones that have cloned IMEIs, invalid IMEIs. This was a system that was really going to help the public, and we'll come back to you for public consultation and awareness, hoping that the project will continue. Then finally, there was a question on spyware concerns. I would like to educate you that we have a department that squarely deals with cyber security matters, and even the subject matter experts are within the room. So we can discuss that over tea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kivuva?
I will respond on the question.
I can't hear you.
So I'll respond on the question on chip devices that was raised by the lady from CA. You know that we have single board computers, which are very cheap, $30. And you just plug it on your home TV, and you have a keyboard, and your child can use that computer to learn, to code. You can write stuff on it. And they're actually very powerful than the Pentium computers we used to have previously. For example, if you look at the Raspberry Pi 4, it has 8 GB of memory, and it is a $35 single board device, very small device, very affordable. And those are the things we are talking about, Makerspace and Fab Lab being able to develop these things, and also even sensitizing the public that these two devices are available. That computer that costs that $5, that single board computer, you just plug it on your TV and you put a keyboard, and it uses Linux. Extremely fast than the expensive laptops that cost $500, because just a Linux does not have bloatware or other software on top of it that is making it slow and all that. And children can use it to learn. There are people have gone to industry, to companies, and have found people with those two devices on their computer, using it, even the reception, using it in their day-to-day work, because they are actually just as good as any other computer. On the issue that was raised on training that Mabella was trying to talk about, is that we should all appreciate that industry and innovation runs faster than academia, because at the industrial level is where things are happening, in the market is where things are happening. So academia is just playing catch up on what is happening in the industry. So probably it's for the TVETs and the institutions to also reinvent their curriculum fast enough with the industry. But if you are still teaching people 20-year stuff now, those problems on capacity building will still be there.
Thank you. Alice, wrap it up for us.
Okay,
I see Mark is ready to tell us what's next.
Thank you so much. Before I wrap up, let me just point this out, that ICT is an enabler. In our 4 key agendas that were introduced by the former president, ICT is an enabler, and this is something that needs to be taken very seriously. It's like electricity that we're using right now. So for that to, and also we witnessed this during the COVID-19. We thought it would take longer for us to realize that, but during COVID-19, we were able to realize that ICT is very key, and this is something that everybody should not be left behind. And that's why we are talking about inclusivity. Inclusivity is not about you and me, women and men, no. It's about every other person that is in the society. The mama mboga down there at the grassroots, wale ambao wako pale mashinani. And let's also get to know that from the simple survey that was done here, it's only about 30% of the population of Kenya that live in towns and cities. That is very true. And there's somebody that is in mashinani, 70% of them that are in mashinani. We buy these devices as consumers for the needs that we want to use them for. So we don't buy ili kwa maridadi, wacha tusidanganyane. We buy because of what we want to use it for. My mother, my grandmother down there wants a device that maybe atatumiwa M-Pesa from me, so that she can be able to utilize it down there. So how can we make these devices affordable? Somebody said, I think it's Barack who said that Wakenya wapendi vitu za bure. Hatusemi tupewe za bure. This is the thing. Tukishanunua, once we buy those devices, we are also making somebody to make some profit somewhere else. Why can't the service providers take upon themselves, partner with the companies like Samsung, partner with other Techno and all those companies, let them give the devices for free like other economies are doing, and then they can now earn from the airtime, not really earn directly. The company, the internet providers will pay beforehand. And that way it will even improve the quality of those devices that will be in the market. And finally, to CA, you have a responsibility. Invest in research, in serious research. Coming and asking us about what we should, to give you solutions, yes, it's good, but invest in research. Get to know. You've been tasked by us, the citizens and the consumers of Kenya, to take care of us. Invest in research so that the findings that you get, this is what you'll use as a threshold to ensure that the companies are coming for licenses are not given licenses, but they'll be given licenses based on the baseline that you would have come up with from the research that you've carried. Serious research. So that when we are going forward, we know that the government really takes care of the citizens, and consumers have that right to be taken care of by the government. So we are looking up to CA next time to go do serious research so that whenever maybe Samsung, another Samsung, a company like Samsung comes up, they'll tell them, then give us your framework. How are you going to dispose the waste that you are going to, after using your device? What's your plan for waste disposal at the end of the day? Because we have also to mind the environment. So those are some of the areas that it's because of time. And I think this thing, we should be given a whole day to discuss about this. So Mark and your team, kindly, next time give us 1 week, 2 weeks, we discuss about this. Yeah, thank you.
Over to you, Mark.
1 or 2 weeks. We will discuss that, but you see, these conversations still go on online. And speaking of online, those who are following this on the CA Kenya YouTube page have been contributing, and we thank Duncan. He's been talking about not being able to hear clearly, and our team here has amplified that, and they're able to tune in. There are people following us online, and kuna Abdullah amesema, Charles, you've been on the spot a bit. Amesema screens za Samsung kidogo bei iko juu, so sijui kama unaweza pea commitment saizi ama tungoje baadaye. So, but that's just feedback from the market. I still think you enjoy a good part of the market in terms of the share, and that speaks a lot about your product. And that's why we have this conversations, candid conversations, and people appreciate. So let's give them a round of applause. And I appreciate you as well. It was quite engaging with the questions. Barak has been kind enough to extend it kidogo. Thank you, Barak, for that session that you have moderated. And the gentlemen here who are capturing the moment would like to capture the panel that's here. So mind your head as you come to the front so that they take a photo, a group photo with you, as well as a moderator. Mind your head, tafadhali. It's a bit low hanging. Next up, we're going for tea break. It is right now 10:47, so we have to rush it. And I'll ask that we get back here by 11:30. So 11:30 tuwe tumeketi. Ukuwe umemaliza by 11:20. Wrapping it up, and don't go for seconds. There's lunch, so don't you worry. You don't have to fill up with just the ski. Asanteni sana. Let's give a hand to the panel as they leave stage. Charles Kamau, Director Mobile Experience, Samsung Electronics, East Africa, Mwendo Kivuva, Kenya ICT Action Network, Kiktanet, Ms. Alice Keminto, Asante Sana, Consumer Grassroots Association Representative, and Joseph Anaya, Standards and Type Approval Officer, Communications Authority of Kenya, Leonard Mabele, Researcher, Shared Spectrum and IoT Devices. Barak Otieno, we also appreciate you moderating that conversation. Laura Okal is up next with a panel that will be discussing innovation and entrepreneurship in the ICT sector. A lot to contribute there, and a full panel that are all prepared. I believe they're all here. So let's be back here by 11:25 and given this break till 11:30, because we are privileged to have the presence of the Senate ICT Committee Chairperson, and that is Honorable Alan Chesang. He's been here for close to an hour. He came here on time and he needs to leave, so let's please honor that by being back here by 11:25 so that he can make his remarks, give his remarks, and be on his way. But the panel by Laura Okal is up next. Again, carry your valuables, your devices, unless ni feature phone ambayo unataka ibaki. Tuko na Charles hapa, labda anaweza kupea nini. I don't mind doing away with my current phone, just putting it out there. But yes, please go and enjoy some tea, keep time. I will come over to call you and usher you in, but please keep time. Don't see it as me barging into your moment of enjoyment. So please, let's respect time and be back here by 11:25. Enjoy the tea break.
News siku hizi kwa station kama zote.
News ikiisha, naweza watch Husbands of Kayole.
Daddy, naweza watch TV.
Baadaye, unataka kuwatch nini? Lazima nihakikishe haangali vipindi chafu ama vinavyoendeleza vita na chuki.
The Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, regulates the broadcasting industry, promoting development of local content and ensuring responsible use of broadcasting platforms for national good, to give you and your family choice with a variety of content to enjoy. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601. or vote online.
My kids are always on their devices. Kila saa.
Mommy, look, I'm a cyber soldier.
Huyu, he's always on his social. But online ina mambo mengi. It's a new world of risks.
The Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, manages Kenya's cyberspace to keep you and your family safe online so you can learn, interact, and thrive online.
Na mimi, can I be a cyber soldier too?
The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
Mimi niko digital sasa. Nimepiga simu nikauza ng'ombe, sasa naweza lipia mtoto karo ya shule. Huyu sasa shule anasoma kompyuta. Na kama mtoto akigonjeka, napigia daktari simu. Huko hospitali nasaidika haraka.
Through the Universal Service Fund, USF, the Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, facilitates the provision of diverse communication services to every part of the country so that no one is left behind. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
Mimi niko digital sasa. Nimepiga simu nikauza ng'ombe, sasa naweza lipia mtoto karo ya shule. Huyu sasa shule anasoma kompyuta. Na kama mtoto akigonjeka, napigia daktari simu. Huko hospitali nasaidika haraka.
Through the Universal Service Fund, USF, the Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, facilitates the provision of diverse communication services to every part of the country so that no one is left behind. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
Mimi niko digital sasa. Nimepiga simu nikauza ng'ombe, sasa naweza lipia mtoto karo ya shule. Huyu sasa shule anasoma kompyuta. Na kama mtoto akigonjeka, napigia daktari simu. Huko hospitali nasaidika haraka.
Through the Universal Service Fund, USF, the Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, facilitates the provision of diverse communication services to every part of the country so that no one is left behind. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
Mimi niko digital sasa. Nimepiga simu.
My kids are always on their devices. Kila saa.
Mommy, look, I'm a cyber soldier.
Huyu, he's always on his social. But online ina mambo mengi. It's a new world of risks.
The Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, manages Kenya's cyberspace to keep you and your family safe online so you can learn, interact, and thrive online.
Na mimi, can I be a cyber soldier too?
The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
Nikauza ng'ombe, sasa naweza lipia mtoto karo ya shule. Huyu sasa shule anasoma kompyuta. Na kama mtoto akigonjeka, napigia daktari simu. Huko hospitali nasaidika haraka.
Through the Universal Service Fund, USF, the Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, facilitates the provision of diverse communication services to every part of the country so that no one is left behind. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
Mimi.
My kids are always on their devices. Kila saa.
Mommy, look, I'm a cyber soldier.
niko digital sasa.
Speaker for today, the Senate ICT Committee Chair, Honorable Alan Chesang. He has been here for an hour. He's been waiting to just give his remarks, and then he will part because he had intended to sit in for the next session that will be moderated by Laura Okal, but duty calls for him, and he'll be leaving soon after. So I will just come. He's coming up in the next few minutes to start his speech at 11:30. So asanteni for keeping time vile tulikubaliana. So we'll have that remark by him, a photo op, and then Laura Okal with her panelists will come up on stage and take the next session for an hour, 20 minutes of which you will have an opportunity to engage because it's on innovation and entrepreneurship in the ICT sector. Asanteni. Honorable Alan Chesang, the chair for the Senate ICT Committee, is making his way into this room just to make his remarks, to give his remarks. He'll come straight here to the podium. As he comes in, let's appreciate him with an applause. He wasn't prepared for this, so sitasema moja, makofi, just give him a hand. He's been waiting for 1 hour plus, patiently. So we'd like to appreciate Honorable Alan Chesang, the chair of the Senate ICT Committee. Please make your way here and straight to the remarks. Tunajua masani machache.
Thank you very much. My name is Alan Kiprotich Chesang. I am the chair of the ICT at the Senate. I can see we have a very strong, mostly young panelists here. Yeah, young. Thank you. Patricia, I think we have many different stakeholders here. Good morning. Good morning. Nafikiria nimetoka kunywa chai tu sahi. I need to hear your voices. Good morning. First and foremost, I would like to thank you, appreciate the organizing committee for organizing this event. Secondly, I also want to appreciate the media, but they have brought me problems in my house. When I was coming here this morning, I left home a very happy man, and I was coming here to when I was going to the office in the morning before I came here, the Minister of Home Affairs called me, and she was like, "Babe, we need to talk." And I know, men, you know what that word means. When your woman tells you we need to talk, it's a problem. So I'm like, what is the problem? Because I left home and she was very happy, and 10 minutes later, like 20-30 minutes later, she's like, we need to talk. So she's like, okay, you just go do your things, then maybe you can have lunch, or maybe in the evening when you come back, we'll talk about it. So I said, okay, but when I hung up the phone, she, I had to call her back again. I'm like, please tell me what is the problem. I know men understand what I'm talking about. So she's like, she asked me, where were you yesterday? And I'm like, I was in Mombasa because I had another conference in Mombasa yesterday. I told her, I was in Mombasa and you know that. She's like, no, you're a public figure, you can't lie anymore. So I asked myself, because to be honest, I was in Mombasa. And I'm like, haven't you even checked the social media? And I was addressing media and media information literacy conference in Mombasa. She's like, I also don't understand, but the newspapers can't lie. And I didn't understand what she meant. Then I go to my office now, got the newspaper, and I saw the media started with my name actually, the chair ICT committee, Senator Alan Kiprotich Chesang, the DG Communication Authority, Ezra Chiloba, the CS, Eliud Owalo, and Professor Kisiangani, the PS, were in Safari Park yesterday. So I'm like, media, sometimes it can place you somewhere you have to explain yourself. Before you explain yourself, things have gotten out of hand. So I've had to call my PA just to make sure that he should provide my tickets for yesterday, going and coming back, because until now she does not believe. She's the one who dressed me in the morning to go, came back with the same clothes, saw the social media that I was in Mombasa, but she still believes that I was here because it was on newspaper. So media, sometimes unaangalia nyumba zinaweza vunjika.
Honorable, in defense of media, please call her and tell her to tune in to CA Kenya, tuko live, na ina stream, na anaweza kuona.
Yes.
Kwa hiyo suti safi ya leo.
The only thing media didn't do was put a photo of me yesterday, so at least I have, you know. But this one now relates to maybe other events that maybe can, even criminalize someone, not just this kind of situation. Sometimes these things are being taken seriously. Taken to police, to DCI, then the DCI will take you to court, then the court has to investigate for 10 years. Before they say you're innocent, it's after 10 years. I think you understand what I'm saying. Anyway, now let me proceed with my small remarks. And first, I would like to thank you most sincerely for extending an invitation to the Senate Committee of ICT. It is true demonstration of your commitment towards building concerted capacity geared towards discharging our key mandate to the people of Kenya. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Standing Committee on Information Communication and Technology is established under Senate Standing Order 218 and the second schedule of the Senate Standing Orders, and it is mandated to consider all matters related to technology, engineering, electronic research, information broadcasting, and information communication technology, ICT development. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my strong belief that as we commemorate World Telecommunication and Information Society Day, bringing together ICT professionals, government leaders, ICT service providers, ICT entrepreneurs, startups, and consumers to debate various ICT industry concerns, we should be cognizant that ultimately we shall be judged by the prescribed and accepted standards of behavior or conduct, stated and unstated rules, spoken and unspoken expectations that International Telecommunication Union set standards. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 crisis accelerated digital connectivity, prompting the market to seek alternative means of procuring goods and services. The ICT sector in turn accelerated innovation to increase the uptake of online services in response to the supply disruptions caused by the pandemic. As a result, ladies and gentlemen, online channels were opted for by consumers and business, resulting in faster growth of the ICT sector. Myriad activities in other sectors remained subdued, and the uptake of the ICTs, such as mobile telephone services and broadbands, returned to modest growth. The output value from the ICT sector scaled up from 529.8 billion in 2020 to 566.3 billion in 2021. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I therefore take this opportunity to urge and applaud stakeholders to embrace the country's digital inclusion aimed at improving ICT accessibility, connectivity, affordability, and usability for all people. With a focus on women, youth, PWDs, the elderly people from lower socioeconomic groups, rural communities, vulnerable people, and minority and marginalized population, such measures boost development of sustainable development goals and buttress imminent overlapping shocks. Based on the UNDP report, only 36% of the population from the least developed countries uses the internet compared to the global average of 66%. Ladies and gentlemen, it is key to note that the Senate ICT Committee has been undertaking several measures to safeguard information, communication, and technology. Such measures include the Technopolis Bill, Critical Infrastructure Bill, possible amendments on the Misuse and Cybercrimes Act and Data Protection Act, policy on blockchain technology and aligning the policy on international gateways to International Telecommunications Union aimed to bringing the digital device. Ladies and gentlemen, because lawmaking is an ongoing process, I encourage stakeholders to contact our ICT committee if they have any concerns about closing gaps on amending our legislative framework to create an enabling environment in the ICT sector. The Senate acknowledges the Kenya National ICT Policy, the broadband strategy, and the digital economy blueprint, among other policy documents, bringing out to the government's commitment to digital inclusion. So, ladies and gentlemen, why I am here today is just to encourage and maybe assure all stakeholders in this industry that from where I sit as the chair, the Senate ICT committee, I want all stakeholders to take us as a partner, in that we are here in terms of any policy making, any bills that you may want to pass. We are here to help you achieve any agenda that comes under my committee, so that we can make sure that we move together and achieve each and every mandate that this country holds. So, with my brief remarks, I think I'd want to stop there and also encourage to thank Communication Authority of Kenya. When I was in Mombasa yesterday, I was watching you online. You know, I have to insist I was in Mombasa yesterday. I was watching you online, and I had various speakers, panelists here yesterday, commending working with the Communication Authority of Kenya in terms to their regulations, in terms to their working relations. There was a lady at the panelist here, I heard her talking about the experiences that she's had in with working with other different countries, and she was commenting on Communication Authority for the smooth operations it's having here, and also had Fiona from Textbook here speaking about the challenges that they are facing, and indeed it's important to share these challenges and make sure that also these challenges are smooth, and to make sure that we get smooth operations in this industry. Otherwise, thank you very much. Very briefly, and I've seen most of the people here are youths, actually my age. I think I'm not wrong. And I'm happy. You know, I am also in the Committee of Agriculture, and you have been going around for the past 2 weeks from different counties. We started with Makueni. Last week we went to Bomet, then proceeded to Kericho, Nyamira, Bungoma, we went to Kirinyaga, we went to Nyeri. 2 days ago I was in Embu, then yesterday I was in Mombasa, but of course ICT. But what I noticed is when you go down and meet the farmers, we have been doing public participation across the country. I saw there's a difference between farming and, I think maybe this generation has moved to ICT, but I believe there's a challenge because most of the farmers there are old. Most of the farmers are our fathers and grandfathers, and I could not see any youth when we were interacting. We were interacting mostly with old people, and I think there is a problem coming in the future because this generation that you are meeting, I believe it's going slowly. So maybe I'll also encourage the youths who are here. We can also transfer technology to farming. We can also be young farmers to build our future generation. Let's not leave this to the older people. Otherwise, thank you very much. God bless you. I don't want to take much of your time because I have other engagements to attend to. But you can always, always, always count on my support. As I said earlier, we are here to move together to make sure we achieve whatever mandate you want to achieve. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Asante. Before you leave the stage, Honorable Alan Chisang, umejitetea sana na tunataka kuchukua picha hapa Nairobi. Ionekane, and if the panel will also join Mheshimiwa just to support and show that he's in Nairobi, mind your head. So we'll have you stand here with Mheshimiwa, and the kind gentleman will guide us as to the best. Just mind your head. Yeah, step, another step forward. Yeah. Is that good? Is that good positioning? Yeah. The flag, yeah. We have to have the flag, yeah. Thank you, Bravin. Where do you want it? Okay. Where? Here. I won't reach there, so, because of this. Thank you for reminding us, sir, the importance of the flag. It is well positioned, I hope in frame for you. So let's give a hand as well to Honorable Alan Chisang for supporting this gathering, and not just by his mere presence here in Nairobi, but the support that they give through the Senate committee. It takes that environment to make this happen. So as you, just mind your head again. This is the next panel that is going to be discussing innovation and entrepreneurship in the ICT sector, and that will be steered by Laura Okal. And we appreciate that you've taken your time with us here this morning, and all the best as you had. All those handshakes were captured by our cameraman in Nairobi. Thank you, sir. Give him a hand as well as he leaves just to the next engagement. We appreciate you giving us time. Laura Okal, it is now your opportunity. Let me give you one of these mics, just in case. Just stand by.
Good morning, everybody. Mark, Masai, thank you so much. Honorable Chisang, thank you for your time. To the audience, welcome once again this morning to this yet another session that we hope is going to be as engaging as the ones we've had before. Yesterday at 3 o'clock, between 3 and 4, we had yet another exciting session, and we went through a few things that I felt were really exciting and gave us food for thought in whatever it is that was happening in this digital space, more so in connection to the private-public partnerships that are going on, both inside the country and outside the country. We were taken through some challenges and opportunities that are being experienced in this venture, and we hope as we wind up the session later this evening, these are things that we are going to sit down and ponder about, and maybe moving forward, we see where the opportunities are, and we see how best we can go through the challenges that are there, because challenges will have to be there. The digital space is something that is changing every day. It's not something that you'll say, it came, this is what we are experiencing, and this is what we know. Every moment when you wake up in the morning, it's a different ballgame. So this morning, I have a great panel once again, and we are going to go through innovation and entrepreneurship in the ICT sector. I have 5 guests. I'm happy that they're all here. You're welcome. And I want to let them introduce themselves. The beauty about somebody introducing themselves vis-a-vis being introduced by somebody else is they have control of what it is they want to tell you about them and about what they do. So they'll quickly introduce themselves, what they do, the space they occupy, very briefly, and thereafter we will straight go into the conversation. You're welcome. We'll start with you.
Fantastic. Morning, everyone. My name is Mbogwa Njihia, Head of Business and Partnerships at Safiri Express. And what you're doing at Safiri Express, we are trying to transform the public transport experience, and we're leveraging technology to then change the customer experience. Yesterday I was at an interesting event, and I asked the people in the room to raise their hands and show me how many had used public transport that day, and it was less than 2%. I'd just like to take a feel for the room. How many came to this event using public transport? Now Uber, Bolt, see public transport. Public transport, guys, raise your hands. This is the 1% when we talk about the problem that we are trying to address. And we're trying to get public transport to be elevated to a point that you do not feel near watu maskini. When I say I Ubered here, it sounds very, very gist, sindio? But if you see me dropping from a matatu, you'll be like, Mbogwa, are there problems? Is something happening in your life? Yet, mobility is core to any economy, whether it's getting products from one place to another or getting people to their places of opportunity. So that is what consumes my day-to-day, and I'm excited to be here.
Thank you.
Good. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eneth Kubai. I'm the head of enterprise architecture in Safaricom. I'm responsible for enterprise architecture in Safaricom, which deals with strategy on how you arrange IT estate to actually meet business requirements. But I also work closely with the innovation team, which is out to actually grow the culture of innovation in Safaricom, and not just Safaricom, but actually even to the whole of Kenya, from what we do with the universities to what we do with the counties. So this is where I come from. My background is in solution design. I love solutions, and this is why coming here and just speaking about innovation is just to see how do we get a solution in this country to grow innovation, how do we grow tech startups, and what are these economic benefits that we're going to get as we move forward. Thank you so much for having me.
I don't know if it's morning or afternoon, so I'll just say good morning. My name is Kevin Mutiso. I typically wear two hats. The first hat I wear is I'm an entrepreneur. So I'm building a startup that is basically solved how to get insurance into the boda ecosystem. We designed a solution where for every 90 liters of fuel they consume at our partner petrol stations, they get a free personal accident cover for the next 30 days. We launched in 2022. We have over 20,000 riders on our platform, and we've issued over 4,000 policies so far. We seek to empower the boda riders, so our mission is basically to make them make more money. The second hat I wear, which is probably the reason I'm here, is I'm the chair of the Digital Financial Services Association of Kenya. How many of us have taken a loan with Tala branch? Those are the guys I represent. We lend about 10 billion shillings a month to 8 million customers. I always tell people that digital lending is probably the greatest invention mankind came up with, because we figured out how to deliver small ticket loans to a customer without seeing them, without ever knowing them, and getting the money to them in less than 30 seconds. Asante sana.
Hi everybody, my name is Penina Kimani, and I am a founder at Smartfy Learning. By nature, I am a two-time founder who believes in the power of failing forward. So we're going to talk about the learning lessons and the environment and ecosystem that supports startups and the enabling environment for you to succeed. I think almost everyone here might have a job and a side hustle. I think that's like a Kenyan mantra. We're always trying to do something else. And so as part of our discussion here today, we're going to delve into that. Previously, I was working at Longhorn, and I was heading the digital department, creating e-learning solutions. And I'm just excited to talk to you about the impact that we can have when it comes to the education system in innovation and entrepreneurship, and how that impacts quality of education.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is Timothy Okwaro. I am the director for East and Southern Africa channels at MultiChoice. Most of you would know what MultiChoice is, but we are a broadcaster, a leading entertainment company in Africa. We are present in over 50 countries across Africa. and we entertain our customers through our platforms, GoTV, DSTV, and Showmax. For me, the innovation is a very interesting discussion for our business because two things happen to us. If we do not self-disrupt, then innovation will disrupt us. So we are consistently and continuously looking at innovation and innovative ways of making sure that the customer experience, your viewing experience is great. In my role specifically is local content management, so I work very closely with local content creators. I'm passionate about that, and that is also a whole different avenue of innovation and entrepreneurship that has come up with ICT continuing to grow in Kenya. And I'll speak more about that as the panel goes on. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Laura. My name is Gideon Kipiakwai. I am the CEO at Metropole CRB. I'm very happy to be here. I think this is the greatest event I'm attending this week or even this year because this is the future. And ICT is really at the core of the future. At Metropole, we are at the core of the credit market. We ensure that decisions within the credit market are sound and accurate. Picking from what Kevin talked about in terms of the digital lending, before CRBs, for instance, financial access was way below 30%. Today, financial access is above 80% because of CRBs, because lenders are able to give money to people they have not seen, they have not met, because of solutions around identity, verification, solutions about creditworthiness, risk management, fraud prevention, fraud detection. And Metropole is at the center of that. We are happy that in this market, most of you and most of the players have integrated with Metropole to really check on the identity of the customers that they are dealing with online and to check their creditworthiness. As we speak, we are partnering with digital and ICT players who would like to grow their business by selling on credit, especially the concept of BNPL, buy now, pay later. So you cannot do buy now, pay later without integrating with the CRB. We are also supporting the digital lenders, and I'm happy that Kevin is here, which is disrupting the mainstream, really commercial lending, even for SMEs. So really happy to be here today to discuss issues around how can we empower you and your business to grow by helping you address risks within the credit space, accessing yourself the funds you need, and when you sell your goods on credit, how do you prevent the losses that might emerge if you don't do the proper work. And so I'm looking forward to a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introductions. Timothy, I want to start with you now. How can we, and when I say we, I mean the audience and everybody else you interact with, leverage ICT to stimulate innovation and maximize entrepreneurship? More so on innovation, because we saw with the opening of the digital space, right? Even companies like MultiChoice were forced to do things differently in the form that it was not just about getting films and shows from outside, but now you had to go back and think, how are we going to make this thing work for us, and at the same time continue making profits, and at the same time build people who are actually very creative out there. Yeah. Yes. How did ICT come into all this to keep you relevant?
I think ICT is a catalyst to many things, right? When you speak about, keeping us relevant, especially during the COVID period, I think one of the most innovative and creative periods I saw in content was during the 2 years of COVID. A case in point is, for example, BET, right? They have a DJ called Cassidy who had this show where he brings musicians singing from their homes to your home, right? And initially we thought music videos, it was all about concerts, there had to be someone performing, but things got done differently because entertainment was one thing that everybody needed during that dark moment. And so ICT was the catalyst to people doing innovative things and finding innovative ways to continue, their daily grind, right? For me, more importantly, and I tell this story because it's true to my heart. So many years ago, I think 20 years ago, my uncle who had a supermarket in South B was very keen on being able to deliver groceries and foodstuffs to people's homes. And he hoped to get a clientele that would come and say, or call and say, give me unga, deliver it to my home. His plan then was that he would deliver it using his vehicle, right? The store had a vehicle. It didn't pick up, needless to say, because Kenyans, we were Kenyans then, and we would rather go and pick your unga and cut it and take it home. But if you look at the world today, where everybody wants that convenience and it's very quick. Thinking about it now, I would have imagined if anyone had ordered stuff to be taken to his home from my uncle's shop, it would have taken a long time to get delivered, because I think he'd consolidate a lot of things and then start delivering one by one. But today, there's Uber, there's Boda, there's Glovo, and you literally order your meal and it comes still hot very quickly. So it has become a catalyst for his dream 20 years ago to now being a norm. You know what I mean? He's not there to see it today, but I'm sure he'd be very excited about a thought that he had put in mind a while back. So basically, I don't know if I've answered your question there, but I see ICT as a huge enabler, and today more than before, we see a lot of young people. There's a lot of talk of startups. There's a lot of startups happening all around us. That's the talk every day. And it's because with ICT, you're able to find gaps, because the borders are now, they're now pulled down. You can see what's happening elsewhere and come and sort of implement it here. You're able to access information, training material, even funding, crowdfunding through you know, the ICT, as it were. So ICT is a very huge catalyst in development globally, and it's the way to go for everybody.
Yeah, you've answered me partly. I just wanted to know whether you are in the process or are already engaging the youth or even very creative minds that we have out there to give them an opportunity to work with you to make themselves better.
No, absolutely. I mean, one of the things we do at MultiChoice, we have an incubation hub called the MultiChoice Talent Factory, where we're training a lot of the youth in the modern ways of film production. But even more importantly, ICT has sort of democratized content creation, right? So today, with your mobile phone, you can create content, put it on YouTube, 10-minute clips, and people come and watch that, and you make money from there. Okay. So content creation and distribution has become very easy because of ICT. And hence, I think content will soon enough be one of the biggest job opportunities for youth now, because it's not difficult to get in. You go to your YouTube and you see crazy Kenas and the rest doing skits and jokes, and they're hits across borders, and maybe they haven't even traveled to those other countries. That's just exactly what ICT does. The opportunities are endless with ICT.
It's nice to know that you're engaging people in this space, the youth in this space. Mr. Kiakwai and Mr. Mutiso, what is the role of venture capital? This is private equity funding. I mean, all these things, you cannot do them without money, yeah? So anytime somebody has an idea can be very, very good, but there are issues, of course, of actualizing this idea and making it actually happen. There is a lot of that goes into it, from the conception to actual implementation. So how do these tech startups and even the people who want to be in this space, how do you engage them? How do you support them in funding? We'll start with you, Kevin, and we'll go to Gideon.
Thank you very much for that question. So when I've been asked this question before, and whenever when I think about answering it, I like to make one clarification around the difference between a startup and an SME. So a startup is very different from an SME. A startup is a business that is being built with a new business model, a business model that has never been tried before, or a business that has certain features about it that have never been tried before. And it goes through 4 main steps. The first step is ideation. The second step is experimentation. This is where you're now testing, the ideation phase is when you sort of think, can this, this is the idea, I want to try something new. The experimentation phase is when you actually test that thesis that you have. And at those 2 steps, normally the business looks like an MSME. You have few employees, you have few customers, you probably have no revenue. And then you have the scale phase, and then of course the maturation phase. An MSME or SME is a business that's already in an existing game. So they, for example, a butcher or a supermarket, even if you're new in the game, you're just another supermarket. You're not really a startup. So venture capital is looking for startups in particular. And the reason is that they have these high thresholds for return. So their thinking is, instead of investing in a real estate or a bond or in equities, can I put some of my capital to an idea that has the potential to give me significant return? And when we say significant return in the investment world, we're saying 30, 40 plus. In fact, in startup, you'll hear investors saying, I'm looking for 20x return, 10x return. What that means is that I put in $1 million shillings, I'm expecting 10 times that $1 million shillings in return from my investment. Now, the unique insight about Kenya is that we are receiving more VC funding than our peers, and we're punching above our weight. So if you look at on the continent, we are now second to Nigeria. Why that is punching above our weight is you'd expect South Africa to be beating us, you'd expect the northern African countries like Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Egypt beating us. But what's happening here is that I always call it like there's a magic happening. A lot of good things are happening at the same time. And so venture capital wants to test and invest in entrepreneurs who have these innovative ideas. Now, of course, there are challenges where you see, a lot of this money is skewed to, white founders or non-Kenyan founders, and that's part of the evolution. You have to start somewhere. Entrepreneurship in Kenya is still perceived as another thing you do, but in actuality, entrepreneurship is a science. There's a way you build a startup, and there's certain things that must be done in a specific way. And so that's why that happens. What I can tell the audience today is that the beautiful thing is that local investors are starting to switch on and realize that they're losing opportunities in that startup space. And this is why. If you are an incumbent in hardware or in some, a business that you think you've captured the full market share, and you're in Kenya today, I actually would laugh at you. Why? Because you've got 1 million people graduating every year from high school. So there's all these new markets forming. And so if you think you've got a big market that you're holding and defending against, the reality is in a short while, your consumer is changing. The way the consumer wants to access that product is changing. And so startups will take over that space. Now, the reason local capital is getting involved is because for a long time, Kenyans were the ones holding these positions in the incumbency. With the startup and foreign capital, what is going to happen is that it'll be foreigners owning the assets that are making the most money in country. And so that's the shift that has started happening. In digital lending, we see it. In our association, we have investors from everywhere. We've got American companies, Israeli companies, European companies, Indian companies, Chinese companies. And so the locals have had to wake up and ask themselves, we're not top 10. How do we get to be top 10? And what does that mean? Maybe I give Gideon a chance also to add on to that.
Thank you, Kevin. The most difficult decision you will make in or about your startup and running your business is funding. How you structure, how you are financing your company. And I like the question Laura has asked and which Kevin has answered on the opportunities within the VC or venture capital space. Today I had an opportunity to discuss with someone who is engaging a PE, a private equity fund for funding. The process and the rigor that they have to go through in terms of closing the deal is enormous. There's a lot of due diligence that needs to be taken, that needs to happen. So when you talk about private equity versus venture capital or those two sets, you find that when it is a startup, really it's very hard to look at past performance, because this is a totally new space, a disruption that is coming in. So there's a lot of evaluation based on just the future, not the past performance. Now, about how you finance at that point, or how you determine how to finance. You know, you probably have bootstrapped, you've finished your savings, you have called all your uncles, your relatives, they've given you money. Nobody wants to touch you anymore. But you have a great idea, and you believe and you have a passion for it. Where do you go? So we are lucky that in Kenya, and specifically Nairobi, there are so many opportunities to showcase your idea, especially if it is scalable to venture capital firms. Now, I talked about that opportunity being available, but you have to make the decision yourself. I joined banking 19 years ago, and the focus with going for a bank loan as a startup, where you are thinking you want to use your logbook, is that you will cap yourself. So at the first instance, you must make a choice that really your idea can scale up. And it really doesn't matter whether you own 5% or 10%. If the other partner is coming for the 90% equity, 70% equity, but they are willing to support you for you to have working capital for the next 5 years, you will continue calling on additional funds as you scale up. Because a lot of the startup concepts may not break even until after, say, 5 years, 6 years. We know what happened with Uber, Elon Musk companies. It takes time before a lot of startups really disrupt the status quo. So it is a choice you have to make, and it's a deliberate choice to really spend time in securing or making the process of getting the right funding partner. And that usually, for a really scalable business, is through a venture capital space. Now, why am I really advocating for that? You know, historically, we have not really been a capitalist economy. Our capital markets is not doing very well. Most of the funding we get for businesses, even for agri, is people getting stuck in employment, so that pay slip is used to secure a personal loan from a bank. That is not the right way to go, and that should not be the right way to go for a startup. We should be able to step forward, dedicate full time to nurture and incubate the ideas. As Metropole, I'll just give you, we do corporate ratings, and we do SME ratings, and we rate even new concepts, so that then you can be able to work to a venture capital firm, and present, because they have to do their homework. They can't just throw away money. You heard about the multiples. So they will do projections and do evaluation and say this business has the potential of giving what EBITDA, that's earnings, what earnings can it give? And then from there, then they will do multiples and then attach a value, and from there you compute your, the aspect of funding that you will need, and therefore valuation. This sounds like very technical, but also as you do this, please get professional services, you know, legal, financial experts to help you, so that you don't end up giving away your ideas for almost nothing. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now that we are very clear about what a startup is vis-a-vis an SME, Penina here, I think Sproutify actually qualifies for a startup. What is the role of incubators and accelerators in fostering ICT entrepreneurship from your experience?
Great. Actually, I'll first start off with what they've both been talking about.
Great.
And a lot of that boils down to just not knowing. So when you think about what an incubator does or what an accelerator does, so an incubator helps you with an idea stage startup. So you have a concept in mind, and there's something that you want to try out, right? But I don't think there's anyone who's ever said, I want to try something and I don't need help. I know everything. I can get it done by myself. You always need support. And so these programs, either an incubator or an accelerator, support starters by providing them with that. Whether it's understanding who to get funding from, you know, we've talked about who sits on your cap table, that's the shareholding they have. You should never give more than 20% in a particular round because of dilution rights going on later. So if this is your first time creating a venture, how do you know how much shareholding to give someone, and what is the impact of giving that to them? How do you know how to go to market or how to build a tech startup? How do you know where to set up your server spaces? Do you use AWS versus IBM? And that's how some of these accelerator programs start to demystify what it means to have this idea and start taking it to market. And so they'll take you through various steps. So from ideation, what is a particular problem that you're trying to solve? And in the tech world, you always hear people talking about what you need is product market fit. It sounds like this elusive term. What is that? And it's about how well have you understood your problem and how you're tackling it differently. So Kevin talked about the difference between an SME and a startup. So what is the difference in how you're approaching this particular problem? What tools and technology are you applying that are ensuring that your customers are like, yes, this is the solution that I need? And so if I go from my own personal experience from Inspired by Learning, I was a teacher. I used to teach A-level economics and business studies at a learning center, and I really enjoyed it. And the kids that we had a few months to get them a passing grade for them to go to university. And so when I looked at how it is I approached teaching, everyone got different material. So I used different pedagogical approaches for each student, understanding whether you're more of a visual learner, whether you're more of an analytical learner. I'll present the concepts to you in a different way. And so I said, oh, I want to do this at scale. Why should any student ever fail in school, right? I think that there's something that we can do here. And so now I went to market and I talked to a couple of schools. I understood the actual structural impediments that impact a quality education. And that's now what led to the idea for Spotify Learning. A school says, Penina, if I don't know exactly who was in school today, I haven't been tracking attendance, how do I know who should get different homework or learning different concepts? And so this is what led to Spotify Learning. And I went through a couple of programs. So why I'm saying it's great is because I got credits from Amazon. So I didn't have to pay for hosting. And depending on how many subscribers you had, like at our peak, we had like 5,000 subscribers utilizing our platform, then that was a cost that I didn't have to incur because now you've been introduced to different partners who are trying to support you. Does that
Thank
answer
you,
your
that's
question?
quite interesting. And just before we had this session, I think whatever it is you started was it's something that nobody has ever thought of it. How is it picking up?
Yeah, so when you think about your startup, you think about a particular pain point and how you can do it differently. And so the schools that utilize our platform no longer have diaries. I don't know if anyone has children and you get a diary that you need to sign at the end of the day that gives you all the information for your kids. I see some people nodding. So maybe they've forgotten the diary at school or you're working and you're somewhere away. Have all the information necessary and pertinent to your kid at the touch of your hand, right? So these are the things that we're trying to make more efficient and transparent and make it just a seamless way so that their core focus is to focus on their students excelling.
Well done. And Mr. Njihia, are there any government policies here, particularly here in Kenya, that support tech startups?
Thanks for that, Laura, but if you'd indulge me, I'd like to maybe comment on a few elements of what my colleagues have said. With Tim, he said his uncle, Pale South B, had this great idea way back then. What does that tell you about what happens to ideas? Sometimes the timing is off. So you may have a great idea, but you have to be very cognizant of the timing of the situation, of the enabling environment that is there. And then to his current place now, talking about content, what I love about content is that it's evergreen. When you're happy, what do? You'll dance. When you're sad, what will you do? You'll go onto YouTube and look for, I don't know which are these boy bands that maybe someone will want to listen to when they're sad, but it's universal. So that offers you an opportunity to then plug into a market that gives you an evergreen space. Then we're left with distribution or monetization. You mentioned people like Akina Crazy Kena. Yes, they get great distribution, but have they been able to monetize it better? I think that we're wearing these ICT hats. We should now start thinking of how do we then get the benefits of that distribution and convert that to cash, because in media and content, and this presents a big opportunity because I see lots of young faces in the room, there's what we call the long tail. And the long tail of opportunity means that you could be a Rose Muhando, but you've got 10,000 dedicated fans who are willing to pay you, say, 10 shillings every month to subscribe to my channel. So you know how those guys say, subscribe to my channel, YouTube, right? So it's a mindset thing, and to the definition of startup, we usually try pigeonhole them in terms of age, but for me, a startup is a mindset.
All right, yeah.
Startup is a mindset because you're trying to find product market fit. It could be Bidco, and you're trying to find product market fit for something new. So in my terms, you've got the startup mindset. Find product market fit, and then how to put it out into the markets sustainably. Now to the question you asked about policy, it always boils down to government. And what's government's role? Always creating this enabling environment. No, I'll put it in quotes because what's enabling environment? This product market fit journey means that you're trying so many things. So in my books, creating an enabling environment which falls down to policy is trying to remove as much friction as possible. Whether it's licensing, we won't talk about taxes, you know, it's a very sensitive thing right now. What are taxes is Italipo. But remove all those other barriers to entry that would make sure, okay, how many supermarkets need logistical services? Bring those together and kind of like figure out stuff that works. You know, we never quite kill businesses in Kenya, do we? No. If you fail, you park it there to come and resurrect it later. Unlike in other markets, so you say, tumefunga startup ilikufa, kwaheri bye bye. Here we kind of like park it until we can use it for something else. So when thinking about how quickly we can change that, yes, let's continue working on the long-term policy stuff. Itaenda Parliament, August House, they debate it. But can you also have some direct interventions that help stuff to happen? Paying customer, wachana na pesa ya wenyewe.
And what I'm interested about most is the economic impact, you know, whether it is socially, whether it is not, doesn't have to be like directly money-wise, yeah? But are there any stories you can share with us?
Yes. What I thought to just mention while having this answering your question is the fact that we need to drive innovation from the top. And this is one of the things Safaricom has actually adopted, where our CEO is actually the champion of innovation. And because of that, what happens is there is all actually set up of digital hubs for innovation around the counties. And this brings me to a story I want to tell you. So most of the people when they leave campus, they start work, they get their first few tombs, they try to actually set up, what is it called? Greenhouses back home. So there's a colleague of mine, very nice gentleman, young champ, he's from Turkana. You can already see where this story is going, right? So now he started working Safaricom. First few salary he saved, he actually set up a greenhouse in Turkana. Imagine if the digital tech hub was available there at that point. One, they would have told him from the data that is available, you should not set up a greenhouse here. What happened actually to that greenhouse is it was blown away by wind. It was blown away by wind. So the thing he could have actually invested his money on would have been wind power, and then maybe could have set up a cyber cave, or even just powered his mom's house. So now this is why actually the first thing he's saying is there are specific problems in different areas in Kenya, and this is one of the things that actually startups do. They actually solve complex business problems in different areas in Kenya. One of the case study that actually we've been part of is something like DigiFarm, where we actually go to the farmers in different areas in Kenya. And we bring in partners as part of DigiFarm, either to provide fertilizers, to provide inputs for farming, and then from there we provide a platform where you can actually sell your products. So DigiFarm has around 1.9 million, 1.6 million farmers in it. We have many other things. The other thing about setting up these systems and frameworks where people actually ideate, as my able panelists have mentioned, experiments, is when things fail, you actually have a record of it. I want to tell you about an example of this. I'm glad Penina mentioned about e-learning tech startup that she's working on, but there's another one we've been working on in Safaricom. So this idea was actually born in 2013. It's called Zeraki. Zeraki learning. But now in 2013, it didn't have a use case. But now imagine what happened in 2020 when we got COVID. Yeah. So finally, we're here. Students are not able to go to school. So on this platform and in the different not in Nairobi places where there is no internet, Safaricom was able to actually partner with them. And this platform has teachers. You have videos. You're able to track what is happening with the different students, and this is a very good step. And what happens with this is you actually increase productivity. Instead of waiting for 2 months for COVID regulations to be removed, you actually continue learning. And then of course there's also reduction of cost. You can imagine if now, for example, in this startup where now there's this venture capitalist, these schools that actually adopted this e-learning tool, they're not spending too much money, so we're reducing cost. And then of course there's also we're also increasing competition. I'm sure ourselves, myself and Penina, we can speak and you can see how we can learn and how we can actually ideate around these solutions we have. Maybe the last one I'll mention is Circle Gas. So this is a startup that actually is able to do smart metering of gas. Circle Gas is what Safaricom is working on, but there's something I've seen close to where one of my friends lives. It's called Jikokoa, where it's actually you get ethanol as a fuel, which is clean and it's low price. And what they do is they've formed structures and having specific business model for each innovation for it to work. Like the one for Jikokoa, they've gotten agents, they've gotten the vending machine for the ethanol, and then you even get a payment plan on how you can buy the Jiko and the fuel. You see, now all these things is the whole idea of if we actually get innovation in the grassroots and actually systems and structures are set there, where now either we educate the different people on what to do when you're doing an innovation. How do you come up with a business model? How do you pack it for now and maybe go to the next thing? Who are these venture capitalists who are coming in? And all this is just to grow innovation in Kenya and actually to have a sustainable country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'd really like to take, I would really like to take questions from the audience. We keep them as brief as we can so that we can get good answers from the panel, and then thereafter we wind up. Yes, Matthew. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Matikadugu Kamuyo from the Communication Authority of Kenya. Living with cerebral palsy for 38 years. I have 2 questions. I like the introduction of the guy said who used Uber, Bolt, or taxi to come here. But one of the challenges, the public service vehicle don't cater for PWD. And when you use Bolt or Uber, and one of men drivers, because my cerebral palsy affected my speech and mobility. So some of them, when they hear me talking, they tell me, don't talk like a drunkard, don't talk like you're sick. And they tell me to cut the phone. This has also happened with Safaricom. Now, in this inclusion for us, is there a way you can improve the services of transport for PWD? We need to move. I'm lucky to have been employed by CA to go to work. I use an electric tricycle to go to work. But even though I would want to own a car, but the car which I would want to get, it is a self-driven. But the way our roads are used, people crossing everywhere, it will just stop. I thought, so what are the solutions for PWD in those areas? Thank you.
Matthew, thank you very much for your question. As much as I said we have a very short time to go through all the panels to answer the question, that question was directly to you, but I want to challenge each guest as we wind up to please address Matthew's question, yeah? In whatever space that you are, do you have adjustments to make so that we can bring people who are able differently to be part of us in whatever it is that you do, right? Thank you.
Thanks for that, Matthew. And it pains me, and that is one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing. We started off as a technology company, pure technology company, telling people, tunaweza kukupatia system kama ya Uber Bolt. And we spoke to chairmen wa Masako, traditional players in the sector, and the biggest resistance we found was they simply did not care. If you've got a mother, a sister, a wife, you understand why they would not want to get out of here and go pale kwa stage. Utambua siste, tadadarwa, and that's your person, that's your mother. Talk about people who are able differently. You tell a bus operator, why don't you have facilities that have, say, wheelchair access? And they just don't care. So even as entrepreneurs, sometimes someone must take it upon themselves to say that this is a pain that we feel and we see and we are applying ourselves to it. I'll tell you what we are trying to do. We had reached out to original equipment manufacturers like Scania, who graciously gave us a city bus to pilot. Tukachangamka na mambo ya petroli hapo kidogo. We also then took, you've seen a massive, beautiful blue bus by a company called Rome that has it's very specifically tooled for PWD access. The additional angle we are looking at is also transforming the staff within that ecosystem. Saizi, biashara matatu kukua makanga is a job of last resort. When you go to other markets, someone tells you, I am a public transport driver, or I work in the public transport space as a choice. And there's a culture that comes with it. Difference ya air hostess wa KQ, na huyo kwa hapa chini ni nini? That's a steel tube in the air, this is a steel tube on the ground. So bring that mindset change to that industry is key, so that Matthew, when you go there, I can call you by name and tell you good morning. Or even when you're looking at accessibility, we talk a lot about apps, but we're looking at even distilling that further and making access to public transport, especially with scheduling, to make it available across phones. Hata kama kuna, tuseme kama pale kuna USSD, unaweza dial 1234, kama kuna smart enough phone, yenye unaingia pale WhatsApp, kuna ka free bundle from NF here, you're able to then access those services, so that Matthew can actually know that in a fleet of 100 buses, there could only be 20 that have the facility that you need. But utajua kuna moja iko Shimo town, inatoka in 15 minutes, utajipanga. So those are the sort of things we are doing actively as ourselves. It's been a very difficult journey because what ends up happening is, since traditional players are not willing to look at the opportunity or at the need, we need fresh thinking into that sector. And that's our promise to you. So inshallah, very soon, hiyo gari utakuwa unapata. Unaangalia pale kwa app, unajua kuna gari inateremka Wayaki way, you need to kuingia pale town, and also for the last mile. So that we're able to bring solutions that actually matter to you and to many other people for whom public transport does not work. Yet public transport is like the veins of the body, taking human talent. Unajua sisi ndio nutrition ya economy. If you can't get to work, nothing happens. So public transport are the veins that get us there. And I believe we'll have a solution for you very, very soon, and then hopefully scale that out.
Okay, thank you. And once again, Matthew, thank you so much. So I'll take questions from the rest of the audience. Now we'll take them wholesome. Matthew's was special. That's why I just let Mr. Mbugua reply to it. So the lady in orange.
Thank you, Laura. My name is Elizabeth from Morning Cloud Television. My question goes to Mr. Timothy Okwaro. I don't understand why we don't have coverage in northern Africa, because you find most of the service providers, they only cover West Africa, East Africa, Central and Southern. So I'll be very happy if one day I see on somewhere Timothy Okwaro, director, maybe Central and Northern Africa, because as a TV channel, some of us would wish to cover Northern Africa also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Who else has a question? Yes. Then I'll come to you.
Okay, my name is Eric. I'm from Elimu TV. My question actually to the, I don't know, Communication Authority, if it is represented, I don't know if it is represented in the panel, but as a company that is starting in this industry, let's say in broadcast, because we're in broadcast, we have to undergo a lot of problems to comply, because you have to deal with CA, you have to deal with MCK, Media Council, you have to go to KFCB, you have to go to MCSK, you have to go to KRA, you have to go to Kanjo. By the time you're finishing about 15 offices, you are crippled for small people like me, and probably you're looking for a business that requires a certification from CA, and you will not get the certification from CA if MCK does not give you an opportunity, and each of these offices requires you to pay a certain amount of money, which is actually a very, it's an impediment to a person who's starting up in the broadcast. So as the government, how can we be able to make a one-stop shop, at least to, let's have one license to be able to help some of us who are starting up? That's my question to the CA.
Thank you so much. This same issue was addressed yesterday during one of the sessions, but again, we have people from CA here, or maybe during our closing session, these are some of the things that they're going to pick on. And there is also a question from Orion's Motherland on YouTube. He would like, I don't know whether it's a she or a he, but would like to understand how much weight does the resolutions we make in these forums hold when it comes to government implementation and decision making. I think these are questions that CA will try to take us through so that we see that we are not like wasting our time. Who else? Who else? Somebody? Okay. Yes. Your mic is active. Go ahead. Please speak up. Just hold on. We can't hear you. We are going to get a microphone to you. You can go ahead.
Check 1, 2.
Okay.
Just raise your hand, please,
As you
so
get
I
the
can
microphone
locate
to
you.
him, let us have.
I'm bringing this one to you. Excuse me.
Good afternoon. My name is Magdalena Luhava. I wanted to ask the panel, it was mentioned that among the startups in Kenya, they are predominantly foreign. So what is it that the locals can do, or where are the gaps that we can, to ensure that we have more locals getting into the startup space and even for funding?
Laura, if you may, just to remind us about the time, so that because we have 2 more sessions at the end.
All right,
Who
let's
else were
have
you
2
taking?
questions. Just take 2 more questions.
2 more?
We answer as we wind up.
So you asked one at the previous session. If you may, let me just give an opportunity to someone who didn't ask in the previous sessions, just to be a bit more fair. Did I see your hand here? You and you.
Good afternoon. My name is Martin from Digital Media Aggregators. I'd like the panel to speak more on idea protection due to the fact that we do lose we do get a lot of barriers of entry, and when we try to approach partnership, we do get, let's say, we do get the ideas lost in the way. So some bit of advice there.
Thank you. And the last one.
Last one.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Michelle Karunji. I'm a student at Daystar University. I think I'd first want to say thank you because I have heard about so much that is happening on the startup field. My particular concern is with regards to supporting university students who would seek to get into the business space but would not have the support that would be necessary. Is there something, could that be identified as a gap and probably be ventured into? A particular case in point is my campus, which is quite far thrown. Athi River campus is in the middle of nowhere. So while transport is a major issue that we have, we would like to have so many businesses. However, that is a challenge. A thought I've had is, what if we had circles set up around universities to offer some form of capital to students? Could we actually look at that as a gap? Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. So as we wind up, right? Let's start with you. I think you're going to talk to the question that she has just asked, right?
Yes, yes.
And then also let me remind you something about what's the issue that Matthew raised. Yeah.
Okay, good. So Michelle, so the first thing is we do have programs that are available from Safaricom, and what we have is we have a talent development program for the universities. So what we've done is we've actually collaborated with a few other tech companies, Google, Microsoft, and we've been actually trying to get the different universities to do a memorandum of understanding, and then from there we're able to actually come into the different universities and train you on specific verticals of skills. You didn't say which course you're doing, but seeing you here in this, you must be somewhere in the ICT spectrum. So this is available. For today, maybe what I would say is you could just start by joining the Safaricom engineering community, and then from there you're able to see what's upcoming. And I'm not able to comment on if Daystar has actually signed the memorandum of understanding, but maybe this is something we can look at and comment on this. For Matthew, I'd like to apologize on behalf of Safaricom if you are made to feel less. So we are doing a number of things to actually have inclusion for the different able people, different languages. And one of the things we're doing is we're applying machine learning and analytics, where when you call the customer care agent, this is not live yet, we're able actually to see how do we support you best, who's able to support you. If you see right now, it's a bit manual, like when you call, we ask you to choose English or Swahili, but at some point, because of the data, either you've called the customer care many times, you should already know you like English speakers, so we direct you there. And then now, for your case, if there's speech impediment and such kind of a thing, we could actually direct you to the person who is able to actually cater for you for that case. But I apologize for that. We'll keep you updated on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, Mr. Mutiso.
So we are combining our closing remarks and, of course, giving comments on the question. So I'll take the first question on idea protection, and I'll bring back the idea of where policy comes into play. So one of the things about ideas is that, as my good friend Bogwa said, is there are 100 other people who have it. So the first way to protect your idea is be the best at executing your idea, right? The second way is, of course, there are certain structures that are allowed within the policy framework. There's KIRDI, what's the other one? Where you can register your patents, etc. The challenge I think Kenya has, which is the point I wanted to drive home, is we have misunderstood what capital is, idea, and that relationship. So I'll give you an example. Our startup, Oye, is a company that was founded by 2 Kenyans in Kenya. But we have registered an American entity in Delaware because we want our IP to be protected with the American laws. But there's a second benefit we get. For the first $10 million of profit, we don't pay any income tax. Now, in Kenya, that, as you know, the conversation around tax is happening right now. It's a very difficult conversation to have with government. And there's a real relationship around having the best ideas being born and executed in country and trying to make sure that capital is attracted to those ideas. I forget the website, but there's every year, the patent organization, there's an association of patents in the world, puts out a report on how many patents were registered across the world. And you find that where the best tax and investment policies are, the US, Japan, China, right? Maybe China not so much because there's a different challenge there, but US, Japan have the most patents per capita. When you look at Africa, we have the least patents per capita. And the reason for that is basically we don't protect our ideas, and so capital doesn't feel like they will want to fund those ideas. And that's, I'll sort of segue nicely into the capital and the foreign investor and foreign founders being here. One of the key things about these foreign founders being in Kenya is there's this notion that it's negative. I have a different opinion. I think it's a great thing. What you're being told by the smartest people in the world who have trained in Harvard, Oxford, Stanford, in the best universities in China, India, is that there's something happening in Kenya, and they want to bring their knowledge base, and they also want to bring some of the capital they have back home here. So what we need to do as Kenyans is ask ourselves, what are we doing to sort of acquire those good ideas and capitalize them? And so it's about getting policy to make it more attractive. And so I'll just close out by saying we have a thing in the ecosystem called the Nairobi International Financial Center Authority that has been mandated to come up with these types of ideas to attract capital, and Kenyan capital in particular, so that if you are a NIFCA registered firm, you should get some kind of tax incentives for investing in innovative startups. Speaking to Matthew's question, I thought it was a fantastic question. One of the things we're doing at the association is, let me ask a question. How many of us have received an SMS that from a lender saying so-and-so borrowed and now you owe them money? Right? It's a problem.
Yeah.
So we sat down with the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner and we came up with what we call guidance notes. So they will release the guidance notes, and then what we did as the association is we are drafting a standard for data privacy and how to deal with what we call the data subject. And one of the things that was brought out is how do we deal with people who are differently abled? And so that has been a very exciting and innovative conversation because that's a tough question. I don't think we have the answer yet, but we're working on it in the digital lending space. And then to just close off, in terms of what my closing remarks are, the sandbox idea is the best idea for a regulator or a government to test innovative ideas. The reason is a sandbox basically says, come, let's see what the limits and the risks are of this idea, and let's walk that journey with you as you grow and scale, because a risk when you are in a micro environment is not as big as a risk as when you're in a macro environment. As a result, if you can test some of these ideas in microcosms, you know, and see if they have the potential to work, why not? And so Oye, the business that I'm running, was actually came out of a sandbox from the Insurance Regulatory Authority, where we were allowed to come and say, okay, we have this idea for boda bodas. We've realized boda bodas don't trust insurance companies because insurance companies don't pay claims. Can we try and lump it on with fuel and see what happens? They said yes. They gave us the support because, as Penina told you, there's no one who doesn't need help. They gave us help. They gave us access. They gave us access to the actual decision makers, and we were able to roll out. So my concluding remarks is, if there's anyone in the regulatory space thinking about what types of policy you need for innovation and for spurring entrepreneurship in the sector, the sandbox is the answer.
Thank you very much. We need to finish really like now. So I just respond to Magdalene very fast about the questions she asked on startups and the support.
Okay.
And then quickly speak to Matthew as we go to Timothy and Gideon, then we wrap up. We have like 2 minutes.
Okay. When you're thinking about your startup, I also like the question about universities. There's, like Stanford has a fund, the X Startup Fund that supports startups. And even if you look locally, there are a lot of programs that you can actually sign up to. Think Antler, Founders Factory, that will give you the guidance and support to kick off your startup. Even if you look worldwide internationally and you think about these huge startups, Airbnb, Canva, Udemy, they've all gone through incubators. So let's come together and have all of these learning lessons. When I thought about Matthew's question, I thought about who are the gatekeepers when it comes to setting up your business and scaling. So I think there was a company here called Swivel that was trying to transform the transportation sector.
Yeah.
So they were kicked out of the market by the PSP sector. So if you're thinking about what can we do collectively, what can government do collectively is, let's say this is an idea through Konza, because that already has the infrastructure already. We come together and create these programs to support startups, understand who are the players in the logistical sector and how can our competition authority support new entrants so that we can actually help anyone who has any disabilities or anybody else who has any innovation in the sector, and not just the gatekeepers preventing more entrepreneurship in the sector. I also think about trust. A lot of people are getting funding basis of trust. So these programs can help you get trust. I got funding myself from a Japanese fund. And that's why you see a lot of white founders getting money, not necessarily because they're white or investors are racist, but it's inherently because there's trust within the institutions that they've come from. So when you're looking for funding, ensure that you're in a community where people trust you. Even in Kenya, who are the people that will give your money to you, even if it's a vendor online or anything, there's a trust element that needs to be there that's imperative in order for you to succeed. So keep looking for that.
Thank you.
I think I'll go first with Matthew's comments. I think for us as MultiChoice, one of the things we've done is our remote allows the hearing impaired to read the subtitles of our entire show, right? Now, we still haven't gotten to a level where we can cater to the visually impaired, because then you need some voice-activated sort of decoder to turn on, turn off, switch channels. But I think that's something that's in the works in the back end. But yeah, we are catering to PWDs as best as we can, and with innovation and the ICT growth, obviously we will continue to make sure things are easier for you. And for Elizabeth, I hear you on North Africa. We have not catered for that market. It's predominantly been catered for by the Saudi Arabias. That's something that we will look into as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to start by answering Michelle on the question of how can university students who want to run their business access some small money. First of all, what you need to know is already the digital lending space has a lot of facilities that people are willing to take risk. So what you need there is you need to know your credit score, you need to pay back your loans, you need to build your credit limits. Because from this space where it's on a digital, no one needs to come and build a shop next to the university for you to go and get the money. So that's the first step, the first line. The second is what is on trust. Even as you build your business, at that small stage as a university student, remember your trust always counts. And trust is measured on your creditworthiness. Are you paying back when you took M-Shwari? It really affects your credibility going forward into even bigger facilities with either the bank or even with a VC or whichever partner you want to engage with. So it is important at the university, as you start off, as you pick your ID, to always pay back your loans. Number two is on the question of foreign players coming here. Let me just say, commerce is a science. Outside there, every activity, every service is packaged into a product or a solution. In a lot of our culture, a lot of our African traditions, we do a lot of things free for free, socialists. So I think the mindset, and I think the point was, startup really is a mindset. We have to find a way of packaging the solutions into products and services so that then we are able to attract funding. Because once you packaged and you see how many people, for instance, require a certain activity to be supported by a third party, package that into a product or a service and scale it, do the math, scale up, you will get funding. I don't think it's anything to do with race. In fact, today, if you look at economies that are doing well, it has nothing to do with race. It is about that country's ability to put in place laws, an economic system, capitalist economic system that protects IP, that allows money to go into the best ideas, and that people are willing to always create products out of what is happening in the society. So I think it is nothing race. Let's package, let's begin concepts and products and solutions and bring it out, and it will get funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. On the issue of Matthew, I think you're going to talk to him personally as we walk out.
Let me just mention that as a credit rating agency and as a bureau, usually part of the things we put into the scoring methodology is on qualitatives, the soul of the organization. So most of the organizations that are not responsive to the needs of and sustainability issues usually score less. So we are in the forefront as an infrastructure company, in the forefront of promoting organizations to ensure that they comply with the laws that have been put, but also put in place products and solutions that cater for all the stakeholders in society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mark, just 2 minutes for Mr. Ikimilu to respond to one of the issues that were raised, very briefly.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues and friends. On the question that was raised by the Elimu TV on the aspect that applicants need to have so many documents from different governmental bodies, I just wish to inform us that actually we only need 3 documents. That is certificate of incorporation, the shareholding, the tax compliance certificate. That's what we need at the level of application. The other documents that we may need from our licensees, they are actually operational documents. We're talking about if they have journalists, then they need to be cleared by Media Council of Kenya. If they're getting, they're having content, then we need classification by Kenya Film Classification Board. And if they're dealing with the content that attracts intellectual property rights, then they need that kind of copyright clearance. So it's not so much, but I hear the spirit of my colleague, and that is hope, because with the e-citizen platform, we can be able to have all these things being done under one-stop shop kind of thing. And also the authority is working towards an LMS with a portal for the licensees to be filling everything in one place. So very soon we shall have everything in one portal. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura Carl, for being gracious enough to accommodate my barging in. But thank you to the panelists as well. I believe we have appreciated what they've contributed to the discussion. Thank you, Matthew, as well, for your question, and I'm sure you'll have a question for the afternoon session that I will be moderating later. So we have 2 more after lunch. We're breaking for lunch. It'll be at the Paradise Gardens right here. The staff members are at hand to direct you there. So let's make our way there. Make sure you carry your valuables. You'll get a voucher just like yesterday at the exit, just here at the top of the stairs. As you go down, you get your voucher. Please go get served, and let's observe time. I want us to be back here at 1:45 so we can start the afternoon session at 2, not to drag it on too far, so that you can leave in good time today, because we have 2 more sessions. One will be talking about promoting digital skills development for effective participation in the digital economy. That will be moderated by Joy Doreen Bira, and I will be moderating the Providing Inclusive ICT and Courier Services for Vulnerable Populations discussion. So karibuni for that in the afternoon. So please go enjoy lunch, and thank you to the panel. Let me just call them out as they head on out. Kevin Mutiso and Inith Kubai. Kevin Mutiso is the chairman of Digital Financial Services Association of Kenya. Inith Kubai, head of enterprise architecture at Safaricom PLC. I believe there's an opportunity for another photograph now with your moderator. If I'll just call Kevin, Inith, Kamau, Kunyiha, and Bugwa Njehia, Timothy Okwaro, and Penina Kimani for photo op. You are free to head on to Paradise Gardens, ladies and gentlemen. We're just taking a photo here with the panel. Mind your head as we just take a step to the front, right here. Just here to the front. I believe the gentlemen are ready to capture that moment. Enjoy lunch, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back at 1:45. Yep. A step forward. A step forward. Yeah. Yeah. Is that good? Mko sawa na hiyo positioning? Yaani wasonge mbele ama wako sawa hapo? Wasonge mbele. Nakuja, acha kwanza. Wako sawa hapo? Hapo mbele. Sawa. Have good lunch, guys.
Yes, ndio.
sex.
Kalima.
provided.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Sound check, sound check. Hi, Mark. Today it's me. It's me calling you. It's
Purchase your tracks today.
Kukude pofoli now ya magesa. Kukude pofoli now ya magesa. Kukude pofoli now ya magesa. Kumnandi gloma mitao ya magesa. Kumnandi gloma mitao ya magesa. Kumnandi gloma mitao ya magesa. Kukude pofo lintao ya magesa. Kitringe pofo lintao ya magesa. Kukude nukwe lintao ya magesa. Kukude nukwe lintao ya magesa.
My kids are always on their devices. Kila saa.
Mommy.
But online ina mambo mengi. It's a new world of risks.
The Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, manages Kenya's cyberspace to keep you and your family safe online so you can learn, interact and thrive online.
Na mimi, can I be a cyber soldier too?
The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for those who've sat down in good time for the afternoon session. One of the two that is remaining in this two-day conference, the ICT Week, hosted by the Communications Authority of Kenya. The first panel for the afternoon is ready, and so we'd want to honor their time because most of them came much earlier, hoping to do this before the lunch break. And so people will join us and will join in on the conversation as we continue in the interest of time. And this conversation will be on promoting digital skills development for effective participation in the digital economy. So I'd like to hand it over to the moderator, Joy Doreen Bira, who will now start the conversation, and we will have the others join in as we continue. And keep your questions on the ready for the last part of this session. Karibuni.
Thank you very much, Mark. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'm just trying to see if you're awake. Okay. I'm only hearing afternoon from this side. Good afternoon, Matthew. Good afternoon once again to the rest of the audience.
Good afternoon.
Great, thank you. Okay, I was also checking that the microphones are working.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right, I think that's enough good afternoons. We now have a good afternoon to kick off our conversation. And just like you're seeing on the screen, promoting digital skills development for effective participation in the digital economy in Kenya. That's the conversation we're going to have for the next 1 hour at least, so I hope. And we're going to have half of this 1 hour over to us as an audience. And I want to start the conversation by asking, maybe, do we have any students in the room with us this afternoon? Students, by show of hands. Right, we have a good number of students. If one of us can volunteer and tell us what you understand by digital skills, that would actually help usher us into this conversation. So any of us willing to volunteer, tell us your perspective, your understanding of digital skills? Yes? One or two of us, students? Come on now, you're the future of this country. All right, one of the students I saw, I think, was, yes, the gentleman in white. Name and university or institution?
Yes. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm Faustin Sachin from the University of Multimedia, a student of electrical and telecommunication, a 4th year. So to define digital skills, I think what I can say on the same are skills related to technology, technological skills which we can get through the thing which we are studying this week, ICT. Yeah, that's what I can say. Thank you.
All right, do you have the digital skills that you hear everybody talking about?
Yes, I have them.
Which ones in particular?
The digital skills which I can say I have as per now, I have networking skills and cybersecurity skills, which I can do after doing Huawei. I did certification with Huawei and that. So I have those digital skills which I can use to help the country. Yes.
Clap for that, gentleman. He has the digital skills. Okay, another student willing, female student, let's balance it out. Do we have any female students in the room this afternoon? Show of hands. Show of hands. Students, female students? Are you guys saying there are no female students in this room? In this room, okay. Okay, another student willing to volunteer on digital skills and how you think you are going to make a contribution to the country going forward? Okay, I'll come back to you in a short while. So allow me introduce our panelists for this conversation. We've got, starting with my immediate left, we've got Stephen Gashogu, who is a technology trainer at the African Advanced Level Telecommunications Institute. And we also have with us Damaris Mabea, founder and executive director at Aminia Dada, who is right next to Stephen. And right next to her is Maureen Mwaniki, director public affairs at Huawei Technologies. And on my extreme left, we do have Mugumo Munene, who is the chief executive officer at Codris Africa. And we are expecting Zilpha Owiti, who is from the ICT Authority. Hopefully, if she makes it out of Parliament this afternoon, we'll be able to give her an opportunity to tell us about the implementation of Kenya's digital footprint. But to kick us off, let me, but you know, what are the best approaches or best practice approaches that we need to take in order to incorporate digital literacy across board, not just in education, but across the board?
Thank you very much. Sure, thank you. Thank you very much for your excellent question. I think the question of digital skills is quite broad, and the way I would look at it is that you may have entry-level skills that allow you, for example, to run your phone, the applications on your phone, to use them, and all of that. There is intermediary skills, and then there is advanced level skills, in which case the person with advanced level skills is not just a consumer in that environment, but then is a producer in that environment. So I was looking at some data from the African Development Bank talking about that even though there is a very high demand for digital skills in Africa today, only about 10% of our populations have knowledge about how to use, have some level of digital skills. I am afraid that if we took that to intermediary and advanced level skills, then that percentage would fall way below. So at Codris Africa, we come into this space looking at it that way, and we are an online publisher that provides content approved by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development to primary and secondary school children so that they can learn how to code, because learning how to code then takes them to the deep end right from when they're in learning stages. And we believe that if they do this, then we are widening their horizons. We are giving them an opportunity to become full participants in the digital economies. We are giving them an opportunity to understand not just how applications are created and just scrolling up and down applications that are created by others, but they themselves can become producers. And even if they don't grow up to become software engineers and software developers, where there is a very, very high demand of these skills, then in the eventuality that they understand computational thinking and how the whole world of ICT operates, it just makes them better citizens and far better able to participate in the digital economies. So I think that's how I would introduce it. Thank you.
And also when you put it that way, because now you're looking at the learners, but how about if we're looking outside the school environment or the learning environment? How best do you think we can incorporate digital literacy or digital skills in the communities, those that remain unschooled, for lack of a better way to put it?
I believe there is, we have different approaches that we can take, and I think the panelists here will contribute to that question from many perspectives, because there are those who are acquiring intermediary and advanced level skills after high school, so they go and do computer studies, ICT studies, and so on.
And our own approach at Codris Africa is looking at it this way. Normally, when parents buy phones these days, and they're trying to, day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, trying to navigate, find something, sometimes where is my M-Pesa and so on, they ask their children. Kids, yeah. They ask their nephews, they ask their nieces. And we are of the view then that if they begin to learn advanced level skills like coding skills, and incidentally, I was looking at the US Bureau of Labor Statistics talking about the levels of income that coding skills bring. And they are, I think in the US, they are about twice the average of any other profession. So once you get it into the school environment, there are two things that you do there for the community. One is that we are looking at, and we are working very closely with the Ministry of Education on this and the Ministry of ICT and agencies like the Communications Authority and ICT Authority, is that the teacher is retooled and the teacher is an opinion shaper in the community. So they are able to begin to transfer some of these skills into the community. And secondly, once children have these skills, then they begin to percolate into the community and people begin to see the benefits for which, for why they need these skills. And here I'm talking about skills where you're able to become a producer in the digital economy rather than just a consumer. Because for many of us, we call people digital natives because they can quickly migrate around a phone, a tablet, a computer. But really, it's the ability to use, to innovate, to create in that space, and to be able to do that. And one of the things that we are looking at Codris Africa is not just to teach this in school, but we are engaging with industry, and we have got some big tech coming on board, announcements you're going to be making very soon, so that young learners, as they polish their skills, they can get connected to industry level certification and go into integrated development environments so that they're able to then showcase their skills and even probably begin to earn at that level.
Great. And with that, you know, I want to come to you, Damaris, because at Amenia Dada, you handle programs and projects around equipping the girl child with digital literacy or digital skills. And yesterday we were talking about the digital divide. We also talked about digital inclusion, which is enhancing ICT access and usage for all Kenyans. And among, you know, throughout these conversations that we are also seeing that there's a huge digital divide that's not just affecting people in hard-to-reach areas, but it's also affecting girl children in the country today, especially those of them who come from highly patriarchal societies where cultural norms run deep in the societies. So tell us about the other innovative approaches that you are using to spread the word in digital literacy and empowering girls with digital skills that they need for the 21st century.
Thank you very much, Doreen. I really appreciate that. So what we are currently working on is that we are promoting tech for good at the grassroots level. So this cuts across the sector needs in terms of assistive technologies. Then we are working with young women at that level. So levels where remote areas, hard to reach areas, really rural urban areas. So currently Amenia Dada Innovations is hosted at the Kenya Red Cross, and the reason why they hosted my organization there is because they also believe on the same, all working towards last mile connectivity. So one of the approaches that we're using, because the actual name is actually Amenia Dada Innovations, which translates to believe in young women's innovation, is that we are translating it to the other way around. You see, the way donors would come with programs, then they'd impose them and request for you to implement it in a certain way. So what we're doing is that we're asking and showing them that you can actually penetrate a community and then through that, get the ideas. So for example, if it's an app that they want to bring on digital literacy skills, what you're telling them is that this app, it won't be integrated as it is. It will be used as a tool, as a resource. So what that means then is that, for example, if you're using pottery as an example, or making floral or pots or baking, what the girls do is that at the basic level, they start out on machine learning. then they start on 3D fabrication and design solutions. So then that way, they feel part of the process. Then it's easier to integrate a solution into a community as opposed to you coming up with an app that is, of course, in English, then, you know, the amount of literacy skills is very low. So, for example, if it's the language there is maybe the local language and Swahili, so that aspect of integration of a solution can be hard to reach. But the moment they feel like they own it, they're part of the process, then the integration becomes easier. So that's one of the tools that we're using. The second one that we're using as well is really fabricating the solution in terms of, you know, sector needs, right? So in terms of sector needs, is that we are not imposing them to take up tech to be an engineer or STEM. I can give a very good example that currently the conversation has moved from STEM to STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. So this then becomes all-inclusive in terms of also the creatives being part of the solution. So this way, it doesn't come off as elitist as it were before. You lose out on the jargon, on the language, then you just remain with the, you know, like the actual fodder for delivery of solutions and for community engagement. So that's the second thing that we're working on. And the third one is that we are also working on really rural, remote, inaccessible areas. This is a project that I'm very passionate about, that we're working in collaboration with the Kenya Red Cross Society and some partners in Kalobeye refugee camp. So this is the first time that we're also targeting young women and specifically at that level of marginalization, you know, the traditionally secluded areas, and, you know, pumping in tech, not just the hardware, but the actual software, and pushing for it to start on. So really we are at the basic level of the, you know, of the digital literacy skills, then pumping it all the way up as they grow. Thank you, Doreen.
All right. Steve, given what Damaris has talked about, she's talked about how they are skilling, reskilling, and trying as much as possible to reach out to the marginalized areas in the country. But when we talk about maximizing the impact of digital literacy or digital skills, we actually go way beyond just looking at the future of work. It has to start from somewhere. It starts with making sure that a certain demographic, a certain generation is taken care of so that they're able to grow or seamlessly integrate into these 21st century skills that we are now being told about. Because if you look at some of the studies, they actually do indicate, I think it's a study also by the Africa Development Bank, that does say that 9 out of 10 jobs over the next 10 years will require anyone seeking a job to have a certain level of digital skills. So if we're looking at 250 million jobs in the next 10 years, being jobs that require 9 out of 10 people to have digital skills, we need to start asking ourselves how far we are as a country in terms of achieving and preparing our generations for these jobs that require at least 95% of the people to have digital skills. So as a person who is in charge of technology training at Afrelty, maybe you can take us through where the challenges are and what we need to do to fix them, and looking at the challenges that Damaris has talked about.
Excellent. Thanks, Joy. And indeed, it's a joy to be here. And I'm also happy to see you around.
Pun intended.
I think we need to start from somewhere. Mm-hmm. We cannot talk about digital skills, in my opinion, without talking about where it came from. About 50 years ago, or let's even go back. Let's go back to about 200 years ago. I'm sure you know what happened. There was the first, what happened? About 200 years ago. Of course, none of us was born here. About 200 years ago, we had the first industrial revolution. That is in the 1800. Then about 100 years ago, there was another second revolution, which was about what? Nuclear stuff like that. Then about 50 years ago, we are talking about now in 1970s there, what happened? The computers. So the age of computers. So you can see how we have been progressing from the first industrial revolution to what you call the 4IR, the fourth industrial revolution, that we believe we are living in. And also connected to that is the thought about the people who are connected on the internet. At the moment, how many people are we on the internet? At the moment, we have about 5.2 billion users on the internet against the global population of about 7-point-something billion users. So virtually everybody is on the internet. And this is the relevance of the discussion this afternoon. We have the internet that everybody is using, and we have something that needs to be done so that we can leverage on this internet. And this is the digital skills. And I'll go back a bit, maybe Joe, you can allow me to what Mugumo had sent there, and also to what one of the delegates mentioned when Joy asked about the question of, what was it? About the digital skills. Can also, ITU classifies digital skills in 3 categories, and I'm sure everybody else does that. And they are the levels that Mugumo had described. The first one is the basic digital skills. The basic digital skills prepares what you call the digital citizens. Maybe that's not the level that we are in, because in this conference, I think the invitation was about guys in the ICT field, and I doubt whether is the best, the sampling is the best, but not a question there. I know here most of us are in the ICT field, so we may not be worried there. Also, somebody saying that they have enough digital skills that they can use to develop this country, which is good. But don't forget, there are so many people out there. You have engineering skills, you have a lot of advanced skills, AI, artificial intelligence skills. You can make something. So whatever system you can make is what the digital worker is going to use, and also maybe what the digital citizen is going to use. So that is, I think we need to understand that. I wanted it to be very clear so that as we discuss the digital skills and the digital literacy, we also know from where are we coming from and who are we addressing. So like when you address the digital literacy, basically we are addressing people, the digital citizens. We want to look at the digital citizens. But I will still go back to maybe Joy's question regarding what can be done or what is being done so that these digital literacy skills can impact the country, in terms of the economy and also in terms of employability. So number one, and I've given you I've shared some statistics about what is happening. I also picked some statistics from Joy. Indeed, there was a study by, I think, IFC and the World Economic Forum, and also ITU, I think, was involved, showing that over 50%, actually they put it at 65% of the jobs that will be in Africa, not even in the world, require people with digital skills. So that is huge, a number of, a huge need there for us to fill. Then there's also something else Joy mentioned, like in the next, not even 10 years, by the year 2030, what is going to be happening? It's like every job will require digital skills. And something else, about over 200 million jobs will be requiring those skills in Africa. Not in just in Africa. So I'm sure you get a picture of what is out there and what probably is supposed to be done. So what are you going to do? Number one, or what impact in the digital skill is going to be there? Number one, in terms of employability. Because if we consider that there will be over 200 million jobs requiring digital skills, it means that for you to be employable, for you to be fit or to fit in that industry or that organization, then you need some level of digital skills. Whether it's a digital worker or whether it's a digital maker, even the digital citizen, they'll still need those skills. So the employability is going to be requiring that everybody gets some digital skills. There's also something else. Now all the industries, they are using digital skills.
Right.
Digital skills is not just about ICT. Sometimes you have this misconception that when you are talking about digital skills or anything digital, we are addressing people with a digital background. That is not true, because in medicine we are using digital skills. We are using AI there. These operations being done. In transport, we are using digital skills. That's why you have the driverless cars. In business, digital skills is huge. The analytics that you do for you to know how the business is probably is going to perform or to predict some few things. So virtually all the industries will require digital skills. That gives us, that means this huge opportunity for us, not just us seated here, but everybody with the digital skills to be able to not only work probably in an area in which they did some studies in, but also in any other discipline.
Mm-hmm.
So that is needed. There's something else that we can also talk about.
Briefly?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, briefly, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back to about 50 years ago. What happened 50 years ago here in Kenya? 50 years ago, what happened?
Independence?
Exactly. 50 years ago, we had our independence. I think we should also have, beside the flag, we should also have somewhere stating that Kenya gained her independence in 1963. So in 1963, we had our independence. I was not there, but I remember and I've read.
You weren't born yet.
I've read the key issues that the then president was addressing. I think there were three things, the ignorance and some few other things, health. What was the other one?
Poverty.
Diseases, yes. But the most relevant here is the ignorance. And at that point, we wanted the population to be able to just read and write. If they could write 1 to 9 or 0 to 9 and do some simple maths, they were very good. If they could read some basic ones and letters, that was very good.
Right. And the same applies to technology as well.
Exactly. This is where I was coming.
Yes.
Coming to.
Go ahead.
Yes. So 50 years ago, we are struggling with ABCD and 0, 1 to 9. But here we are now struggling with the digital skills. The skills that now we need to drive our economy to the next level. And this is the most maybe relevant time to speak about digital skills, because there's no way we are going to move this country forward without these digital skills. And we are comparing that, and you can imagine what happened. Maybe for you people, you may not, I've seen quite a number of young people. I think the senator also observed that, which is good. And by the way, when you grow old, you only see young people because everybody is younger than you. Like now, I'm only seeing very young people here. So
because everybody else is
yes, it's
all right.
Lower,
so
yes.
we're going to come back to the part where you tell us about what the future really needs in terms of digital skills. But I want to bring in Maureen, who is from Huawei Technologies, because Maureen, you're already in the future. You know, we keep saying the future, the future, the future, but the future is here. And when we are talking about the future of work, we also need to understand and contextualize how we need to prepare ourselves for the workforce and what is being categorized as the future of work, also the emerging technologies. Steve here talked about AI, artificial intelligence, big data, And some people are now moving into, I don't know, robotics, and there's so much as well that's going on around the world. If you even just make an observation, if you're going through the airports around the world, people are no longer going to the tellers at the airport check-in. Now we have AI where you just go and drop your bags at a certain point. The bags, you find them at your point of exit. So technology has been able to enable that. And we are seeing more.
Yeah.
There was a comment and also something that I think Steve could tap into.
Okay, fine. So I'll address the disability part. And I want to appreciate the fact that this time round, as I talked about digital connectivity, phase 1 that we completed last year, phase 2 has incorporated schools with special needs. We have about 6 schools right now that are going to be connected with this special, we have special equipment that we have gotten in different areas, and we are combining them and connecting them to KISE, Kenya Institute of Special Education, so that they can support in terms of how they can, if they're going to do training remotely, the fact or that if they're going this to do time round, as I talked about any digital discussions or connectivity, anything, but the schools, phase 1 all the schools that mapped out, we completed last year, phase 2 has incorporated schools with special needs. Disability. And one of the things is that we have this year when we were doing the 6 International schools Women's right Day now that are going to be connected with this special. We celebrated this at we Kenya have special Institute of equipment Special Education that we have gotten so that we in can different areas, enhance and we are combining them and connecting them to visibility Kenya Institute of Special Education, and we're able so that to they can give them support, and I want to how they can if they're going to do training, appreciate the fact that just to this showcase time that round, we're not only going now to focus, but we the only phase focus 1, on all the schools mapped out completed last year has now we're going to schools with special needs with disability. So that is one of the areas that the International Women's right now that are going to be connected with this special. We celebrated this. We have special equipment that we have so gotten that we can enhance and we are combining we are trying to come up with areas. So right now, as we speak, maybe in the rural areas, we still haven't come up with the centers because of the online areas. But one of the things that we're trying to see is that as we continue partnering, let's say with collaborating with different organizations in the ministry who are going to maybe have youth centers, and like now in Isiolo, at the youth centers, people are able to go there and do some learning. So we are hoping that in the near future that we're going to do some collaboration and get opportunities that people can actually go to those youth centers and do the online learning with good connectivity. And one of the things, but for now, we're still going to enhance on the online activities. And we're hoping that maybe if you see the DigiTrack in those areas, because it stays there for a month, you can maybe see how then you can do some certain courses while it's there.
Right.
Thanks.
Please pass the microphone to Bruno.
Okay, sure, thank you. Just very quickly, the question to from Matthew. At Codris Africa, what we are doing is that working with the Ministry of Education, one of the areas that we are very focused on is to see how the content that we will be delivering to primary and secondary schools is made available and accessible to learners with disability, and therefore the Kenya Institute of Special Education will be very, very involved in the activities that we are going to have. I believe that then we'll be able to create linkages even with organizations like Huawei, and to bring to life the connectivity and tools and equipment that are available for that purpose. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, thank you. Damaris, do you want to add to that, or do we move to the second set of questions? All right. So anybody else want to make a contribution? Let's kindly make it brief. We have 5 minutes to make our conclusive remarks. So 1, 2, and 3. Yes, let's start here. Yeah. gonna need a microphone, or can someone just pass their microphone to the back so he's able to use it?
Is that working? Mani kupe.
I'm David William Wainai. A few years ago, we had a narrative of equipping our schools with enabling tools that will make our children move to the next level in ICT. I think in this forum will be unfair if we forget to put an emphasis on that to the government, that we need to complete that, because it's going to make this country do very well in ICT. But if you are still having children that are leaving school and they are not yet properly enabled in ICT, it will be very unfair. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Who else? Is yours working or you need this?
Yeah, my name is Ian Nyangora. I'm from the Technical University of Kenya and from Consumer Grassroots Association. I had a question regarding the improving technology. We are moving so fast as a country, or let's say globally. We are moving so fast into technology, and in the near future, everything is going to be like in modern technology. So what are the measures being taken? Because for me, I'm studying mechatronics engineering, but if you go for you go to the industries, you'll find very old machines right now, very old machines. Like they don't really, the system is not upgrading with what they're teaching. Yeah, we are being taught at school about AI and all that, but in the industry, after school, you're going to work. You need to work with what you've been taught, but you find the old machines of 1960. So that's what
I actually met a student from University of Nairobi, I think, who told me that he's doing, I think, mechanical engineering, and he said that the tractors they're using to train are from like 1978, and today, you know, things have moved like a world apart. Yeah. There was a third question. So the lady right here, and then to the, I'm not giving you a second chance. Okay, unless you keep it brief, but yes, please go ahead.
Okay, my question is to, or rather a comment to Aminia Dada. I read that right now the women inclusion in uptake of technology occupation is about 30%. Now, my question to you is, do you have any mentorship programs for the girls that you're currently mentoring?
All right, the gentleman at the back, digital literacy student.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Again, I'm Faustive Saching Osedo, a student of electrical and telecommunication at the University of Multimedia. Yeah, so this is my question. In the morning, the CA was advised that we should invest in research. And in most institutions, I was having a case study which was being given to me by my mentor, who is working with Google and is based in Ireland. And he was telling me that for the students there, Google just approached them and tells them that we have this problem in our company. And those who are doing their research will work on it. And at least they gain more skills by working on a real problem than assuming a problem, then working on that problem. So I think the panelists can help advise, or you can also, if there is such a thing, you can advise even me to go in such a place for me to work on a research, something which is more valid. Thank you.
Joy, I hope you've noticed. Go ahead.
All right.
I hope you've noticed he has a mentor in Ireland, so.
We'll come to that, to be continued. But now over to our panelists. In regard to what the different questions are putting forward, there's an issue of relevance, of skills, and then there's also an issue of our curriculum. And maybe Mugumo, because you at Codres Africa are trying to bring in newer ways of thinking around digital skills. Maybe we can start there. Steve, I'm going to give you 1 minute. I know you're not going to talk in 60 seconds, but please try. Please try.
Well,
yes,
thank you very much.
just address the panelists. So I'll start with Mugumo and then to Steve, and then I'll come to Damaris and Maureen.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think in terms of curriculum, the challenge that was mentioned, picked up by someone around tertiary universities, have had it in many forums, and the fact that they are managed independent of each other means that then it's not very easy to harmonize or update curriculums as you go. I think the difference we are experiencing in primary and secondary schools is that you have one entity called the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development that then gives guidance around that area. So we've been having with them with the initiative to move coding as an area of learning from the periphery of after 4 p.m. during the holidays, sort of touch and go thing, to the center of the classroom. And I think that is going to be bearing fruit in the coming months, and we're going to be seeing this. And obviously, this has a national dividend to it. But I think closely tied to that is a gentleman who mentioned something about the gadgets, the computers. The beauties of it is that it's called the Digital Literacy Program, was being run by ICT Authority. It is still an active program. Currently, they have distributed up to 1.2 million tablets to public primary schools, and that would include the junior secondary schools now, because they are domiciled. School.go.ke. Any of you can check after this so that I don't talk too much. You will find that they'll probably have 2 teacher laptops, a number of tablets that can be used by students, and this infrastructure, an internet router and a projector, this infrastructure is what we're going to be using to bring coding lessons alive in those environments, so that as these guys progress in the ones in the universities and tertiary institutions, as they progress professionally, then there's another crop in the pipeline that's coming to even advance the knowledge and to keep the ball rolling, as it were. Thank you.
Okay, Steve?
Sure.
A minute?
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I'll address several issues here. Number one is about the relevance of these skills. I will not say this is a problem that you're going to throw to the government to solve. I think this is a problem that we seated here and everybody else needs to be engaged in, so that we can come up with a solution. And even these institutions that we are feeling probably they are not doing enough, I think they also need to be innovative and do better. At Afrauti, we partner with so many organizations, including Huawei here. Like, for instance, we are a Huawei certified training center. We partner with the Cisco, we are Cisco Academy Training Center. We partner with the US government, some US government entities. We partner with the British Council. Like the other day, we are doing some program for the marginalized and disadvantaged. So it's all through this partnership that we can do better. We are also an ITU Center of Excellence, so we are able to give to our students the best in the market. But if we stay in our cocoon and we just use the same things that we had many years ago, then we are not developing. So it's not a government problem. We are here to solve this problem, and with that mindset, we can be able to do a lot of things. But allow me, Joy, to just say something about the inclusivity. There's a program we are doing with the British Council. It's called Skills for Inclusive Digital Participation. Just the other week, I was at Kenya School for the Blind, and it was very amazing to see people who are blind impacted by the digital skills. And their basic digital skills, the one we classified earlier. I remember there's one police officer who was saying that some few weeks ago he had gone for an operation, and when he woke up, he had lost his sight. And from that, after that training, and it was very short, about a week, he said that now I'm able to go back to my station. I can do the occurrence book records. I can take statements. He really got encouraged by just getting these digital skills. There are many cases that he can cite. There's also a program we did with the Norwegian Refugee Council.
Being owned or being indebted to someone, but just good practice. So yes, this is in the works, it's in the pipeline, and I'd like to throw out a challenge to girls, especially girls who are doing ICT. Can I see some students who are doing ICT in the room? I do. Who can take an internship? Paid internship to make it better. Okay, so I think the reason why I'm saying this is because one of my mentors who works at an audit firm, one of the top audit firms, name them, one of those, one of the things he told me is that he's willing to also support Aminia Dada through taking some of our girls to their mentorship program. So the challenge I wanted to mention about it is that also just transform your mind in terms of what mentoring means. You can mentor up, you can mentor down. You can also be mentored as well as you mentor someone else. So this is a challenge that I feel I would throw it out. Please share your CV with me. I'll leave my email address or my number. So yes, this is in the works. I would want to do more. I would love to do more because I truly believe in partnerships, not only as an SDG, but as an enabler to actually build solutions and get to that level of scalability and replication. Unfortunately, the worst thing about the conversation that we're having today is that access, digital access, bridging the gender digital divide is very emotive because it clearly shows you, the class, the lack of opportunities, the lack of information. So, I mean, if you don't have information, so you automatically don't have the opportunities. If you don't have the opportunities, there's no way we're going to bridge the usage gap. So it keeps going on and on. It's a rolling ball. So the only way to break this conversation is actually just coming through together. And I really appreciated in the morning session where Barak, I think Barak at the back, Barak from Kiktanet and .Africa was talking about the same idea. So really, as you reach out, please don't be afraid to reach out to people for mentoring. Don't be afraid to also unite as peers and grow together. Identify a network of strong men and women. There's cross-gender mentoring that can be really successful. I can attest to that. So yes, it's in the works, it's possible. That's how you build the ecosystem. That's how you transform the ecosystem, through coming together. So for sure, I'm excited about that question, and thank you very much to the good lady with short hair like myself.
Thank you so much, Damaris. Maureen, a minute.
60 seconds.
Yes, go ahead.
So just to add on to what has been mentioned is that I was reading a book called Outliers. And one of the things that I noted in this room when Joy asked, just asked a question. You'd see guys, ladies, let me talk to ladies doing, Then when it was mentioned, paid. But when I sit in the panel of interviewing people coming into the organization, and it's funny how the men come out so strong. That guy may have like 10% of the skills, but the way he presents himself, it's like he's going to get 90%. But the lady will have 90% of the skills, but the way she presents herself, 10%. And I'm like, anyway, so I'm just trying to bring out the normal thing about social skills. You have to be an outlier. You have to stand out of your space, and that will take mentorship to help you get out of that space. So just to come back to reality, someone mentioned about mechatronics and what is in the real world. I studied at University of Nairobi, and the things that were there was what our former, I don't want to name names, but yeah, was there in 1960 something.
Right.
And the thing is that you'll never get what you want, even though you're in that university. What happens is that you have to find a way of how you'll swim through this ocean. Fine, you have the chance of you're studying mechatronics. Can you go on YouTube and figure out what mechatronics in other countries are doing and try and relate that with what is existing and see how well you can fit? Yes, the practicality of that might not come out, but by the time you're coming to be interviewed or you're trying to do stuff online, you're way ahead than that person who is waiting for a new machine to come from, say, Germany, China, to come and be fitted there so that it can be fit for purpose for what you're learning. So I think you just have to be agile. and figure out how well you can make it work for you, and as the universities figure out how they can match up to what the industry has now. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And with that, I believe that we have spent out our time. And one word to each one of our panelists, just to tell us what the future requires from us. Magumo, let me start with you.
I think the future is for the prepared, and we are in an environment where we have to learn, we unlearn, and then we relearn. I think the question of living in the same environment forever, that time is sort of like, is gone.
All right.
You remember ChatGPT was all the craze since November, December last year. And then Bard came out the other day and all the reviewers are saying, no, it's turned the table. So that's the world we're in. So learn and learn, relearn.
Relearn. All right. Maureen, word.
Wow. I'm just trying to
There,
think of
you
what.
said it. Wow. Damaris? Let's hear from you, Damaris.
One thing I'd like to say, thank you very much, Doreen. Thank you to the regulator, CA. Please read the finance bill. Please understand what's there in terms of digital content monetization. It's very important. Understand the income tax, understand the levies, understand on digital lenders. It's very important to get your hands to it. Dissect this. KPMG has done a good job together with Deloitte. They have a report that's out. Read through the report. Institute of Economic Affairs have a report this afternoon on the same. Get use of that as well. Be abreast. Usibaki nyuma. Always be on top of your game. Get all these reports, understand, internalize, then innovate.
Thank you. Steve?
Thank you, Joy. I've said too, but forgive me. To me, the final word, the future is now. Don't wait for the future tomorrow. The future is now, and there's no excuse. We have internet. We should be able to do as much as we want.
Thank you so much. The future is now. All right, Maureen, let me come back to you. Let me give you some saving grace.
Okay, for me, it's just, you have to just keep being innovative. Innovative in your thinking, innovative in what you're going to do, and just, as it was mentioned, keep learning, and make that space go outside the box in which you're in currently. Thanks.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our panelists. And thank you so much, Mark Masai, who is going to be handling the next session. Thank you so much, Mark.
Round of applause for the moderator, Joy Doreen Bira. Mind your head as you exit stage, but they want to take a photo of you as the panel. The second last panel of the day, and we're getting into the last one, and I'd want us to participate as much as we can, since najua bado kuna wengine wamekula na sasa wanakulwa na itis. Your condition, it is real and it happens to the best of us, so I'd want us to changamka kidogo, but we'll be done in the next few. So smile, say ICT.
ICT. Digital skills.
All right, thank you. Mind your head, mind your head.
Thank you very much.
And I believe the first of my panel is ready. So Charity Ndinda, Secretary, Kuria Industry Association of Kenya. She's joining us here. I'm pleased to have a panel of ladies. I believe, Sharon, you're ready? You're ready, mic'd? Yes. So coming up on stage is Charity Ndinda, the Secretary of Kuria Industry Association of Kenya. Kuria, si Kuria, K-U-R-I-A, Kuria. Yani, atatuelezea ni nini wanafanya as the association. And next up on stage is Sharon Bosire, Legal Officer, Governance and Communications Authority of Kenya. And next up is Josephine Miliza, Africa Regional Coordinator, LockNet Project, the Association for Progressive Communications. And so we were also expecting Dr. Lynette Ongera, Special Needs Education Professional, but I'm told she sent her apologies. And Lillian Kariuki, Executive Director, Watoto Watch Network. Lillian Kariuki, if you're here. Well, not Lillian Kariuki by chance, the name you share, but Lillian Kariuki, the executive director of Toto Watch Network. No? All right. And Mr. Japheth Ogutu, Consumer Downtown Association. Bwana Japheth upo? All right. As I had been told, I believe they had last-minute cancellations. What we're talking about here, this last session, and it is now 3:35, so we'll be done by 4:30, but we will have your inclusion in terms of the participation. We are looking at providing inclusive ICT and courier services for vulnerable populations. So I'll have Charity begin as I make my way to my chair there. Now it's a bit different. I'm the moderator. And Charity, because you're already mic'd, so you're good. We'll just test it. In case it's not as good, we'll give you the handheld mic. Nimesema courier na si K-U-R-I-A, but courier. And so in your capacity as the Secretary for Courier Industry Association of Kenya, tafadhali explain to us what you overlook in the services that you render, because people need to appreciate what you've done for us, especially wakati wa COVID.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon. Thank you, Mark. It's good to be on this panel and to speak about an industry I have a passion in and a passion for. Other than being in the Courier Industry Association of Kenya, I also wear a hat of being a consultant and trainer in the courier and logistics industry. So what do we do? So courier companies, of which we have 260 licensed operators, and our licensor regulator is the Communications Authority, offers courier services, delivery of documents and parcels and goods that are over limited weight, up to 30 kilogram a parcel, from the sending position from their door. It could be a business, an office, or your home, to another door, meaning to another business, to a customer who's receiving this where they are. So as to whether we know what courier services are, I'd just like to engage us and ask, how many of us can name 3 licensed courier companies?
Moses.
Yes.
Moses, you can't respond. You're an insider, yes. So you know you're the licensor, so you're the regulator.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so Moses, I'll give you an opportunity. Moses is from the Communications Authority of Kenya, so he has a privileged information, but we'll give you an opportunity. There's a lady here, and then I'll come to you.
Sorry?
You can use your mic, please.
And speak up. We've just been challenged.
Yeah,
but
kuchangamka.
I'm not really certain, but I think Fargo Courier. Yes.
Thank you.
There's a hand back there. Yeah?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you could give it a bit more oomph.
Oomph. Okay.
There you go.
G4S.
Thank you. The last one?
There's a lady in mustard.
The Postal Corporation.
You could just point it to you. Point that mic to you, please. Point it towards your mouth.
The Postal Corporation of Kenya.
Thank you. Yes.
And the lady there also wanted to answer.
Okay.
Sedi.
Sandy.
Sandy. There's a lady over there. You could shout it. Wells Fargo.
All right. Not Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo is the security arm. It's more Fargo Courier Limited, but thank you.
Kuna wengine pia hapo walijua G4S for security only, so good call there.
Okay, so now we know. So we have 260 licensed courier operators in this country. Unfortunately, and this is a challenge we keep throwing to the regulator, we have more than 600 unlicensed operators. When we include all the bodabodas we use, ile rider uko na namba yake hapo nje ya home, unaomba uniletee nini? Dawa ya mzae, nini. So we have 1 million registered riders by the Boda Boda Association of Kenya. But that said and done, we actually have underserved and unreached areas in this country. Statistically, 1,426 sub-locations are unreached, okay? So Posta hasn't reached them, and neither have the 260 licensed operators. But Mark tells me to speak about what we did during COVID. So most of these players are actually private companies. We only have one player, the national PCK, Posta, the national operator, who is a corporate, shirika la, then public, right? The rest are private operators. So what have we done in this industry? We actually come through to use all these digital skills that you're talking about to solve real world problems. I was giving someone an example of during COVID, when there was lockdown and we could not move around, the courier companies stepped up and we were moving parcels, PPEs, medication across this country 24/7 in 2020. So I'm proud
I think that deserves a hand clap for what they did.
Okay. So it took actually training our own employees in health and safety and actually making sure they were properly geared to reach out to the population, to reach out to the unreached, to reach out to anyone who needed PPEs and medication. In developed countries and in some countries in East Africa, like Rwanda, we are using drones in the courier sector to deliver parcels to remote areas. So right now, again, some of the unreached areas are because of infrastructure, insecurity issues, cost issues, and as much as the private players could want to set up outlets there, it's not viable in so many ways because of those pain points. But we, again, are working together to make sure that the geographical coverage of these 260 operators extends to most parts of this country. If you are on the Nairobi-Mombasa highway, every evening at 10 p.m., you'll probably drive down with 10 trucks, at least, from 10 different courier companies, moving items down to the coast. Same to the Rift Valley, same to the northern part of the country, and to the western part of the country. Okay, and of course within the city. So I proudly represent that organization. None of us went to school to study courier and logistics. Very few of us have actually done the certificates, diplomas or degrees offered by the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. But my call to us is, as we do business, as we develop the programs, the software, and the solutions, we also need to empower our customers and entrepreneurs and sensitize them that for actual delivery of their products or services, we need to use professional services.
I need to bring in the other panelists, but you've said something that I need to follow through before I forget, that none of us went to school for courier services. Does that then set us at a disadvantage in terms of trying to ensure we have inclusivity in courier services in the first place?
Yes, because number one, people don't know where to look for these delivery companies. Number two, we actually don't have the solutions that we need to automate most of the operations in the courier industry locally, right? So we have products and we have systems that we are using off the shelves developed by other countries that are actually available to the courier industry here. So if we all then go to understand what it takes, there's a market to the digital makers.
Right. And so you keep saying that you have been challenging the authority to make a better, to give you more enablement. And Sharon will, to her defense, tell you how they are doing it for the courier services, because that's one of the mandates for the Communications Authority of Kenya. But I want to throw it to Josephine, who has one of the longest titles on the panel. She is the Africa Regional Coordinator, LockNet Project, Association for Progressive Communication. In fewer words, you could also use that blue handheld mic. You could just press it if you don't feel that you are audible enough. What it is that you do in the name of inclusivity for ICT sector.
Thank you, Mark. It's an honor to be in this panel. Very delighted to be part of the Inclusion in Tech conversation. Association for Progressive Communications is a civil society organization with membership from across the world. The LockNet initiative, or the Local Networks Initiative, for which I work for, supports community networks and community-based connectivity projects in Asia, Latin America, and Africa. And we came into the digital inclusion space because, as my fellow panelist has mentioned, there are issues around last mile connectivity. There's really a gap in us trying to achieve ensuring that we have not just access, but affordable access at the last mile. And so community networks are community-based initiatives that provide connectivity infrastructure, and they are built with, for, and by communities. It might be new in the telecom ecosystem, but in other places or in other sectors, we've seen communities stepping up to provide service provision, whether it is in water, in agriculture. So it's just a matter of communities coming together, pulling together resources, and providing internet service provision for themselves.
You heard what she does, and I'm sure you have some questions as to how she can plug in to support the community networks to make sure whether it is your shags, your area, where you go back for Christmas or Easter holidays, to be better connected. It is, of course, not just one person responsibility. It takes, you know, a holistic approach, and that's why I bring it to Sharon now, from your standpoint within the, you know, Communications Authority of Kenya. Just give us the stakeholders that provide, and if that isn't working, you can use a handheld. The stakeholders that come together to make it possible for inclusivity, whether it's in the ICT sector and courier services, because much as you're the authority and an agency within the government, the expectation is that you would make it easier for Kenyans. But it takes, you know, we're in Africa, a whole village to raise this child. So who are the stakeholders that you really plug in with to make it a reality?
Great. That's a good question to start with. I didn't know where you'd go after, after that. So thank you very much. I'd say as a regulator, and I like that you've opened it up, because when you're talking about inclusion, all the subsectors are very important. And then somehow in the day that we're living in, it's almost like it's converged. So that even if you talk about postal and courier, there's a lot of telecom that is involved, either if it's e-commerce, if you're talking about broadcasting, it's now converged, and it's very interesting to look at it now. So that also means our stakeholders have also become very, our way of mapping stakeholders has become interesting. Initially, then you would say, oh, what event is it? Or what are you looking at? What are you looking at developing? Is it a telecoms thing? Then you'd look at operators mostly, and maybe, and the related, telecom-related stakeholders. But now in this day and age, and even look at where we're seated now, we've tried to sort of put everyone under one roof. And that way, then, we're looking at both operators, if you're talking about postal, courier, broadcasting. If you're an operator, you're a stakeholder. We're looking at, if you're talking about public-private partnerships, we're looking at private entities, we're looking at the civil society. We're also, I mean, government, of course, institutions of learning, research institutions, all these guys. In fact, if you ask me now, we even talk about children, because we're talking about child online protection. I wish Watoto Watch was here. They would tell you how important they are. Security agencies, very core. I think one of the things we forget when you talk about courier is a security element. It's very important. And they can tell you how between the point at which you start, maybe even if it's ordering online, because this is what lots of people are doing now, how much compromised this one transaction is from end to end. So for us as a regulator, that's also an important component, which we incorporate also from the licensing side. So this is stuff that happened behind the scenes. So there's, I think the last thing I'll say for now is there's also the element that is behind the scenes that we don't get to see. By the time we sit here, it looks nice and pretty, we're able to converse, but there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. Be it regulatory review processes when we're trying to brainstorm and also inform government of some of the nascent issues, matters that are arising and required to be brought out in the international platform. There's the International Telecommunications Union, the Universal Postal Union, key stakeholders when you're talking about interventions at the international UN level. So you can see that that list is growing, and also in a way it's also coming together like a one big family, as you said, so that you try and also pass the message across easily, quickly, effectively, but at the same time get as much feedback as possible to be able to sharpen our regulatory skills.
Well, we definitely have a wish list to make it more inclusive. That is ICT and courier services, especially for vulnerable populations. But even speaking generally for the entire population, how much of a hindrance, or how much, in your experience, has the county level been a hindrance to empowering or making your provision of courier services better?
Thank you, Mark. We have 47 counties, and the sub-locations I mentioned that are unreached are in different counties. we have a license, and the regulator gives 3 licenses in the courier industry. There's the national operator, PCK, and then an international license to the operators who will export and import courier material, and then the national operators. And 90% of the licensees, I think, fall within the category of national operators. My understanding from 2006, when I joined the industry, is that if my business has a national operator license, I have the mandate to collect and deliver items from my location. Could be Nairobi, could be Mombasa, across the country. But what happened with devolution? Every county wants a piece of the cake. So if I want to deliver items to Machakos, I'm required to pay a distribution permit at 10,000 shillings. So make that times 46 counties, excluding Nairobi, you need 460,000 shillings to just start a courier business.
It's for every individual courier business.
Yes, so it's very expensive. In addition to that, we pay parking fees, we pay branding fees, and at the end of the day, it makes it difficult for those investors and business owners who are really interested in providing these services to the people, because at the end of the day, most businesses rely on deliveries to actually get their products to the end consumer, whether it's a courier company or a logistics company. So when you have to pay distribution permits, parking fees, branding fees, sounds like I'm whining, but it's the reality of the ground. It becomes very expensive then to extend those services to most corners of this country. So again, our request to CA, I came here with requests, a basket of requests, is if we can engage the Council of Governors and actually come up with a single distribution permit, or actually create awareness, because most people don't even know what it takes to run the national courier operating business. So create awareness and facilitate the businesses to facilitate trade, because that's who we are, we facilitate trade.
And because you mentioned, and I'll come to you, Josephine, in terms of the challenges that you feel in penetrating the county level. But for Sharon, because you're the regulator and there's a request that's been made, as you mentioned, the review of regulations in that space, that's a courier space, is it out of your reach to perhaps recommend a change in something as simple as the permit, not simple, but something that we can point out easily as the permit or licensing for courier service provider?
No, it's actually squarely within the regulator's remit to do as much as possible to assist operators, licensed operators especially. And I think, if I may say it this early, I was hoping I'd say it much later, is that we are currently, and I'm sure a lot of us have seen this, we have our Act, the Kenya Information Communications Act, being amended currently. It has been published for public consultations. I think that is one of the very, very immediate recourse that you could have. Go in there, and this is something as a lawyer I advocate for quite a lot. Don't look at it as it's something for lawyers to do. I think a lot of the times leave the lawyers to put it in lawyerly language, but express yourself and express yourselves very clearly in those documents when it's for public consultation. That becomes the first, I think, the first point of call. So that is issues on postal and courier. They're in that act currently. They are up for review. I know some of them are quite old, and it will call for some of these interventions quite clearly. And we are working indeed, as you said, we've had these complaints, we have seen them, we are doing engagements through the counties to see how we can work with the counties for it to make sense. Because again, look, this is a socio-economic activity. So everyone who's getting in may not understand what it's about, but everyone wants a piece of the cake. So then the question is, are we able to then have a nice balance as to not to deprive the county of the business that they may be looking to have, but it's also not extortionist. Now, the unfortunate thing is that cost passes down to the consumer. So I'd like also, as you look at the act from a postal courier perspective, also look at it from a consumer perspective. As you have the discussion with us on the postal courier, also look at the Consumer Protection Act. All those are avenues that we can use and leverage on, of course, together the Constitution and what have you. But currently, of most essence, and I think it is something I cannot overstate, is that the Act is being amended. And I think, as you've said, I'm sure there are some of my colleagues who've picked it up and will also incorporate it from how we understand it from the regulator's perspective.
Josephine, to you, in terms of connecting, or at least being part of the effort to connect the nation, we have the goal by the government to increase the coverage, 100,000 kilometers last mile cabling initiative. It sounds very aspirational, and for someone who's within the system, and I know you have dealt with community networks, so hence the devolved level. How much supportive are they, the devolved governments, in ensuring this is a reality?
Yes, so I think in terms of, I'll start from the national level and the support that community networks have received so far. We've worked with the Communications Authority in collaboration with Kictanet in 2020, and we were able to create a licensing category for community networks. I think this was quite huge, given the context that for someone to become an operator, the lowest tier was tier 3, which means that you'll be able to cover a county with an application fee of 200,000 Kenya shillings. The community networks license provides provision for communities, it could be a CBO, a cooperative, or a non-for-profit, to offer services at the sub-county level and pay $50 as the fee. So that in itself, I think, was a great achievement in terms of just creating a license category for community networks and also ensuring that it's quite affordable. Now we get to the next, I think, issue around now how do we support these communities to build and deploy the infrastructure. Unfortunately, at this point, a lot of the funding comes from development partners, such as could be, for us, like APC, we work with other development partners. We have the Internet Society to build this infrastructure. We know that rolling out a network is not cheap. Maintaining it is even harder. So what I think would like to see more is prioritization, especially in budgets, in supporting such initiatives, because community networks in their essence are really community development focused, and we have initiatives such as the Rural Development Fund, community development funds, but there's not just that prioritization at the county level to really support issues around ICTs. I think Matthew mentioned in the previous panel around marginalized communities, and we can just say most of the time those living in rural areas do not have the same opportunities that they have. This workshop, for example, is being held in Nairobi over and over again. Youth in Turkana might not be aware of the conversations that are happening. And so county governments, I think, in their mandate can also look at how they can be able to support development of ICT centers. Community networks in their essence could be able to provide an extension of that network to reach residential homes or to reach markets or to reach schools, but we need centers where ICT training can be able to take place. And then last is just addressing the issue of the high cost of backhaul. And Sharon mentioned that the cost being transferred to the user because of taxation, we've seen it, it continues going high. We are not just, as even community network operators and other operators in the telecom space as well, is just challenging to be able to provide an affordable service if the regulatory environment, especially when it comes to taxation, is still quite high.
And it's been said, it's been heard that unajua saa zingine unasoma vitu kwa gazeti na watu walisema gazeti ni ya kufanya nini? Ni ya kusoma bwana. So nikasoma story ya kwamba there are some hindrances at the county level for automation of systems. So we do know that the dream to automate more services has to be supported by the infrastructure. Is it your experience or is it fact that there are some bottlenecks at the county level So generally for the population, so you can imagine what it means to automate some of the systems for the differently abled people who don't now have to go to a government office because of automated services. Is it true? Moses anasema yes. I mean, Matthew anasema yes. Is it true that there is deliberate effort to hinder the fast tracking of that?
I cannot.
Sisemi utaje mtu, but in your experience with the community networks,
Yes.
Is it something that receives some pushback?
I've not interacted like with county governments to a
Okay.
level where I would comment and say there has been pushback. I think there are still barriers to what I mentioned around prioritization of this. I don't know if it's an issue of competing interests.
Josephine is very diplomatic. Prioritization, competing interests. Vile mimi nasema kwa Kiswahili, basically, ukiautomate systems, inamaanisha you can track what is being done, projects within a county. It is not going to be done jua kali reja reja without accountability. So there can be the scenario where there is deliberate effort to stop what is happening on a national level to enable the populace, including the differently able people. But tumesema hauja deal now, so I'll spare you this one. I won't push too far into this. But I don't know if from your viewpoint, Sharon, you could speak of the place the county level government comes in to facilitate the automation. Sisemi ustaki mtu yoyote, I'm just saying we live in a county with 47 devolved governments. So there's a place they play, much as we want to aspire to have automated systems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good question. And also, I think I see why why we can try and be very politically correct at this point. But let's be realistic. I think I am a realist, so I like speaking realistically. Let's speak numbers. Let's talk about penetration. What does it look like? Let's talk about value for connectivity, if we'd call it that. So I think this is what has happened. So the speed at which we are having technology advancing or advancements is so high that the urgency, and I'm speaking very cautiously because I have some experience with also more rural interactions. So where we sit right now, and even it gets worse too if you're a techie seated in a metropolitan environment, you feel like this should happen and happen now, which is okay. But this is the thing: if you go and sit in most of these rural areas or even just counties, one of the things you need to remember, and I think from a regulator's perspective, I've gotten the privilege to be able to understand this, that as I sit in my office in Nairobi, I'd be at disadvantage someone who's seated somewhere in Migori County, and if I have not even so much as tried to go to Migori County and try to roll out a project. So we have say, I'll give an example of universal service. We have the universal service fund, and they roll out projects constantly on a daily basis. There's activity going on to try and roll out to unserved, underserved areas, far to reach areas, places without connectivity, trying to roll out ICT projects. Yeah. And you'll be surprised to hear or to see when you get to those places, something as little, and I'll say little because when we sit here, we have all this electricity, it looks nice. You go to a place and it's not just unserved, there's no electricity, there's nothing. Then you want to bring a mast. There's no water, that's a barrier. Then you want to bring a mast. So these guys, first of all, they'll hold you and tell you, wait a minute, mnaenda wapi, where do you think you're going? We need water. These animals have to have water. These kids, you're saying it will benefit the children. The children stopped going to school a long time ago. In fact, that school was washed away by floods. There's no school. Which school? Yeah, Nkiangalia hivi, do you see any center here? So you need to first do some kind of community engagement, which I know a lot of the community networks have tried to do, so that they reach to, you start by understanding what is the particular need for this particular county. It's not a one-size-fits-all agenda. Now, this will take us a while, and I think as a government, as we're doing the digital transformation, we need to also think clearly on how, and that is something we're doing even the regulator, as a regulator, to see, yes, we can continue rolling out, but how can we make this meaningful? The connectivity agenda meaningful by looking at the inclusive, so I think also the inclusion aspect is important. There are places you go to, you'll realize it's maybe a male-dominated society, which you will be surprised to find out in a household, only the husband has a phone. The wife does not have a phone. And what does that mean for this lady if she was to start a mama mboga business? What does it mean for her? It means if you need to pay by M-Pesa, if you're passing by there, if you're in your shags, as you said, people going to their Ushago, the rural areas, they need to pay, they don't have cash, they need to pay M-Pesa. She gives you the number of the husband who is working in maybe another town, receives the money. There's all that. Then you ask yourself, what more can we do so that we make sure even access to devices? So when you're talking about access, it's not only network, it's also devices. It's an issue of affordability. So there are three things that I usually think about when you're talking, even as you said about counties. If I was to pitch, and it also depends on how you're pitching some of these ideas. If I was to pitch, I'd say, look, I'm bringing in something that's affordable. I'm making it available at a good price. And then accessibility. Those three things, and you try and bring in the activity that is an economic activity for that county. Tell me why nobody would want to jump on this. But if you're just coming with a one-size-fits-all agenda, it won't work, because Kenya in itself is a very interesting environment. We cannot copy and paste from others. We need to really look at what is the unique aspect about this community, right, about this county, as we seek to roll out, and then think about the important things: affordability, accessibility, and availability.
I hear domestication of our approach in ensuring inclusivity. And I know you'll be happy with this question, Josephine, but I'll direct it first to Charity, because we want to ask now directly. I took some time to look at the overall situation from where they sit, from their standpoint or sitting point, what the situation is generally, and then now get to the vulnerable populace and how we can improve that. So in your view, representing the courier services nationally, how can we improve the inclusion, digital inclusion for the vulnerable groups, especially those that are differently abled?
All right. I think when it comes to digital inclusion in the courier sector, which I'll align to because that's where I'm good at, is we probably need more partnerships and collaborations between the players and the regulator and other organizations in this country, probably even social enterprises and NGOs, to actually avail and make available devices that are specific to people living with disabilities. For example, and one aspect of the courier business and service which makes it very different from postal service is, for every delivery made through the courier network, we actually provide a proof of delivery, which is signed and approved and acknowledged by the recipient that you are sending that item to. So if we have devices that the visually impaired can actually use to acknowledge delivery or request for collection of an item from one part of this country to another, that would come in handy. Not just the visually impaired, but everyone else who has a challenge in writing, okay, and using the devices, the electronic devices that we currently have. Anyone else who doesn't have the smartphones, are there other devices that we can use to actually facilitate movement of courier items in this country? As I mentioned, because the industry is actually more of private players, we only have one public operator. then it calls for an investment. So that's why I'm saying, in my opinion, collaborations and partnerships through the regulator and amongst the players, because at the end of the day, and the reality is, the main issue actually also bedeviling the sector is public transport. Okay, if I want to send a package to Machakos today, and I go to country bus, it will be there in 2 hours. If I hand it over, and they won't like me, but it's the truth. If I want to use some of the courier companies we mentioned, it will arrive tomorrow, because they have structured processes of how to receive, sort, and dispatch the same package. As much as we know the exposure that my parcel is at risk of a loss or a damage when I move it through the public transport, one thing is, some of them have actually gone ahead and they're licensed by the regulator, so they're doing it professionally, but most of them are not. And when we talked about the competition that is also the mainstream courier companies are struggling with, is because the public sector is moving parcels and they're not licensed. So they reach most part of this country. If we can license them and actually professionalize the service, they will be able to reach the parts where the mainstream courier companies cannot reach, and efficiently, to the satisfaction of all the customers.
Josephine, as the local network project Africa representative, Africa region representative, how do we improve this digital inclusion for the differently abled, especially?
I'd like to, I think, anchor it on 3 key things: infrastructure, skills, and locally relevant content. So when it comes to infrastructure, definitely I think investments in more community-based networks. And this is because when we get to the last mile, community networks are better positioned to address what, again, Sharon said about looking at mapping out what the community needs are, and then developing a network that is able to suit that. So even in the deployment of the network infrastructure itself, is not just about what are the geographical challenges, but also what are some of the cultural beliefs of a community. What are some of the places where the community needs the network more? So is it a marketplace? And also partnership with already existing community anchor organizations. So infrastructure is a key thing. And in the current USF strategy, there is a commitment to support 100 community networks across the country. And so we are hoping that we'll be able to see that fulfilled. Then secondly is the issue of skills. We've talked about skills, I think, since yesterday. But one component of skill building that I don't hear most people talking about is the network skills. We talk about building up, we talk about coding, but at the core or at the bedrock of digital inclusion is the infrastructure itself. So if we have to wait for an engineer from Nairobi to go to Turkana to maintain infrastructure, I think that's where one of the challenges is. So we have to ensure that even in skill building, we're looking at skill building in terms of supporting the network infrastructure itself. We have experience in several countries, I think including Kenya as well, where we work with communities. Networking is not as complicated. I'm a network engineer, so not to demean my degree or anything, but we have, you have an electrician who does not have a degree. We have people doing DSTV installation. So there's a component of networking really that can be made simple so that even someone with basic, I think, literacy can be able to maintain a network. And then lastly is the issue of locally relevant content. It's one thing to have access, it's one thing for it to be available, it's one thing for it to be affordable, but usage is another barrier that we see. And that is because why is someone coming online if majority of, if up to 80%, 90% of the content is in English? And then we also forget that as a culture, as Africans, the way of knowledge transfer was mostly audio and not text. So if we are developing content that someone has to read, it means that you have to be literate in English or Kiswahili and you have those reading skills.
Can I ask this in terms of domesticating and ensuring we are in tune with the need of the community, not answering something we think is a problem that isn't really a problem? And it touches on what was brought up earlier about feature phones and smartphones. So kama uko area fulani watu hata hawana maji, hiyo smartphone kuipata itakuwa ni dream, it's a pipe dream. But when we talk about digital inclusion, does it necessarily have to be, and even you can answer this, just for those who have the smartphones or what have you? So when we say digital inclusion, if the basic needs are not even met, what are we even trying to provide if it's not there? But for feature phone holders, and it's more common and more accessible across the country, are they able to access digital services through that?
I think there are some services that can be accessed via feature phone, and we are a testament, M-Pesa and whatnot as a nation. But I think in terms of opportunities, if you compare someone with a smartphone and someone with a feature phone, definitely they are more disadvantaged.
That's why you talk about infrastructure.
Yes.
That's part of the infrastructure. Kwa hiyo hilo swali?
True, because in the courier industry, like if you have a mulikamuizi, let me call it that, it limits the services you can get, right? Are you able to order a product online? Are you able to order for a service online at the end of Northeastern somewhere, right? How then do we make sure that these people actually have access and they can use in an affordable manner the services we are offering? My call is to all the industry players. It's more cooperation and more partnerships to really come up and think without a box and come up with solutions that actually address the need of access to courier companies in those communities.
And that's why as the conversation continues, we're using the hashtag Digital Inclusion KE and hashtag ICT Week KE. Those are the two hashtags we're using. Please, as you follow this conversation, please, as you say, oh, Mark amesema point nzuri hapo, please post it, eka picha yangu hapo. Not necessarily. Please put Josephine, Sharon, and Charity, because they are talking about real issues that they face at the county level, which we should be able to appreciate. So remember, it's hashtag Digital Inclusion KE and hashtag ICT Week KE. And speaking of inclusion, I want to open it up now to the audience because I've given good time. I see the lady in blue, and Matthew, I'll reserve the question for you, so you can head on and then come back. I'll make sure you have a question to ask. Don't you worry. But Patricia has a question. I'll start with you here, and then we'll go to Sharon, I believe is your name, and then there's a gentleman back there. Tukingoja huko ukitest mic tuone kama inafanya. Hebu tuanze kule nyuma. Yafanya? So moja mbili inclusion. Inclusion. Yako yafanya? Wajisikia? Hamna. Mtu mmoja wenye technical amsaidia hapo. I believe Patricia's is working, then we'll go to Sharon. Go ahead, Patricia.
Oh, thank you, Mark. Actually, mine is not to answer your question, but to make a comment, and specifically on a question you posed to the panel with respect to perceived pushback by counties in terms of automation, systems, etc. So I thought it would be important to put this question in context. What do I mean by that? When it comes to rollout of any infrastructure or systems, the biggest responsibility or the biggest projects are done by national government, and they are funded either through the National Treasury, World Bank, or donors. So basically the layout of either fiber or automation of systems is done by government. It is, currently as it stands, it is not counties that lay out this. Two, let's cut government some slack. IFMIS has been around for a while, the financial management system, and actually counties now pay suppliers and even budget using IFMIS. So my understanding is that what needs to be done is collaboration, because right now the biggest challenge in the counties is the big debate on the way leaves, where the counties see the issue of way leaves and laying of infrastructure as revenue lines. And I think the operators have spoken about that issue for so long. So my understanding is that if national government, all players collaborated, talked to each other, where counties are made to understand the economic benefit of laying out infrastructure, providing transparency and accountability through automation of systems, I think would do much better. But I think the time has come. When it comes to digitalization, I think His Excellency the President has spoken so frequently about the number of services that are going to be digitalized by end of June. So I feel the time to do this is now. So I would call, I think, upon each one of us to collaborate more, talk more. The regulator can do more. Sharon talked about the USF. There are challenges on the ground, but even as we talk to those communities, they begin to understand how ICT and digitalization can also transform their lives. So mine was just to add on to what the panelists said. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia, for that context. I'll give it to Sharon, then Matthew.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Sharon. I have really enjoyed the discussions we have had throughout this forum. And my question is one that might sound cliche, but I feel like it's really important. We've been talking about vulnerable populations. And my question is, who is this that we are classifying under vulnerable populations? Because we've talked a lot about people in rural setups, but rural is very relative in this country. There are some villages where there's a road network until your doorstep. And you see DSTV, you know, dishes everywhere, and yet that is rural. So what are the parameters that we're using to classify and say such a group falls under vulnerable populations, and particularly within ICT?
Sharon, I'm going to throw that one to you. It sounds legal, so I want to play safe. You could answer it, and then we'll take the gentleman at the back, and then Matthew. You hold up first. Let's answer that question, because I just want us to address it.
Okay, she's asking me to go first, and then she'll legalize it. So my understanding of vulnerable is not being in the same position of, receiving fair and equal treatment like the rest of the population. So some categories I'd add in there are children, patients, the elderly, people living with disabilities, and the socially and economically disadvantaged.
Okay, so my answer was going to be, it's very similar, just that to say that when you talk about vulnerable groups, a lot of that definition you can find from the UN, because that is defined under the UN Declaration on Human Rights. And when you're talking about vulnerable groups, it talks about, I think there's children, women and girls, persons with disability, migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, the LGBTI, that was added more recently, I had to say that one, and older persons, the elderly. So previously, and by previously I mean about 3 years back, it used to read women, children, youth, persons with disability, and the elderly. So that is a categorization that has been made when you're talking about issues on discrimination or non-discrimination under the UN framework, and I think also under the UN Declaration on Human Rights.
Does that fall under
that is also the same one that we've adopted.
Yeah.
Here, of course, with the confines of other aspects which I've mentioned.
And Josephine, with your community network projects, with LockNet project, what falls under that classification of vulnerable?
Similar to what Sharon had mentioned, and also I think for us it's also the marginalized groups which we also speak about, and for that we anchor it in the Kenyan Constitution. I think it's Article 20 that speaks about communities that either because of population, so they could be a small population, because of way of life, so some of them have decided to still hold on to their traditional or cultural beliefs, or geographical isolations are marginalized. Yeah.
I think also maybe it's important to note, we mentioned universal service, and part of that is when we say unserved, underserved, those are marginalized a lot of the times, and that is why a lot of the reference we have is maybe now loosely put when we say rural, but really what you're talking about is marginalized. So if you're far to reach. But I think Sharon must be more young if she's able to see dishes and this. Yeah, but when you talk of Ushago, for those of us who remember what Ushago was, it was really different. But that's the definition we have.
I think that was an exhaustive response. There's a gentleman back there, your name and your question, please.
My name is Alfred Nyamolo from Multimedia University of Kenya, cybersecurity enthusiast. Pertaining what His Excellency President Ruto said just a few months ago on the issue of developing cheap affordable phones through the Konza City ICT platform that was developed by His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. He actually claimed that there'll be affordable phones available at 5,000 Kenya shillings. I guess that is much more affordable. And there are about 5,000 more people who are going to be employed in this program. So my question goes directly to Sharon Busire to just acquaint us with how far is the actualization of this project now that you are in charge of the Communications Authority of Kenya. And he said that this project will actually be initiated and a product will be available of a cheap available phone come June this year.
Ulisema ni nani alisema? Nani alipeana hiyo?
His Excellency the incumbent president.
Lakini unauliza?
Blink once if you're okay.
No, I mean, I believe it's more of whether it's in her place to answer to that and speak for the status of that particular promise.
Just to hit the nail on the head.
Kugonga ndipo.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Actually, we know that this project cannot go on without the involvement of the CAK, which is in charge of things to do with the communication networks.
That I'm sure she can answer.
Yeah, sure.
In terms of mandate. So, Sharon.
So am I to take it now?
Yeah, in terms of mandate and whether that's in your purview.
Okay. So I will not in any manner, shape or form try and represent the ideas or the of the mentioned His Excellency. However, I think I'm well within the space to talk about some of these advancements and pronouncements as far as the regulator is concerned. It's not only, actually, if you think about it, and maybe it is the platform to say this, it's not only a Government of Kenya initiative. You remember, like digital migration, it looked like a Government of Kenya initiative, but it's a global initiative. Why? Because right now under the International Telecommunications Union, yesterday there was a forum that was graced by the Secretary General, and she made very interesting remarks talking about inclusion for all and accessibility to all. And part of it is there's this project called Partner to Connect, and so all these countries around the world, including Kenya, have given, we've given commitments on connectivity. And part of it is when you're giving this commitment, you also need to demonstrate. So what do you mean if you're saying you're going to do, say, 150 billion? What does that mean in essence? Then you have to break it down and say, yes, in terms of the gap, in terms of devices is this, and this is how we want to cover it, and this is how much it will cost us. So that is a commitment at a global level that we've given. For that commitment to be actualized, each government is mandated to come up with a rollout objective. Now, in this government, the rollout objective has been prioritized through the very statement that was made, and also in many other ways through the digital transformation agenda. So some will be one, some will not be one. Of course, we know this because it's also an issue of the day and the time. Are we ready? Are the finances available? But the intention is good and is there. Still, from this communication from the international platform, particularly at the same forum, there was a study that has been done, and they were able to deliver the results yesterday, and they said they've working with least developed countries and small island states, including developing countries. The study has been able to be done, and they came to the agreement that right about $30 is what an affordable device is in terms of a mobile phone. So that is not so far from the 5,000 we're talking about here. So then the question is, and I'll throw it back to the gentleman, is how are you supporting that agenda as an individual if you're doing, if you're innovating? So that is why for us as a regulator and for other regulators around the world and what we're challenging our stakeholders to do is come up with innovative solutions. I think also on the AU platform, they're coming up with challenges for young people to showcase some of their talent, come up with innovative devices, showcase it, bring it, let's see what it means. Go to your there's all that so that we can see from before the foreigner brings in to gives us what that $30 phone is. Is it possible for us to come up with a well-standardized device that is Kenyan and that is able to be rolled out on Kenyan soil and make it much more affordable? So I think the question also goes back to us as individuals. When the government has such a big dream, are we able to try and match up to that dream? Then now we come back and say, hey, look, I came up with this innovation, but I was pushed away. Because some of these things we have to dream this big, even as a regulator, for us to sort of try and bring in even the kind, to try and imagine the kind of future we want for the digital space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With that keen question, Omolo, I believe, from what he has said, is very keen, would be very keen to come up with such an innovation in his defense, coming from Multimedia University, yeah? So I think also in his defense, there's a question of capacity and whether they're enabled enough to be able to, because there's no shortage of brains. I heard someone else who's doing the engineering and all that. There's no shortage of brains for people who want to apply their brains to. It's just that they feel that they're not as well equipped as they should be. Matthew had a question, and I believe nitawapa wewe hapo na kule alafu tumalize. Matthew, your question?
This is the Korea. I wanted to know what are your working hours, and if somebody needs something urgently, you must wait until the next day. And we give you a very good example, and then it's facilitated for me very well. I was in Machakos for 1 week training. I had told the office my wheelchair is worn out, I need a new one, and the patches. So it was on a Wednesday. The batteries got dead, and I was taxed. I can't move. So I got the APDK. They told me to get your wheelchair, you must pay for the courier, and you must wait until tomorrow morning. Then I later thought, tomorrow morning I would be able to do what I do to get into class. So I went to the option 2. I had to call our transport manager, written an email to him, my wheelchair died, please, can you book for me a PTG? Luckily, he agreed, and within an hour, that wheelchair was at the hotel. So I wanted to know, for an important item, they can't do after work, or what is it?
All right.
Hey, Matthew, umesema kutoka Nairobi Machakos wana walileta.
Wana walilipika.
We. Ninaweza hiyo?
Tunaweza.
But to his question.
Yes. Thank you, Matthew. So actually, most courier companies work 18 hours a day. right? Because by the time they're done doing the rounds in the major towns and the major areas they're operating and bring the load back to the office to dispatch to the different parts of the country, like I said, it's past 10 p.m. leaving Nairobi. Okay, to arrive in the next country, next county or next town the next day in the morning. That is not to mean we don't have express or services, premium services for those who want super urgent services. We talked about my own example as well. To Machakos, at times I go to country bus or send someone to take it to my mom in a matatu because it's faster, right? But why a courier company is doing this? Because they have to consolidate. Remember we talked about costs? So they have to consolidate to actually meet the payload to profitably send that truck across the country. So we have those services, but they are premium. When we talk about inclusion, is that actually to challenge the players to come up with interconnection solutions, which then makes it affordable to send your package within an hour to Machakos because it's doable. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And there's two gentlemen and a lady back there. Make it one question directed to one person, please.
Okay, my name is Eric. My question is to Charity. So from time immemorial, as you said, I've always used 2NK. Let me just use 2NK as an example to send my parcel home, and I can use 2NK or I can even use the driver. Those are two options. I can use 2NK, which can use the booking office, or can give the driver and I pay the driver. But my question to you is, because you've said there are those who are registered as couriers, how do I know? Because 2NK have, 2NK have an office, even Super Metro here, you can be able to do courier services. How do I know which one is licensed? How do I know, even if you're talking about Jumia online, is Jumia a courier service, or you are behind the scenes to bring me the service? Do I have to look to Jumia or I look to you? As in, how can you help us as consumers to know who you guys are?
Okay, thank you for that. I think CA has done us a great favor. On their website, they have a register of licensees in the courier industry updated every year. Okay, and they can confirm that. So if on their website, you can access the list of all the companies that are registered countrywide, then whether you're sending an item to Nyeri, to Mombasa, to Nakuru, you can actually look for a licensed operator. And I keep saying there's a risk to using unlicensed operators. What are some of these risks? I'll use two examples, very alive to us. If you're sending medication to your parent back at home and you give it to that driver, we are at 2NK, okay, it's wrong to mention the company. Okay, let me just say any driver, because now you've not even paid the company, you're paying the driver. What is the risk of loss, of damage, of that medication arriving intact and fit for human consumption? Because what do? They stash your medication, your food, the marigo, and what else? Down there, okay, in the booths of the vehicles. So the advantages of actually using professional courier services, even for our own businesses, those of us who are entrepreneurs, because there's a risk of using the others.
And I think he did give us his case of character development asubuhi ukiongea juu ya screen fulani ulipata ambayo iko inafanya na kuireplace ilikuwa kazi ngumu. Kula hiyo. You ilikuwa unlicensed. No, I'm just joking though. I'm just joking. Just go to the CA page, you'll find the licensed one, and yes, so that you can avoid character development in that area. Sir, in the pink shirt, please.
Can I just give the second one? Our favorite border riders, those of us who actually have children ordering for items online, because they are enabled. I mean, even Safaricom now has M-Pesa for teenagers, so they can buy items online. Who are these people who are delivering to them? Is it safe for this person to find your child at home during the delivery? So who are you using? What's the risk? What exposure are you actually exposing this child to by the fact that they can order online from Jumia? I like that. From Jumia, and someone that you actually don't know is bringing that. But what most e-retailers have done is they have partnered with the licensed courier company. So I don't think that you have to worry about. What you need to worry about more is boda wako wa mia, okay? Unamtuma hii na hii, anaeka documents zako, certificate, na simu, na spare part ya gari ya Sharon, okay? And Mark has probably sent him to pick his phone from a repair shop in town, and it's a high-end phone.
New phone.
Everything is in there, okay? So what's the risk of that item getting to you safely, especially food?
Yeah.
fit for human consumption.
Sir, in the pink shirt, you had a question? Is that a yes or a no? Okay, I saw your hand up. The lady at the back, way at the back at the pillar, please, your question.
Thank you so much, Mark, and the entire team. This has been quite enlightening. My name is Patros Mtugi from Metropole CRB. I'm also a board member at MSME Alliance of Kenya. My question is on courier. And listening to our dear friend, I feel like when digital migration came, like you are there. Because I want to ask you, what is the future of the courier? I'm listening in and I've also experienced and I'm feeling there's a disconnect between what you're calling the mainstream and their structure, which I would call bureaucracy, because I've experienced that. By the time they sort, pack, send at night, it arrives on the other end at around 7 a.m. You have to wait again for them to unpack and then sort, do what, register. You're getting your parcel at around 8, quite tedious. Then I have the boda guy who you're trying to tell us about, but please note, by now, most of us have personal relationships with these boda guys. So he's handling this item very well. And then we also have the Bolt boda, so I can track. Makiu, the G4S guy who brought my parcel at night, I didn't even get his number. I once asked for an outfit. I went to a different county and I needed an outfit for an event. I just arrived and found there was a theme, and I figured out I can't look for an outfit at night. So I tell my nanny, pack for me the green outfit. My rider picks it from the house, takes it to G4S, Nairobi. Please note there was a gap between the house and G4S because G4S can't come for it. Then it comes at night. I kept waking up at night praying that there won't be, an accident. And then there's this driver I don't know, but I'm trusting that itafika. But now, okay, I arrive at 7 and I have to wait for that process. Oh, we are keying in, we are doing what? I get it at 8. I settled at my event that was starting at 8 at around 10. So I'm not quite sure they really helped me because I was so troubled, but fine. Then, now there is this Bolt guy who I can track. Hata naeza mpigia na simu nijue amefika wapi. And when you look around, even most of the cake delivery guys have a personal relationship with an Uber or someone, so they tell you, we will deliver. Even the online purchases, we will deliver. They have a personal relationship with that person. So it's already working, and it's systems. Then come to my 2NK guy. When you talk about our mothers in the villages, my friend, they wouldn't even use G4S. They know 2NK, and it works for them. And they even know that driver. Umepata Mwangi. Mwangi ukikaribia uniambie na atatokea kwa barabara and pick the parcel. Hata kama it means paying for kiti moja to 50, but mzigo yake imewekwa vizuri. And the same is working even for our MSMEs. I've told you I represent MSME Alliance of Kenya. If, for example, I have a dealer who deals with mobile accessories in Eldoret, they call me and say, Patros, I want 1,000 or 5,000 phone accessories. This phone covers and everything, pack in a box, nalipia kiti, easy coach. It arrives. So there's a disconnect because you are stuck on one end telling us about the mainstream and how it really needs to work. I feel like that conversation is long gone now. Then we have these boda guys that we have a relationship with. Some are even banking for us our checks. Like they're trusted that much. Then we have now the 2NK who are not digitalized by that's the other thing. They record in some black hardcover books and it's like a process. Siku gani? Then they check, but it's working. But then they are not digitalized. So what is the future? Are we integrating? Are you working on a way on how all of you will come together, or what is the future? Thank you.
Wow. Thank you.
Asante for that. You either needed to be on the panel or to co-moderate. So who do you want to start with that one? You want to start with that one? Because there's relationship, there's convenience of what we're calling digital platforms, but then there's a relationship that we're used to with the mainstream services that are there. How are we integrating all these things?
Okay. I think, you said your name, sorry?
Ms. Mutugi.
Fibros?
Nilipata Mutugi.
Patros.
Yes.
Patros should have been here. As representing the Mwananchi, the consumer.
Yes.
I think one of the things that that is inevitable at this point, I think, and this is also to put it out to even the operators, is consumer protection. And part of it is someone is asking value for money. You've heard she's not said that she doesn't have the money to pay for this to go to from point A to point B. It is, I want it quicker, I want it to go quicker, and I need it to get there in one piece, and there's an element of trust. Yeah. Trust is a big thing now. Trust is everything. And I think one of the things is, if you're an operator licensed, you see, we don't license trust. We license the individual. But if you're not able to sustain, and I can tell you, one of the highest turnovers we have in this industry is on courier. Because the aspect of maintaining that business, for you to get to the level of trust, that is next level. But as a regulator, and I think part of what the government also tries to do is to see, is there a way, even in the government initiatives, is there a way that we can get to the next level? And for me, I think that next level is buying the trust of the person who's paying me to do this thing, and at the same time employ user considerations or consumer considerations. Yeah. So part of that is to take into consideration some of the comments that are being made, not only here, but also, and I like that, and one of the things that we say is, go to the next level of even having a platform to review. Like for me, if I use these services, a lot of the times I want to, every so often I'll check the reviews, because Kenyans are very honest. They will say, this guys really did not even deliver my package. In fact, they ate my food. Yeah? Mm-hmm. The guys say they gave them food, and then you've seen those things, yeah? The memes. You ordered food and then it's half, and you can tell this one was consumed. It was not forgotten. So there's also there's something very important about what my fellow panelist has said, that part of that trust is also thinking about the risk element, and high risk. At times you give to whoever you want to give, but again, do you think about what if I need to report? If you come to the regulator and you're reporting, oh, my parcel did not come in good form or shape. Yeah. Unfortunately, there are cases which I know of terrorism, right, where a parcel was intercepted, something was plugged into it, and it continued going. A lot of these things, it's done in, what you call chini ya maji, so it's done unregistered, unlicensed. So I think the call is both ways, is to me as a consumer or to you as a consumer to employ a level of also judgment. As much as possible, use licensed operators. Encourage all of these guys you're using who are not licensed to be licensed. We are also, as a regulator, trying to see who else can we bring to the table without making it prejudicial. Okay. Because we cannot always say that it is always going to be the same 1, 2, 3 people.
All right.
So if you do we are continuing to do studies. There's a baseline survey that was done 2022. It's on our website for postal and courier. Wonderful study, I think, because it has really good, the report is really nice. It tells you what is anticipated to come. It answers the question as to what is the future of courier. That is a whole other discussion to have for a whole day. But I think they really went in and were able to look at some of these aspects and also the nuances and try to give proposals as to what would make for a proper future courier service.
All right, we're pressed for time, but that question touched a lot on the service that you provide. You'll answer, and then you'll give your final conclusion, and then we wrap it up.
All right. 2 things. When we talk about the future of courier in that aspect, Patros has raised, in developed countries, we actually have individual riders who have their own bike or their own van, who go to the regulator for licensing. Okay, so I know there's a time we were talking with C about the framework for actually, liaising with NTSA and everyone else to bring the borders on board, because we talk about capacity. Imagine they're in most parts of this country. Yeah. If they're enabled, they will be able to offer the same service professionally and efficiently, and the market is big. You know, there's market share for everyone, so that won't kill the mainstream business. So there's work to be done on that front, and we keep sitting with them, even beyond these panels, with CA, to iron out some of these issues and to bring, to put these proposals across to them. So that is possible, and one thing you need to know is one of the features, again, we offer is track and trace. So again, most courier companies offer solutions where you can track your package from collection to delivery point. So I'm surprised that you're mentioning a main competitor is a market leader was not able to measure up, but the catch is just with any, like with any automated or semi-automated process, there's human intervention in the courier process. So that could have been someone's error, right? Maybe an employee's error. But most courier companies will offer track and trace globally. Okay, globally, because some of them are also sending items outside Kenya, so you can actually track and trace where your items are. The future again calls for most stakeholders. We have the e-commerce companies now coming up. Someone asked, is Jumia a courier company or not? So I'll ask Sharon. But other than knowing, they also partner with the licensed courier companies. We know Matatu companies are offering courier services. So if we license them and brought them on board and discussed these issues with them, I'm sure the quality of service that they're offering you as a citizen would become better, and then there'd be not just value for money, but you'd be covered in terms of the risks that you're talking about.
I'd have to say some of those circles are actually registered.
Okay.
They're licensed.
They're licensed.
All right.
Yeah, so it's
But
not
check
that
the
they're locked out.
But check the website for that
Check
to
the
see the registered one. Josephine, your bottom line for digital inclusion, improving that from your perspective, working with the consumer networks on the ground as a last comment. And perhaps if you have something to respond to what Mutugi said in terms of what are we looking at to integrate the relationship aspect, trust aspect with the convenience that we're talking about in digital inclusion.
I think reflecting back from yesterday and also today, there have been many players in the ecosystem all doing different things in digital inclusion. So we have those who are looking at infrastructure, those who are looking at skills, those who are looking at services and applications. But I think one of the things we notice is that there's really replication of efforts, and so my closing remarks would be around collaboration, and especially from, I think, similar to what, like we're able to know who are the operators in the space. I think also in digital inclusion, as the government works towards digital transformation, I think it's important also to map out who are these players and actors from government, private sector, civil society, working towards digital inclusion, and how can we complement each other's efforts and not replicate.
Thank you very much, Josephine Melisa, for that. She's the Africa Regional Coordinator, LockNet Project, Charity Ndinda, Secretary, Courier Industry Association of Kenya, and as well as Sharon Bosire, Legal Officer, Governance Communications Authority of Kenya. Thank you for your participation on this. We are way past our time, but we're concluding this, and I'd like you to give them a hand as we take a picture here, as has been the practice with every panel. Just watch your head. So we'll take a picture here, and then I will call on Dennis, who has been the ICT Week coordinator, just to give us the highlights that he has observed.
Mimi niko digital sasa.
And then after that,
nimepiga simu nikauza ng'ombe, sasa naweza lipia mtoto karo ya shule.
So I guess you'll smile with us as we smile.
Huyu sasa shule anasoma kompyuta, na kama mtoto akigonjeka napigia daktari simu.
Thank you, Josephine. Thank you, Charity. Thank you, Sharon. Give them a hand as they leave stage.
Through the Universal Service Fund.
And we will be segueing into now the presentation. It's okay, you can keep it in the background. But Dennis Sonoya, the coordinator ICT Week, is taken to the stand. Thank you very much. And giving us just the highlights that they have observed in the last 2 days. And we appreciate your attention. We're still more or less full house here. That we appreciate your attention and staying on with us. Dennis Karibu, this is one of the main people behind making sure we have this panel. Him and Jimode were very integral, and he'll explain the rest of the team that was integral in making this possible. We appreciate your efforts, Dennis, in making this happen. I'm sure you appreciate that. Give him a hand even before he starts. Dennis, over to you.
Test? No? Okay, great. So good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so indeed the last few days have been quite interesting for the Communication Authority of Kenya, organizing the ICT Week event. And over the last 2 days, we've had very enriching discussions on what needs to be implemented in order to make the ICT sector more responsive to stakeholder requirements or interests. And we have picked out highlights of the discussions across the 8 sessions that have been held. And most of these issues will require reflection across the sector, some of which will require intervention from the parent ministry and the high-level government. We've had questions addressed to His Excellency from the participants here, and you appreciate how important that some of this feedback needs to go up the ladder. Some issues raised are cross-cutting and require conversations across ministries and other government agencies with the extensive participation of academia and industry. Many licensees, network operators, researchers, market specialists have attended these discussions, and their input will be valuable, and this is not the end of this conversation. Their views and considerations will be incorporated further as we seek to make the ICT sector what it is expected to be. The final report will be published on our website in due course, following the relevant conversations that I've just mentioned. And additionally, at the next ICT Week next year, we shall provide a status of the issues raised during this ICT Week and what actions the Communication Authority has taken to address them. The comments that are of regulatory nature that are within the mandate or control of the Communication Authority of Kenya will be implemented in line with guidance from distinguished participants and sector stakeholders. And additionally, it is very much important for us to understand that these feedback cycles continue way beyond these sessions, and we encourage further participation on our online platforms and through Chukua Hatua and other mechanisms that we have put in place. So it is now my honor to run through the issues that have been raised during these sessions and to bring the deliberations of the ICT Week into clearer focus. I'll really try to summarize them against the thematic areas. We realize that the draft report by the rapporteurs has already speeding past the 50-page mark in terms of capturing the comments and feedback that has been provided here. And of course, it's not proper for us to go through such a lengthy document in this forum. So I'll just try and be as brief as possible. I wish for you to permit my indulgence on this matter. And at the first session on bridging the digital divide, that was on the first day in the morning, we have the main issues are inadequate supporting infrastructure in unserved and underserved areas. We have inadequate last mile connectivity in those same areas. We have very high cost of data and internet services. We have low digital literacy rates amongst disadvantaged groups. We have unreliable power supply affecting connectivity. Under digital inclusion, this was the high-level panel. We have the main issue was the regulatory and legal reforms to facilitate digital inclusion. These are issue-based, not questions specifically, so if you may miss one or two questions that were raised, these have been incorporated in the full report. We have limited digital literacy and awareness, especially among the elderly and rural communities. We have insufficient local content and services. We have accessibility challenges for those able differently. We have limited access to digital devices and reliable internet services. And then there's an increased role of the private sector in enhancing digital inclusion. Under cybersecurity and data protection, we have increased cyber threats and data breaches, most prominent over the last 2 years. There's also the need to enhance the existing cybersecurity infrastructure and strategies. We have greater need for sensitization on data protection and associated legal and regulatory mechanisms. We have limited awareness and understanding of cybersecurity amongst users, including some of those in our audience. We have child online protection campaigns that have been ongoing, but more sensitization is required. Under public-private partnerships to promote digital transformation efforts, we have limited mutual understanding and alignment between public and private sector operators and players. We have regulatory and bureaucratic hurdles for collaboration, some taking years or if not months. We have inadequate financial incentives for private sector participation. We also have delays in the approval of these participations. We have the absence of a clear framework to evaluate and manage partnerships between the private and public sector. And we have inadequate security of ICT infrastructure. That is also hindering investment and partnership. We have, under the main issue that I think became the standout session of the entire series, is making ICT devices accessible and affordable, a pathway to digital inclusion. We have high cost of purchase and repair of ICT devices, especially for low-income persons. We have limited availability of low-cost quality devices, a lack of financing or payment schemes to make devices more affordable. We have e-waste management and environmental impact on devices. These are various challenges in addressing how we dispose of used devices. There's also the massive need for investment in research and development on ICT devices and consumer responsive trends in Kenya. Implementation of innovative policies to address issues on ICT devices. We have the resale of second-hand ICT devices in legal and controlled manner to provide assurance on quality and authentication of prior ownership, as mentioned on those flashing within a few seconds. We have the reactivation of the 1555 genuine mobile device verification and messaging service. We have the enhancement of equipment type approved service to be responsive to the massive influx of mobile devices. Some operators were mentioned adversely, including the Qbot mobile phone someone purchased. We have innovation and entrepreneurship in the ICT sector, limited access to funding and venture capital. This is likely linked to the one on public partnerships. We have regulatory barriers and a complex business environment, especially for ICT startups. We have lack of mentorship and support networks for entrepreneurs, including those in the ICT space, skills gap in the workforce and challenges in talent acquisition in the ICT sector, with some capitalistic ventures that are draining skills from one agency to another. We have the consideration of PWDs or persons able differently in innovations in the ICT sector. Second last session was on promoting digital skills. This afternoon, there's insufficient digital education and training programs, rapidly evolving technology requiring continual upskilling, limited access to quality education, particularly in disadvantaged areas, the mismatch between skills taught in schools and those required by the digital economy, limited mentorship programs to encourage digital skilling. And a very last session this evening was meant to be an ICT inclusion and ended up being a courier session, which is brilliant. ICT accessibility challenges for individuals able differently or those living in parts of the country, most severely in underserved areas. Limited awareness or understanding of ICT and courier services amongst vulnerable groups. Affordability of these services and devices. Then lack of tailor-made solutions to cater for the needs of these populations because of course principally addressing the massive markets. Lack of formal courier service-related capacity building, trainings and opportunities and certifications. Then the classification of vulnerable populations and immediate measures to ensure prioritization of their ICT-related needs. That is what is within our mandate. Others are outside. Tracking mechanism for packages delivered by courier service operators, and a need for clear guidelines for operations, quality of service, and reliability of mainstream courier service providers, border delivery, and PSV package delivery services. That was the last question from Patrice. Thank you very much for your attention. Look forward to next day.
Thank you, Dennis, and the team that made this possible. Following all the details, taken to the stage is Patricia Mushiri, the Acting Director at the Corporate Communications Department of the Communications Authority of Kenya, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Mark. My role here is very simple. The hard work has been done by the moderators, and as usual, we are here to take credit for work done by others. On a light note, so on behalf of Ezra Chiloba, Director General Communications Authority of Kenya, my role here in the program is to give a vote of thanks that has been ably written by my team so that I don't miss out anybody. You know, I might have a senior moment, forget some people. So let me start by saying we really acknowledge the presence of senior officials from the ministry, led by the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Information, Communication and Technology, Mr. Eliud Owalo, who was the keynote speaker and our chief guest who graced our occasion. We appreciate. We also appreciate the presence of Honorable Senator Alan Chesang, Chairperson, ICT Senatorial Committee, who actually came from Mombasa. Ulisikia za Mombasa na maichus. And he was here. He was supposed to be on yesterday's program, but he asked that we accommodate him. Today, I was really impressed and very grateful to the Honorable Senator. Then there's, of course, the Director General, who's made this possible, guidance, support, budget provisions, Communications Authority of Kenya. You'd have loved to be here today, but he was attending to an issue in Parliament, so he asked me on his own behalf to just say thank you to everyone here. I'd also like to thank the moderators, Barack Otieno, Joy, Doreen Bira, Laura, and Mark Masai. Haven't they done an awesome job? Can we clap for them? Well done.
Thank you, thank you.
Well done, well done, well done. Allow me to also say thank you to the panelists. I've been really challenged. Next year, I have to be a panelist. Yeah? Did you see how awesome they are, how knowledgeable they are, how articulate they are? Especially the ladies, allow me to be a bit biased. You have not let us down. You have done a good job. The vibrant discussions by everybody, questions, Matthew on innovation, cybersecurity, entrepreneurship, venture capitalists. Haven't we all learned something new in the last 2 days? Let us clap for ourselves. Last, I would also like to recognize that our licensees, you're the reason, you're part of the reason why we exist as a regulator. You have not let us down. We actually had larger numbers than those we anticipated. Thank you for taking time off your busy sessions. We know you're commercial entities, most of you, but we appreciate that you took time off to be here. Our suppliers, the Safari Park Hotel, we don't want to forget our agency, the people who make us look good behind the scenes and spend sleepless nights putting this together. So to all our suppliers, we say thank you very much. Last but not least, the ICT committee, the technical bench, you see that team sitting there? They're the ones who are putting all this together, recording, putting together a report. I think Dennis did present some highlights. They're the ones who look for the panelists, created the thematic areas, did research, put together the questions. Can't we clap for them? They did an awesome job. I'm so proud of that technical committee. Last but not least, my team, the corporate communication and events team, and CA, I see other CA staff here. You never let us down. You carried the tulisahau lakini bendera. Next time, those of you who are not here yesterday, we had forgotten the Kenyan flag. You know, there's always something that goes wrong with an event. But you did an awesome job. You took care of us. You took care of our needs. I hear the cocktail yesterday. There was a cocktail. I hear it was dope. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend that. So to the events team, thank you so much for your time in terms of putting this together. Next year, we'll be back, same time. The ICT Week is always celebrated during the World Information Day, which is May 17th. So please mark it in your diary. We'll do this again. We don't know which county, we don't know which venue, but I can tell you we'll do it again. There are two things I'd like to say. One, I've noted stakeholders who should have been here. The Council of Governors, Mark, should have been represented. They must be on one of the panel discussions next year so that they also take time to elaborate some of the challenges they have and some of the questions that Mark was asking. They would best be well-versed to answer that. Last comment I'd like to make is the ICT Week domain email is still open. I'd really appreciate it. ictweek@ca.go.ke. I'd really appreciate any feedback from any of you, those online and those physically here, on anything we could have done better. Any thematic area that you felt we could have covered that was not adequately covered. I think that the issue of PWDs really came forth and were very ably represented by Matthew. So I feel there should have been some kind of a thematic area around persons with disability, assistive technologies, etc. So if there's anything you think we could have done better, speakers that we could have invited here, anything, absolutely, or even kutubeba juu kidogo, please feel free. That domain email is still open, and I'd appreciate that feedback. So on my own behalf and on behalf of the entire CA team here, CA, please If you belong to CA, please stand up. I'd like you to see them. Kule nyuma. Ama Allah. Yeah. So I'm just representing all those who have stood up. We even have interns here. I really, really appreciate all the effort you've done, and God bless you all. So my role here is just to bring this to a close. And then salama, Mungu abariki. See you next time this year. Thank you.
Asante sana, Patricia. You can give you a hand. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia. And she also having, the responsibility of leading the team that is the Corporate Communications Department, as also having some oversight over the ones that put the functions together. She deserves a hand clap for the work that she has done. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end. I appreciate the opportunity and the honor to have been the Master of Ceremony as well as a moderator for one of the sessions. I appreciate the interaction I've had with you all during the sessions. You've come up to me, we've spoken, exchanged contact, and I wish you all the best from whichever institution that you represent. And yes, we will be having that report as said by Dennis and promised by his team. I can attest that there was someone taking down every point that was being made, and I applaud that, and I say asante sana for the attention to detail, making sure we have all those panelists ready, and even the thematic areas. There were some sleepless nights, Jimode will tell you that, and we appreciate the work that was put into this, and it was not for no good. It is going to be influencing the decisions and policies moving forward in the ICT sector. Thank you all for participating as well with the online conversation, the online audience through our CA Kenya YouTube page. We were using the hashtag ICT Kenya, ICT Week KE, beg your pardon, and ICT Week KE and ICT Week KE and Digital Inclusion KE, beg your pardon. Inasemekana ni wakati wa cocktail, so tutaanza na chai, alafu kama unataka hiyo ingine, I think that's what my tongue wants, that's why it's getting a bit stuck. Nataka mpige makofi vile tulikuwa tunafanya enzi za kale. 1, 2, 3, fungua. Basi ningependa kueleza kuna chai cocktail mulikunywa jana. Kesho kuna kazi, so enjoy the tea and the snacks and have yourselves a good evening and report to work nice and early. Have a good evening. Asanteni sana. That's been the ICT Week by the Communications Authority of Kenya 2023. Take care of yourselves. Tea will be served at the same...
Mimi niko digital sasa. Nimepiga simu nikauza ng'ombe, sasa naweza lipia mtoto karo ya shule. Huyu sasa shule anasoma kompyuta. Na kama mtoto akigonjeka, napigia daktari simu. Huko hospitali nasaidika haraka.
Through the Universal Service Fund, USF, the Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, facilitates the provision of diverse communication services to every part of the country so that no one is left behind. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
News siku hizi kwa station kama zote.
News ikiisha, naweza watch Husbands of Kayale.
Daddy, naweza watch TV.
Baadaye, unataka kuwatch nini? Lazima nihakikishe haangali vipindi chafu ama vinavyoendeleza vita na chuki.
The Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, regulates the broadcasting industry, promoting development of local content and ensuring responsible use of broadcasting platforms for national good, to give you and your family choice with a variety of content to enjoy. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28th May 2023. Let us get voting.